Oh my goodness, this desk is a lot today, and so is the book we're reading. Hi guys, how are you? Sorry, my hair is a mess. Daniel, hi. My family is coming in tomorrow morning, so this is the last stream you'll see for me this week, and then you'll see me live on Monday with Maddie for Kingdom Hearts. And I'm gonna try to see if I can get out one video, like edited video, this weekend, if I've got a little bit of downtime this weekend, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm trying to clear this up because there's a lot going on over here. Hi, if you see this and you see this, can everybody hear me? Thank you. This is a Hex Girls top from Noah Hutchins, a longtime friend of the channel who has made these amazing things, and Dragon Bean, who's over here. This readout right here, I don't know where to put it. It is for the lav mic that I'm using, so hopefully I sound okay. In theory, I sound better than I usually do because this is a much better sounding mic. So I'm trying this out so that I don't have to use the Rode mic, which was never great for streaming. Hi guys. Hey Derprex. Hey Toonie. Hey Jay. Hi everybody. How is everyone? I really do need to figure out because this is going to distract everybody. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now it's not distracting, hopefully. Or less distracting. There we go. Been better, but otherwise can't complain. I'm sorry you've been better, but I'm glad that it's pretty good. So good you can pick up the noise of the air. Oh, can you? I want to hear. Hang on. Yes, let me pin the disclaimer. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. We are going to need the disclaimer tonight more than we probably ever have. Yeah, let me do that real quick. Pin. Yeah, so hang on, guys. 1 second. Go and grab something real quick. Ah! I can't hear myself currently. That's the next thing to get fixed. My ice cream before it melts, I guess. I wanted to hear how this sounds, so I don't have to go through this whole book. And then I was like, wow, that sounded awful. I've totally had that happen before where, like, it happened just last week. I was reading something, and then we came in to do the next stream, and I was like, oh, it's not plugged into the box. Oh, no, and I realized I had defaulted to just using the built-in mic in the computer, and I was like, oh, dear. That's not good. Let's see. Yeah, it sounds pretty nice. Whoops. Make sure it actually is. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. Have to be ready for that. They're coming tomorrow morning. They're going to show up. Yeah, they're showing up like tomorrow morning. So I'm got to speech chant myself now. Yeah, they're coming tomorrow morning. So I'll do this stream tonight. And then you won't see me on live until Monday. So I hope you guys have a wonderful Passover, Easter, whatever it is you may or may not celebrate. I hope I can hear this from the air. Yeah, we need to, it's a work in progress, but you can from the air a little bit on the other one too. There's a way to like put a cap on it. Let me just see. And if you're wondering, am I messing with audio and being extra picky tonight because I'm low-key dreading how much I'm going to cry reading this book? You're correct. And I'm actually going to show everybody. I got mail today, so I'm going to show everybody the mail that I got so we can have like a happy note before we go. Yeah, yes, the only serious book. Part of the reason why I did Amazing Days of Abby Hayes make sure that this is, there we go. I know that's loud. I'm sorry. The mail time. Yes, we got mail. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. Yeah. The part of the reason that I chose to read Amazing Days of Abby Hayes yesterday was because it's just such a sweet, like very, just very like, I don't know what the right word is, just very like innocent little book about like a 10-year-old girl who goes through normal 10-year-old girl things. And, it's more just like a relatable book than anything else. Nobody has to save the world from, aliens, and nobody dies, to my knowledge, that I can remember. So I was like, this is like, I didn't want our only read stream of the week to be this. This book series is great, but it's a lot. And I know that a lot of people who are usually here just are not up for it, which is totally fine. So I wanted to make sure they had a read stream this week too. / all of us who were also going to be here had like a chance to have like a happy read stream, a normal read stream without kittens. We're definitely going to need kittens tonight. We'll be drawing Labyrinth, Fraggle Rock, Jim Henson stuff in general, RWS, and other fun stuff to distract from crying. Good plan. Good plan. I am probably I'm going to have kittens. I have snackies. Paulo sent, by the way, I'm going to get into the rest of the mail in a second, but Paulo sent these Portuguese fruit chocolate things that I absolutely love, and also Sour Patch Straw Twists, which I haven't been able to find anywhere, so I needed them. Today I really needed them. Breaking Case of Kittens. We're breaking in Case of Kittens. You can read a chapter of my Wattpad fanfic to lighten the mood. Aw, I'll see if we have to break out the fanfic. We'll get through it. Luckily, we have a very good community. But yes, just to give you guys a warning, this is going to be a very, very sad. It's gonna be a very sad book. This whole series has dealt with more serious topics, but this one is the big one. This is not the series finale, but this is a very, very, very big one. It's going to directly deal with somebody losing their parent to cancer, and I want everybody to know that it's okay to step away or just log out altogether. I just did an Amazing Days of Abby Hayes stream. We read a cute little book last night, and we did the Kingdom Hearts stream this week, and I put out a new Sailor Moon video, and there's all kinds of stuff to watch on the channel if you want to chill out on the channel, but you don't want to be here for this. Totally fine. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Let's see. Trying to figure out if I can do anything to cap the hissiness. It's not super bad, but I just wanted to know. I know there's a way to deal with it. So while we have a second, pre-gaming, I'm watching Little Einsteins to prevent me from crying. Little Einsteins, my mother would be barreling through the door if she heard that. She loved Little Einstein. She thought it was such a clever show. I'm going to sit here and eat my... should really eat the rest of this. I just hope it's not going to be too loud. I'm new microphone for the first time since ever starting the channel, so we are previewing to see how this goes. And I'll probably end up... This might not be the permanent microphone used, but we figured we'd try. So here we are. Is it this? Oh, it might be this. Let's see. Let's see if this makes the... See if that makes it better. Turn on this so I can hear myself again. Let's see, is there less hiss? There is less hiss. I will take it. Yeah, every microphone needs a little bit of mixing, but I do like the way this one sounds. Still trying to figure out how to make sure it's going to be not too loud. But definitely clearer. So yeah, so that's what we're doing today. The hiss is gone. Yes, I remembered what Spencer told me. He'll be very proud of me, hopefully. This sounds good. Yeah, I like this sound. We use these are the lav mics. Obviously not intended for use in this setting, but they are very good mics. We use them for the baking video with Anton that we did at Christmas, the Martha Stewart one, and I just always have loved the way that they sound. And yeah, so let's go kitten stream. Yeah, let's go kitten stream. No, not kitten heels. I'm not even sure what that is. I need a kitten stream. I need a kitten stream because I'm sad. Kitten Academy. What is Kitten Academy? Kitten Academy. Oh, babies. I'm picking a cat cam. Just because I can hear a lot of noise. This is Tiny Kittens HQ. It's called Adopt Our Delightful Bramble Kittens. So here, I will share and I will also link so that I always, Tiny Kittens we've used before. I always want to shout out the streams so that, you know, if people want to support the kitten cause, they're more than able to do that. So yeah, we're just easing into it tonight. If you're just coming in, hi, welcome. This is going to be a very, very sad book. And I'm going to cry. And do I have tissues? I think I have tissues in the other room. Let me grab it real quick. Let's see. Put it in the description box. Or let me just put it here. That works. Let's see. Oh my God, now it's so quiet I couldn't even hear. I thought my mic was off. That's amazing. I'll have to do some more tweaking, but that's pretty cool. So yeah, I have ice cream. It's melting, but it's cheering me up. Literally the thing says just cry. That's so sad. I'm so sad right now. Let's see. We're just gonna chill and go through it together. Hi, Derprex. An idea for Pokemon fan-made media. So an Eevee as a device hidden fluff. Oh. Chocolate flip palette. Sent to you, mind. The ones came in a box that are sphere. We would bash them, and yeah, we'd get them every Christmas. They were specifically a Christmas tradition for us. The orange slices, I love the orange slices, and they taste just like them. Like they taste just like them. They're really good. Are the kittens ready? The kittens are, shoot, I didn't actually pull it up. I shared them, I didn't pull it up. Here we go. Got like a million things. Yes, the kittens are here. We're pulling up the kittens before anything happens. Because it is one of those nights. Yeah. Used to see them at the 99-cent store all the time, and then they silently disappeared, right? They just went away. Where did they go? Studio mode. There we go. We don't really need to see the book, at least for right now. So I think what we need more than the book is seeing kittens. So yeah, so we're just gonna do the things. Trying to do this without doing, like, accidental ASMR. Oh, don't forget the Discord announcement. Right, right, right. Thank you. I was absolutely about to forget the Discord announcement. Yeah. So, tonight's a sad book. We're gonna get through it. And then hopefully it is downhill from here with the last three, wait, yeah, it's 3 last books in the series. I have a feeling that in a lot of ways this one will feel like the finale, even though it's not, you know what I mean? Um, oh boy. Whoop. Okay. That's just there. All right. There we go. Share this to the Discord. Be like, hey, come cry with us. We're doing the things. Discord. I'll always look right past it. Announcements. Live with kittens. There we go. At everyone. All right. So there's that. Hey guys, just coming in. I'm gonna miss turbulent trauma Thursdays. We're gonna have to replace it with something happy because like Animorphs is gonna be like trauma Fridays. We'll have to come up with a better name for it than that. Yeah, Animorphs is enough trauma for a week at a time to last us until the next week, I think. What do you guys think? So yes, I am going to put kittens back on. Hey, Freaks Friday. I mean, that is a bit on the nose for Animorphs. Okay, so I want to show off some mail real quick. If you're just coming in, hi, we're about to read a sad book. The back of the book, this is Sunny Diary 3. When I'm gone, Mom was saying, you and Dad take care of each other, okay? Okay, I whispered. That is literally the lead-in that we get to this book. The front says, just cry. This is the book where Sunny, I imagine, loses her mother. So before we get into that, I'm going to talk about mail so that we have something cheery to start off the night with, because I am going to be crying probably most of tonight. It's going to be a lot. Or trying not to cry. Paulo sent an Azorian cooking cookbook. Which my mom and I are super excited about. Thank you, Paulo. Paulo sent a bunch of really cool stuff, but this is really cool. Our family is part Azorian, so it means a lot to us. I have the sour twist, which I'm very much going to need. Paulo also sent this notebook. It's so cute. It has a little cat on it. I don't know if I think, honestly, I was just talking to my brother about how when I redo Nancy Drew, because they're actually looks like they're gonna drop a new Nancy Drew game, finally, after 3 years. So I was like, I want to replay all the games like we did last summer in a couple months, but I want to be able to, like, take aggressive notes so that when we go through, hopefully we won't get stuck on, like, the dreaded sewer puzzles, things like that. And this has Nancy Drew vibes. I might use this to be, like, the Nancy Drew Bible. So there was that. From Patrick. Patrick, we have some DVDs. We have Beaches and Bad News Bears, 4 different films. And we also have some books. We have a Zootopia Junior novel, which sounds delightful. And we have Dork Diaries 1, which I've never read, but I know they're very, very popular. So that also seems delightful. Much happier things to read in the future than what we're reading tonight. So thank you, Patrick, for that. And then also Paulo also sent, I didn't even know about this book somehow, Cornelia Funk, Ghost Hunters, and the Incredibly Revolting Ghost. Somehow, and I loved Cornelia Funk all growing up, somehow I missed this one. So one day, hopefully soon, we'll get to read it together. Came out in 2006. Paulo also sent us a new Scooby-Doo book for the Scooby-Doo collection. It is a novelization of Toy Store Terror, which is an episode, I believe. I'm going to put it up here to live with the rest of the Scooby-Doo collection. So there's that. We also have some DVDs from Paulo. We have Space Jam. These DVDs are amazing. We have Mighty Ducks. Whoop. Napoleon Dynamite. I'm trying to reach the rest of them. Ah! Napoleon Dynamite. There we go. Liar. 5 movies, including Batman, Ninja Turtles. We have Bump in the Night, which I get a ton of requests for. And then we have Christmas Vacation and National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation 1 and 2. So thank you, Paulo. These are going to be amazing things to cover. I'm really excited. And so, yeah, I just wanted to share that good news before we got into the sad. Muffle sound. It's this. I'm still trying to figure out how to position this. Yeah, let me turn this sound off for 1 second so that you don't hear the handling noise. For 5, there we go. I fixed it. There we go. Hey, Sean. By side, nothing happened. It was me. I was the problem. It was me. Sean, welcome. Thank you for being here with us. This on without making too much noise, and it's not going to work. I've muted myself again. I'm going to mute myself again. One, two, three, one. I should wear it like a beret, honestly. Be pretty dope. I'll figure it. Or a barrette, I mean. That would actually be funny. I'll figure it out. We're gonna do the things. I'm gonna take these off since it sounds like I've gotten it pretty much figured out. Oh no, the sound is broken. No, the sound is not broken. I just muted it because we're doing a lav mic tonight, and I was just trying to keep you guys from having to hear the handling noise. So it wasn't broken. I turned it off on purpose because I didn't want you to hear like the gross like I am touching the microphone noises any more than you already had to. So he ate the sound for breakfast. The sound was not actually broken. This one time I was the tech ghost. I turned the sound off. See a cat. Yes, we are already on cat cam. If you don't know what you're getting into, this is going to be a very sad book about a kid losing their mother to a terminal illness. So we are already on cat cam. We're just doing all of the things. Making sure the cats are not paused. Sometimes it's hard to tell if they're paused. Nope, they're just sleeping. To be a cat. Anyway. All right, it's past. I should start reading. I'm just, I'm gonna try to play. Let's go, Evie. Do it. I usually come for the beginning of these streams. Well, this is going to be a very sad stream, so I want to suggest to everybody that you have a fun something with you. If you're sticking around for this one, because it's a lot. See, this book came out in 1999. I believe we talked about this last time. It was 97 for the first 5, 98 for the second 5, and 99 for these last 5. Yeah, there's 3 cats. I see an orange one and an orange one. I see an orange one on top and bottom on the left, and then I see a black and white one on the right. Kind of glad we have a break tomorrow from reading. Screamed my throat out. Arm and my throat is sore. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were gonna say you destroyed your voice when we were reading last week. That was a committed performance that you were doing. I see 3. Don't you see 3? I see 3 cats on screen currently. Yeah, definitely 3. No, that was easy. More Pooh Bear. We'll do more Pooh Bear soon. I don't know when, but hopefully very soon. There's a million things to cover. But for those not in the know, I'm going to be taking, why did I say in the know like it was some kind of like secret? I'm taking the weekend. I have family in town, so I'm going to be taking the weekend off from live streaming. I might be able to post a video if I get time, downtime, but maybe not. We're gonna just. I'm very looking forward to spending time with family, and you guys get a break from my face. So we don't have Friday stream or Saturday stream, and we haven't been doing Sunday stream, but we will be back for Monday stream. That's what we're doing. I went on a few roller coasters, and I was exhausted from screaming and trying to cope with my fear of coasters. Oh, but you conquered your fear. That's good. I'm afraid of heights so bad, but I love roller coasters. Figure it out. I have no idea. I love the cats too. We're gonna need the cats. No, I didn't. I went on the easy coaster. That's something. Baby steps. You can't get on the huge coaster first. Oh boy. All right. I'm just gonna start reading entries, and we're just gonna go. Tuesday, 3/16, 5:32 a.m. Again, this is California Diaries, Sunny Diary 3. I wonder if I'll ever be able to sleep late again. My inner clock is all messed up. I could fall asleep in the middle of the day. Same girl. And I could be wide awake at 4 a.m. I never need to set an alarm clock anymore. No matter what time I set it for, I always wake up before it goes off. I can't stop thinking about mom all day, all night. Is this what's called an obsession? 6:03 a.m. After I wrote that, I tried to go back to sleep, put the diary away, turned off my light, crawled under the covers. No good. Nada. I thought she was going to say turned off my phone, and then I remembered this is 1999. These books hold up pretty well, all things considered. They don't date themselves too much with, like, technology things, I've noticed. First, all these thoughts just kept blowing through my brain. Then I could hear mom downstairs calling to dad. It was like some messed up, blurry, not quite right scene from my childhood. I thought back to nights when I was little and sick with the flu or a cold or something. I couldn't sleep, and I'd call out, and in a flash, mom would be there for me. Now I lie in bed and listen to mom call out. Everything is wrong with this scene. Mom is in bed downstairs, not upstairs, in her own room, the room she should be sharing with dad, and she, the adult, is the one calling out while dad is the one rushing to comfort her. God, I can't stand it. Maybe I'll go to school today. I went on the easy coaster. Which coaster? Out of curiosity, which coaster? Because even the easy ones, like, you ever been on Goofy's Barnstormers? That sucker flies for like, oh, it's a kiddie coaster. It's a little bitty one. It's like, yeah, it is. It doesn't like go upside down, but it's fast as hell. Who put Goofy in charge of a roller coaster? 6:24 a.m. I can't decide. Should I go to school today? I don't want to be there, of all places, if mom should. Let me start over. I mean, if mom, this is too hard. 6:45 a.m. Okay, I'm going to go to school. I'm driving myself crazy here. We're keeping a vigil. A vigil. Who keeps watch these days? That sounds archaic, but that's what I overheard Dad say on the phone last night. He was talking, whispering really, to someone from the bookstore. He said that yes, Mom had come home from the hospital a few days ago, and we're keeping a vigil. Sometimes, especially lately, Dad seems overly dramatic to me, so I take the vigil reference with a grain of salt. God, I'm being driven crazy. Even this journal is driving me crazy. Sometimes it feels like my only true friend. At the same time, I feel as though I'm chained to it emotionally. All right, that's it. I'm going to go to school today. Dad will call me if anything changes. 9:40 a.m. What a mistake. I shouldn't have come here. I can't concentrate. I haven't even been to class yet. I feel like everyone's staring at me. The ones who know me well are thinking, there she is, poor Sunny. The ones who don't know me well are thinking, is that her? Is she the one whose mother is dying? Mom is dying, kind of dramatically. Maybe that's why Dad seems so dramatic these days. This is like nothing you ever hear about in real life. I thought people only died this way in movies, like Beth in Little Women. Oh boy, spoiler alert for Little Women, I guess. Another book that if we ever read is going to be a tearjerker. Um, just made up people. I thought when real people died, you sat around in the hospital waiting room until finally the doctor came out and said, well, it's over. And then everyone cried and started to make funeral arrangements. My head is swimming, tired, no sleep, very mad. Really put this over here so that I can see what's happening. Hi guys, just coming in. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry if this is not going to be the happy sunshiny streams of chaos that we usually do, but happy sunshiny stream chaos. But oh boy, that is feedback. I didn't mean to do that. The easy coasters at Knott's Berry Farm are Jaguar, Coast Rider, Pony Express, and Sierra Sidewinder, which happens to have the coaster cart rotate freely after its ascent. So what you're saying is, if you ever are in my neck of the woods, you don't want me to take you to Six Flags. Well, there are kid coasters there, but there are some very big coasters that are very fun. But if you don't like coasters, probably a lot. 10:32 a.m. Still haven't been to class. Not even sure what period this is. First, I sat in the library, then it started to fill up, moved to an empty classroom. A class came in, moved to a spot outside the front doorway. Warm today. A million teachers have seen me, and not one has said anything. I mean, said anything to me about being in class. Mr. Hackett said, how's it going, Sonny? Like he was asking about a social studies project, and I said, fine. 10:50 a.m. Still sitting out here. No one is bothering me. I think I can smell the ocean. Once when I was 5, I was invited to a birthday party. Some kid in my kindergarten class was turning 6. I didn't want to go. I knew we were going to play pin the tail on the donkey. Oop, this page is... I'm going to have to fix this page. Really hanging on for dear life. Bless it. And I hated that game. I hated being blindfolded and spun around. It was embarrassing and humiliating. Everyone watching, you dumbly look for the donkey, the stuffed cardboard tail clutched in your hand. Honestly, don't know how this page is still hanging in there, but it's there somehow. Literally by a thread. And for what? So you could win a set of markers or a plastic charm bracelet? I told Mom I didn't want to go to the party, and she made me go anyway. I told her I hated her. Oof. Nah, Six Flags Magic Mountain is pure coasters. It's so many coasters. Oh, it's so many. 11:11 a.m. You know, this is kind of nice. I'm still sitting by the door, just me and my notebook. That's it. No books, no Walkman. No, the Walkman. Don't even have my purse. I stuck some change in my pants pocket this morning, grabbed this journal, and left. I didn't say goodbye. 11:13 a.m. I didn't say goodbye to Mom. 11:25 a.m. I feel like I'm Alice down the rabbit hole. Everyone here is living in a different world. I think I'm a visitor from some other place. The people here They walk around so easily. They don't know how awful life can be, and me, I can't escape from it. 1:12 p.m. Dawn found me and snagged me at lunchtime. She looked kind of wary of me, but at the same time, she insisted I go to the cafeteria with her. I was expecting that she would drag me to a table with Maggie and Amalia, but she led me to an empty table and we sat alone. I wasn't going to eat anything, but Dawn, whoop, there's the page. It needs to be fixed. Let me get some tape. I'll get some tape in a second. But she led me to an empty table and we sat alone. I wasn't going to eat anything, but Dawn handed me something a week or so ago that would have driven me crazy. Today, I didn't mind. I feel numb. I ate whatever she gave me. I'm not even sure what it was. A sandwich? Saw Ducky in the hall after lunch. Hang on. I'm gonna go do some page. I'm fighting for my life out here. Oh, I wanted to tell you. I was watching a channel that I love, Fundy Friday, and she was talking about, Jen was talking about the she's not a Christian lady, and I was like, I do remember this. I totally remember this. I don't know how I blanked that out, but I remember it. And I was thinking about us talking about it, and I was laughing. So yeah, very fun. Oh, I wonder what just fell. Oh, it's a stream deck. For some reason, the only tape I can find is like straight up gaff tape, so you know what? Sunny's diary is getting fixed with gaff tape. Ah, hi, pizza. She's not a Christian. Good times. Hi, pizza. No, not the Walkman. I feel young. I never owned like a straight up Walkman. I owned like a little portable disc player thing, like for CDs, the ones that you were supposed to be able to clip on you and jog with, but you never could because every time you moved at all, it would just. Avery, don't you bind books? Yes, I do. Do you have the time to pull out all the bookbinding gear and fix this? No, I don't. But you know, sometimes we're just holding on by gaff tape and a prayer, you know? Oh, it'll hold it there until I can actually fix it for real. All right. It's a temporary fix, but it'll keep it safe. In Jesus' name I pray. Yeah, every time you moved with the little disc Walkman thing, it would like go off kilter and your music would stop and be like, this doesn't feel like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Saw Ducky after lunch. He actually shied away from me. Everyone has been keeping their distance, but nobody else is doing what Ducky does. Then again, I haven't done to anyone else what I did to Ducky. I know I was unfair. Really unfair. When I called him a wimp and said he never stands up for himself, and basically that most kids think he's a total dweeb, but I don't have the energy to work up an apology, not even to Ducky. 1:22 p.m. At least she has the mental capacity to know that what she did was wrong, unlike Dawn, who's like not dealing with a death in the family and still oblivious. Back in my spot, now that it's later in the day and even warmer, a few kids were sitting here when I returned. I sat a little distance away from them and they scattered. I'm like an insect repellent. Very effective insect repellent. These kids could talk about almost anything. Drugs, drinking, and they act so cool, swaggering around with their cigarettes in their pockets, but bring up the idea of their parents dying as they can't handle it. And I'm the reminder of what they don't want to think about. Poor Sonny. I feel horrible. Did you try turning off the book and then turning it back on to fix it? Yes, we are going full steam ahead on kittens. Glad you're home, God warrior. Get the hell out of my house. What did she say? She's like, you can stay if you're a Christian. If you're not, get out of my house. Horrible. Born in the early 2000s. Yeah. I mean, we definitely had cassette players. I don't think we ever had like a swanky Walkman brand, but you know. So they scattered, and I'm alone again. I remember this one time when Dawn, Maggie, and oh, and Jill. Jill was there too. Hard to believe. When was the last time I saw her outside of school? I wonder if she knows how bad it's become with Mom. Of course she does. Everybody knows. I live under a microscope, and everyone is lining up waiting for a turn to squint into it and look at the poor, odd creature exposed on the glass slide. Anyway, Dawn, Maggie, and Jill and I were having a sleepover at my house, and it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and we still couldn't go to sleep. We couldn't even settle down. We were giggling hysterically in my room, and finally, Mom came in. We thought she was going to separate us or something, but instead, she told us about this sleepover she had where she was our age, told us about her friends and the boys they talked about. Dawn always remembers that. She mentions it a lot. Is 1:45 p.m. Ms. Kruger found me. She sat with me for a few minutes. Ms. Kruger is cool. I guess she said to me, she's cool, I guess. She said to me, "How are you doing, Sonny?" Which isn't so different from "How's it going, Sonny?" But it felt entirely different. She said it with such warmth and sincerity. I said, "It's really hard." And she nodded. She didn't say, "Well, obviously," or anything. She took my hand. Come to me anytime you know where to come to me anytime. You know where my office is. And here, let me give you my home phone number, which she did. After she left, I decided to go home. I felt all watery like I was going to spill over. But guess what? I didn't. Go home, I mean. Not yet. There I was, about ready to spill over, and suddenly I felt like lead. I just kept remembering all these things. I remembered when Mom first got the diagnosis, it was so unexpected. We really didn't know anything was wrong with her. Mom had gone to the doctor for a regular checkup, and the doctor had run all these tests, but just routine tests. No one was even thinking about the doctor or the checkup when the phone rang that day. We weren't sitting around waiting for it to ring, waiting to hear news of some sort. And it was a phone call that changed everything, changed our lives. The doctor said he had noticed something abnormal in her lungs and he wanted to run more tests. I remember that Mom said, "But I feel fine." Even so, she had to go back to the doctor, then to the hospital, and ever since, my life has been a parade of hospitals and treatments and waiting rooms. I mean, Mom's life has been. God, it's hot. When did it get so hot? You know what? I have to get out of here. Um, Yeah, this is a very sad book. Please read the disclaimer. Please, 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 please. Oh, let me also put the disclaimer up on the screen. Put the disclaimer up. There we go. Yep, there we go. That's better. Um, if anybody in chat had a Walkman, what did you listen to on your Walkman? I just want to know. I was always curious what kind of cassettes people had. 2:13 p.m. I couldn't stay in school. I had to leave. It was so hot in the sun, and the sun made me think of Sunny, and Sunny made me think of sunshine, and sunshine made me think of how my name came from my father and my mother. All thoughts seem to lead back to my mother. My brain is no longer my own. It's been hijacked by Mom. I hate you, Mom. I love you, Mom. Oof. Right back again. Hang on. I am back. I legit forgot how hot spring could get. Oh, it's very warm here right now. I hope everybody's staying cool. Like here in Atlanta, it feels like it gets really, really cold for one last time in like late March. And then it's just like, all right, now that that's done, 85 degrees until October. I'm sitting on the rock under this tree that is halfway between our house and Vista. In third grade, Dawn and I actually counted the steps from the end of my driveway to the front steps of the school, and the rock tree are exactly halfway between. Third grade, that was a lifetime ago. Or maybe it was someone else's life. Did I ever go to third grade? Was I ever so young? I don't think so. I'm old, old, old. My friends, Dawn, Maggie, Amalia, Ducky, there for me, especially Dawn, ever since I moved next door to her a long time ago. I don't want to go home. I didn't want to be at school, but now I don't want to be at home. Writing, waiting, the vigil. I cut the end of school and nobody said a word. I walked out of school right under everyone's nose. It was the easiest cut of my life. I'm so tired. Will I ever not be tired? I wonder what cancer feels like. I asked Mom once, but she didn't have an answer. Oof. Yikes. I hate spring heat. It feels like you're wearing a sweater and you're uncomfortably warm, except you can't take off the sweater. Yeah. It's the humidity here is so intense. It's just like it feels sticky outside. It feels like somebody has heated up maple syrup and you are like wading through it. It's a lot. Just now I looked at my watch. School's out any minute. Kids are going to start streaming past me. I wonder where else I can go, where else I can be private. All right, I give up. I know I should go home. I'm just killing time here, putting off having to see Mom again. God, did I really write that? I did. I just wrote that. I'm putting off having to see Mom again. I am a horrible person. I knew it. 3:09 p.m. I knew that if I came home, my life would no longer be my own, and I was right. Aunt Morgan has only been here since yesterday, and already it feels like she lives here. She says she's just trying to keep the house in order. Okay, fine. Keep the house in order, Aunt Morgan, but keep it in our order, not yours. Aunt Morgan is a control freak. How can she be Mom's sister? The first thing she said when I walked through the door this afternoon was, Sonny, you're not sorting the laundry properly. You know what I say to that? I say, screw the laundry. Why is she even thinking about laundry at a time like this? It's not as if we don't have other clothes to wear. Considering what's going on at our house, we could probably run around naked and no one would notice. A horrible thought. Aunt Morgan is not married, which shouldn't come as any surprise. Oh, geez. But what if after Mom dies in the turmoil, she and Dad decide they're attracted to each other, and Dad asks Aunt Morgan to marry him, and she leaves Atlanta and becomes my stepmother. Oh my God, it would be like that. It would be like that episode, the Granny Coven episode, like not that story, but that episode of Beyond Belief where the sister is jealous of her sister's husband, and then she dies, and then she marries the sister's husband, and then she dies. That one. Honey, here, have a hug. I'm sorry. I wish I could help you more. I know, right? Not in a million years, right? Oof. Yeah, oof is correct. It's totally Jake Rachel vibes. Oh, God. It's totally Jake Rachel vibes. Yep. That is very Jake Rachel vibes. It's giving, Henry VIII marrying Catherine of Aragon after she was married to his brother and he died. And that didn't really work out for Catherine of Aragon. Oh my God, I can't believe I just wrote after Mom dies. 3:35 p.m. Grandma called. She and Grandma want to come by. They used to just drop by. Since when? Or she and Granddad want to drop by. They used to just come by. Since when did they call first? Dad said to her, now isn't a good time. He really said that to his own mother. When is it going to be a good time? Also, couldn't Dad have consulted with me? I love my grandparents, maybe partially because they're the only two I have left. Anyway, I wish they would come over. Grandma is all soft and powdery and understanding. When I was little, I used to call her up after school almost every day to tell her what had gone on. I'd tell her everything, what I ate for lunch, who hit whom, and what Dawn and I talked about on the way to school. Um, Answers I got wrong, answers I got right. I'd chatter and chatter away, and she would make little murmuring noises. Every other Saturday, I would spend the night at their house. I felt like a princess, a very grown up princess. When I was 6, Grandma and Granddad took me to a fancy restaurant for dinner. They let me order shrimp cocktail and didn't mind at all when I decided I didn't like it. Granddad ate it instead. I think he knew I wasn't going to like it. Grandma and Granddad love me enough to let me make mistakes. So does Mom. I guess I should go downstairs and see Mom. She was asleep when I came home, but I know she's awake now. I can hear Dad and Aunt Morgan going in and out of her room. More later. 4:04 p.m. Saw Mom. We talked a little. Aunt Morgan gave us space. Dad tried to give us space, but kept interrupting. Mom, not really awake. About to post the Sarah sketch to distract people from sadness. Yes, anything that anybody wants to talk about in chat that is positive and would distract us from sadness would be much, much appreciated. 4:10 p.m. Well, that was stupid. The last entry, I mean. I just reread it. It doesn't say anything. I'm so confused. This diary is my friend. It is my confidant, even more than Dawn is. Well, I would hope so, because Dawn's been pretty shitty, like, the entire time. Like, I actually couldn't say just anything to Dawn. Not sure why, but I do say absolutely everything to my journal. Or at least I used to. I don't think I've been doing that so much anymore. I feel closed up, like a sealed bottle. I need to open up, or to be opening up. I'm going to try that last entry again. Okay, here goes. For starters, Dad is at home, as I said. He's been at home for several days straight. He's pretty much abandoned the bookstore. He stays with Mom just about round the clock. He even sleeps in her room. And of course, a nurse is usually here, and one doctor or another checks in on her every day. When I went downstairs, Dad was sitting with Mom, and a nurse was just outside the room. Aunt Morgan was in the kitchen. In other words, no privacy. Hi, I said to Dad. Can I talk to Mom? Sure, honey. He was sitting on the end of her bed. Maybe I could talk to her alone, I said, this like it was a question. Oh. Oh, of course. Dad stood up and walked into the living room. I could hear him talking to the nurse in a very loud voice. I sat at the foot of Mom's hospital bed and gazed at her, trying to figure out if she really was awake. It's hard to know these days. You can't tell by her eyes. Sometimes she's awake with her eyes closed. I think it's too much effort to keep them open for long periods of time. Mom, I whispered. Ooh, I'm not need the tissues yet. I'm just getting them in reach. They're just gonna be here. They're just gonna be sitting right there. Mom's eyes fluttered open. Hi, sweetie, she said. Hi. How was school? Fine. How are you feeling? I knew this was a dumb question, but I didn't know what else to say. About the same. Mom licked her lips. Do you want some water? Just some ice, please. I brought Mom some ice chips and put a few of them in her mouth. Thanks, she said after a few moments. That's better. I didn't know what to say then, and I was embarrassed. How could I not know what to say to Mom? To Mom. While I was still trying to dredge up a little piece of conversation, Mom said, You are a very strong person, Sonny. Give me a second. Oh, Toonie. We all need all the cartoons. My ice cream is melted, but I'm, we're just doing the things. I'm eating melted ice cream sad. That's the level of sad. There's an episode of Monk where they're eating ice cream and it's clearly melted. And like they clearly like ad-libbed it into like the script and like what happens. But I guarantee you I'm like, they must have just like put it out and thought they could keep it from melting long enough to get the shot and then they couldn't and then it melted, so they had to deal with it. Sarah's almost done. Yay. Um Next video I post will be episode 3 of Once Upon a Time because everybody's been really liking the Once Upon a Time series and I've been liking making them. So, okay, so the mutable. I thought for a second I had forgotten to turn my mic back on. Never mind. And it started into Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, so I guess the Professor Oak might have saved. Yeah, I didn't play super far, but I did have Let's Go Eevee. My brother has Let's Go Pokemon, so I got Let's Go Eevee so that we could get the exclusives from each game and trade them. And I just love Eevee. Eevee's adorable and looks like a little fox cat, and that's just adorable. So I didn't play super far, but I did play a bit, and it was fun. It was a bit rude, I guess, in the beginning, but she had excuse. Dawn doesn't. Yeah. Yeah. It's not that a character is imperfect that makes them unlikable. It's that they're not able to own up to what they do wrong and play the victim. One of my acting teachers once told me, you know, everyone loves a character who, whether or not they're a good person, they're fighting to change their circumstance. And I think there's a life lesson in there somewhere. And I was just like, well, I guess I'll go think about that and have an existential crisis. I bit my lip. I don't feel strong. Maybe you don't feel that way, Mom went on, as if she'd read my mind, but it's true. You can survive anything. Well, that didn't make any sense. Mom is a strong person too, and she isn't going to survive cancer. I don't know, I said. Dad poked his head into the room, then, can I get you anything? He asked Mom. Mom shook her head. No, thanks. Dad just stood there in the doorway looking at Mom. I stared at him. Finally, he went away. After Dad left, Mom said, Sonny, when I'm gone, and I gasped right out loud. I don't know whether Mom heard me, but how could she start a sentence like that? When I'm gone, Mom was saying, you and Dad take care of each other, okay? Okay, I whispered. You're going to need each other. We're not even like 15 pages in. It's gonna be such a long night. Ugh. I nodded. Then I realized Mom's eyes were shut again and she couldn't see me nod, so I whispered, yes. Tissue. Very long at all. Oh boy. If you happen to be new to the channel, I'm a very emotional person, and I do cry at the sad books. How they did, where the actors could see out of Ludo and Hoggle, they used George something Fraggle Team created. The way that they would engineer stuff to get the puppetry done on Henson Productions is so clever. I went to the Center for Puppetry Arts, Anton and Spencer, and I went in December, and we saw they have a permanent Henson display because it's funded by the Henson Company. And oh my god, they just like seeing like the rolly thing that they would like lay on. So like when they had to like get down low to get certain shots, they'd like lay back on it and like have the puppet up like this. It was very cool. Very, very cool. The trash heap was crazy, yes. Hi everybody. Welcome to stream. It is a sad stream, but it is probably the most important book of the series if I had to guess. I've never read it before, but it's a very, very, very sad, but also honest book, I guess. Craziest oh, they made some crazy puppets. I loved seeing the handwritten note where they're like going back and forth, like where they were making this cat Muppet and they were like this, and they're like show to Jim and the question mark, and they're like writing notes back and forth on this corkboard, and then somebody's like Gaffer the cat's insides, and I was just like, that's funny. You'll have Grandma and Granddad, of course, and Dawn, but you and Dad, you'll have to take care of each other. Soon Dad stuck his head in the room again, and I wondered if he'd been listening. At the door, I frowned at him. Dad, I began to say. Oh, sorry. He pulled his head back in like a turtle, and the huge feeling of disgust washed over me. I looked at Mom again. Mom? No answer. She had fallen asleep. She does that a lot these days. She can fall asleep in the middle of talking to you, right in the middle of a sentence. So I tiptoed out of the room, nearly ran into Dad. Were you eavesdropping? I asked. Dad's mouth dropped open, and in a flash, Aunt Morgan appeared. She's like an evil witch in a fairy tale. Sonny, she said in a warning tone. I didn't answer her. I pictured her in her big office in Atlanta ordering her assistant and secretaries around. Ooh, what does she do? What do you think her job is here? I bet she yells at people. Dad stepped in. It's all right, Morgan, he said. I let out a breath. I knew we weren't going to fight. We've been much too subdued for fighting lately. We don't fight. We don't hug. We don't yell. We don't have long late night chats. We just tiptoe around each other. It's like we don't have the energy for a fight or for any kind of big emotion. Any big emotion between us, I mean. I think we're saving all the big emotion for Mom. Hi, Chihiro. Oh, we're going immediately to kittens. This is this book where Sunny, I'm pretty sure, loses her mom. This is going to be a very, very, very hard book. I've already cried once. I have a big box of tissues in front of me that you cannot see. And it's a lot. And one of the pages already fell out, and I had to gaff tape it back inside the book because that's the kind of night we're having. 6:35 p.m. It's almost dinner time, and I'm delaying going downstairs. Look at the kitties. He's looking out the window. Delaying going downstairs. And facing Dad and Aunt Morgan. I'm rereading what I wrote a little earlier. I am so lame. I'm such a coward. Even here in my journal, I'm not being honest. I left out a whole big important part of my conversation with Mom. I couldn't bear to write it down, but now I will. Oh boy. Hi, Tarfield Owl. We're on the big book of sad tonight. We're reading Sunny book 12 in this series, and it's a lot. It's bad. It's a lot. It's a lot. But we're all here together. After Mom said Dad and I will have to take care of each other, she said, do you know something? Since the moment you were born, I have been looking forward to your wedding day. Isn't that silly? What if you don't want to get married? Lots of people don't, but still, I've looked forward to that day. I've dreamed of you wearing my wedding dress, Mom, and I wanted you to know where it is, Mom. It's in a box in the attic. The box says wedding dress on it. Okay. And then Dad stuck his head in the room again. I don't understand. Why do people have to die? All right, that's the stupid question. They have to die because everyone lived and babies kept being born. If everyone lived and babies kept being born, the world would have been overcrowded a long, long time ago. Okay, why do good young people have to die? Why does Mom have to die now? Why couldn't she die when she's really, really old, the way most people do? I am not ready for my mom to die, and there's not a thing I can do about it. This is unfair, unfair, unfair. I don't want Mom to leave yet. Oof. What are you doing to keep yourself away from the big sad? You can't see this. You can't see the tissues a little bit there. I flattened it down. I'm eating melted ice cream, and I'm thinking about how Her Interactive is going to release a 34th Nancy Drew game. So we might be able to do a summer playthrough again like we did last year, but this time end it with a brand new game. And then we'll be relevant for one time. Anyway. Song Without You from Rent. Ooh. What's my cheer up musical song? I'm trying to think. Oh, No Way. The one that I've been listening to a lot is No Way from Six. It's just so catchy. You just feel pumped up. Sarah is being posted. Yay! Yay, yay, yay. Thank you. 8:20 p.m. I got called down to dinner. When Aunt Morgan calls, you obey. Actually, I was kind of relieved. The close up in the journal to close up the journal and do something mundane like eat. Aunt Morgan is not much of a cook or a housekeeper, but she saw it as her duty to fly out here and take care of Dad and me. So she worked really hard this afternoon to make supper for the three of us. She made a vegetable lasagna. It was runny, overcooked on the top, and undercooked in the middle. It took her a long time to make it. I'm trying to be appreciative. Dad and Aunt Morgan and I ate in the kitchen with the door into Mom's room open. She could hear us. I think Mom was asleep the whole time, though. Although I don't remember much about dinner. Only that I wasn't hungry, but that I forced some of the lasagna down. Vegetable lasagna sounds awful. Hi, Sammy. I'm good. We're doing a really sad book today. Back just took a breather. Good. Everybody feel free to take as many breathers as you need or leave altogether and watch something more cheery. This is probably easily the saddest thing we've ever covered on this channel to date. And I'd like to keep it that way for a while. I hope this is something doesn't top this at least soon, you know. Lasagna down, and I tried to answer Dad's and Aunt Morgan's questions about school and stuff. Then I just looked at the two of them, sitting there, defeated. After a few moments, I excused myself. Why has everyone given up on Mom? I want to yell, don't give up, don't give up. I even want to yell those words at Mom because she has given up too. I know she has, and I don't understand why. Also, I don't want the end to come, and I am not ready. 10:32 p.m. I knew I wasn't going to do any homework tonight, but I didn't expect to be so busy. The last few evenings have been quiet and some of my saddest times. That's why I knew I wouldn't be able to concentrate on work. I thought I would just sit and write. But a couple of hours ago, the phone started to ring, and since Dad's spending all his time with Mom and Aunt Morgan was busy with her everlasting laundry chores, I was put in charge of the phone. To be fair, they probably haven't no one's probably had time to do laundry. Hello, this is a sad book. You've been warned. I pinned Daniel put a disclaimer. I pinned it, and then there's also the warning on screen, and there's also a content warning in the description box. So it's everywhere. I don't want anybody to be surprised, but you apologies just never oh, yeah, I think everybody's been I don't know if everybody's been to a California Diaries, I can never remember, stream. Everybody that I'm seeing in chat has been here. But there might be people who are not active in chat who are listening, and to you or watching back in the future, and to you, I would say, you know, just be careful. This is a sad book. But it's part of a series that's part of a lot of people's childhood, and we've been through it with these characters, so we gotta see it to the end. Um, yeah, they've probably nobody's had time to do laundry, so Aunt Morgan is probably just trying to make sure that there's any clean clothes in the house at all. I was put in charge of the phone. The first caller was Mr. Schaefer, just checking up. That's Dawn's dad. Just checking up on things. Funny, for some reason, when I heard a guy's voice, I thought Ducky was calling. I was disappointed for a moment, but glad to hear from Dawn's father. He and Carol, especially Carol, have been so wonderful. Maybe I'll go talk to Carol tomorrow. Mr. Schaefer asked me if I wanted to talk to her on the phone tonight, but I'd rather talk in person. After Mr. Schaefer called, Greta called. I don't know why, but I have a little trouble talking to those people from Mom's cancer support group. They're all very nice and everything, but I don't know how to finish the sentence. What is my problem with Greta and the others? Not sure. Maybe it's that so far they're surviving their cancer and mom is not. I talked to Greta for a few minutes, and then someone from the bookstore called with questions for Dad. I guess he's not dispensable after all. I knew Dad didn't want to be disturbed, so I tried to answer the questions myself. It even occurred to me that this would be a good excuse to call Ducky, finally. He spent time working at the bookstore. Maybe he could answer the questions, but I just couldn't get up the nerve to call him. I wonder how long that will take. Okay, I'll try going to bed. Maybe tonight is the night. I'll be able to sleep at last. 11:18 p.m. No luck. Tossing and turning. 11:41 p.m. The lights from the street lamp is driving me crazy. I can't block it out. Thing is here. Hi, Thing. Oh, and hi, Texas. I don't think I said hi before. Hello. You want over $100 for what on Kindle? Thing has arrived. Ooh, my jaw just popped. Hello, people of the Polish and non-Polish varieties. I love that it's a different country every night, and so far, I have not been one of the varieties, but I'm glad to be included as a non-Pol. Even though I am non-Polish, thank you for including me. 11:53 p.m. What has happened to my pillow? It feels like someone flattened it with a sledgehammer. Oh, I hate that. Wednesday, 3:17, 12:08 a.m. Oh my god, this is awful. Mama's making the most horrible noises downstairs. Oh no. I've never heard anything like them. This is new. Dad is down there with her, of course, but what do I do? Should I go to her? What do the noises mean? Is this the end? Oh god, I can't stand it if this is really the end. Right now, I'm still not ready. I feel like praying. I haven't prayed since I was a little kid. Now I lay me down to sleep. I prayed the Lord my soul to keep if I should die before I. Oh God, I never paid much attention to that prayer before. It's horrible. Sidebar. That was the prayer. For those who might not know, that was the prayer. We weren't super big on said prayer when I was growing up. But that was the like little kid's prayer, right? Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Very morbid, has Victorian vibes, right? Apparently they changed it because I heard some little kid on TV pray. I don't even remember what context this was in, but I heard a little kid on TV like, okay, it was like a scene where like somebody was like, all right, go to bed, and the little kid was like, now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. May angels watch me through the night and keep me safe till morning light. I'm not saying it's a bad change. It's a good change. They made it less grim, but I'm just like, ooh, that's different. I wonder when that happened. Read this book before. It's very sad. Oh, I've already needed one tissue. I've got a full box of tissues in front of me. We're just gonna do the thing and then hopefully get some. Well, Animorphs is also sad, but it's not quite this level of just like gut wrenching, at least yet. So we'll have to do some next week. Well, I'll come back on Monday to do Kingdom Hearts, and then we'll have to like make sure to read some like fun books. Maybe we'll do some like Scooby Doo books or something fun. Oh, it gives me a headache. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. This book is very, very sad. We probably wouldn't be reading it if it wasn't for the fact that it is book 12 in a series that we're all invested in now. We read the first we read the first ones and they were like a little sad, like a touch of sad. And then, we got the rest of them and then like the 6 through 10 were more, and then this is just sad. This is just as sad as it gets. Um 12:11 a.m. The noises have stopped. What does that mean? I know I should go downstairs, but I'm afraid to. I'm really not prepared for it to be over. Please just let me have a few more days. That's all I ask. I'm going downstairs now. This is so hard, you guys. This is so much. This is a lot. Um, why is the Steam Deck is still on the floor. I gotta clean in here. There's too much stuff. I don't know. This is the this is the state of my desk right now, guys. Give me 1 second. Just checking something. Okay. Anyway. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Okay, I'm back. Get back to kittens. It's like full stop kitten cam. Your desk doesn't look that bad. Thank you. I'm not saying it's horribly like messy. I mean, it's disorganized, but it's mostly just. I feel like you can see the state of the sad because there's just like candy, an empty ice cream bowl, tissues. It looks like we're doing the sad book tonight. Anyway, let's keep going. Oof. Okay. 12:28 a.m. Mom is asleep. Dad said he'd never seen her in so much pain. The morphine had worn off. The nurse had given her some more, and it hadn't really helped. So she'd given her even more. It takes longer and longer for it to work. The noises Mom were making before were like howling, like an animal howling. I was so scared. When I tiptoed downstairs, I really thought I might go into Mom's room, and Dad would say, "Sonny, I'm sorry, Mom is gone." My heart was pounding and my mouth had gone dry. I stood at the bottom of the stairs for a second and listened. I could hear Mom moaning, but not howling like before. The room was lit by a night light and that street lamp. I peeked into Mom's room. I could see her hunched up in the bed, the nurse hovering, and Dad sitting with her, stroking her hand, her hair, talking softly to her. I remember when Mom used to do that for me when I was sick. I didn't know if I should say anything, but finally I whispered, "Dad, it's okay, honey," he said. "The morphine is starting to work again. She's going to sleep." I nodded. I went into the kitchen for something to drink. Then I sat in the living room and stared out the window for a bit. After a few minutes, Dad joined me and talked a little, but not about anything important. And then I came back to bed. Oof. My city is closing down after 9 years. It's one of the best. Oh, I had one closed down too. I was so sad. It was right by my house. Oh, I love cat cafes. Somebody do me a favor. Send through like funny or like just good news if you see any while scrolling the interwebs because I feel like we're all gonna need it tonight. You know, tonight's hard. 1, 2, 3. Microphone. Oh, the microphone. You're doing good, little microphone. For those coming in or have come in since the beginning of stream, I'm testing out these lavs that Spencer has. We're seeing how these sound. I'm probably gonna end up getting actual like podcasting microphones for the channel soon. Um, but I wanted to see how these sounded as a viable option for use on the channel. They sound pretty good. They need a little tweaking, I think, but pretty all right. What's this do? Can you guys still hear me? If I do this, did that make it better or worse? I wonder. I think that made it worse. I think that made me more quiet. I'm nominating my professor for Student of the Year in my vocational department. Yay! Or by my professor. That's so great, Daniel. Congratulations. Yeah, I feel like it looks from the levels like I may have made this quiet. Is it quiet now? Maybe I should check. I can even find my headphones somewhere in the mess. Oh. I put some wholesomeness for anyone reading it. Thank you, Toonie. I got the cells at work mangas. Yay! Every time you talk, you can hear the sis. Okay. Okay. Cool. Thank you for letting me know. I will change it back. I'm just testing it out. There's a lot of, any microphone really takes, tweaking with like, with like levels and stuff. It was about Ozma. It's very sweet. Oh, I got a Bellsprout. Nice. Or pick Bulbasaur. Or Rex. Very loud. Oh, am I very loud now? This is the way that we've been for the rest of the night. Let me check. Hang on. Oh, you're okay. I thought you were saying all of a sudden I was too loud, and I was like, but that doesn't make sense. Let's go, Eevee! Yay! No, you're good. All right, let me get back to the book. Sorry, just needed a second. I nodded. I went into the kitchen for something to drink. Then I sat in the living room and stared out the window for a bit. After a few minutes, Dad joined me and we talked a little, but not about anything important, and then I came back to bed. 10:16 a.m. What a night last night. This morning, I decided not even to go to school. For one thing, I think the end really is near. I couldn't bear to be at school and not be with Mom when it finally comes. For another thing, I don't think I'll ever been so bone-weary tired as I am this morning. Last night, after I tried to go back to bed, I decided I needed to see the moon. I looked out my window. Side note, because I'm trying to cheer you guys up. We Oh, when she said the moon just now, I was thinking about, do you guys remember when I covered that movie Starstruck? Not the Disney one, which I will cover one day, but the really indie one. And there was that little kid she was so cute, but she was just like, she was a little kid that didn't know how to act, and she was just like, sometimes I get scared, and the big sister slash cousin slash, we never really found out what the relationship was. She was like, or that I remember, and she was like, scared of what? And she's like, The moon. Like, she just has this, like, adorably, like, silly way of saying the word, and it just made me laugh in the middle of that sad, so I thought I'd share. Ooh, ha. I looked up my window, but I couldn't find it. Then I wanted to smell the night air. I raised my window, and across the yard, I saw Dawn's window being raised too. Sonny, she called softly. Are you okay? I heard your window open. I can't sleep. I wanted to see the moon and smell the air. I can't sleep either. Meet me outside? Okay. It was just like when we were kids on hot summer nights when we couldn't sleep. Why did we always meet in my yard? Are they next door to each other? This whole time I've been assuming that I was picturing them being across the street from each other. Interesting. The neighborhood is being rearranged in my brain. 3 minutes later, we were sitting together on an old lawn chair. Remember when we used to come out here when we were little, Dawn said? I was just thinking about that. Thing was attacked today. Oh dear. What did we talk about then? Stuff that scared us? Like what? Kid stuff, bad dreams, shadows. Our dreams back then were so silly. Remember the one I had about the foxes under my bed? I smiled. Yeah, why were the foxes so scary? I don't know, but they were really scary, and you had that dream about the bulldog, remember? Yeah, you'd think we hated animals, I said. Have you been asleep at all tonight? Asked Dawn. Nope, not one wink. How about you? I fell asleep for about an hour, and then I woke up. I was just lying there when I heard you. Mom was making noises downstairs. She's in a lot of pain tonight. Dawn winced. I'm sorry. Is this Dawn being a good person? We leaned against the back of the lawn chair. We could just barely squeeze into it, side by side. We used to fit better, said Dawn. Remember the time we were sitting on this with Maggie and Jill and it collapsed? Dawn laughed. Then we added up our weights, and altogether they only totaled like the weight of one really large adult, so we couldn't figure out why the chair wouldn't hold us. Like the four of us weren't using it as a trampoline. We sat quietly for a few minutes and gazed at the sky. Now I could see the moon. It was the thinnest of crescents, just a hair. After a while, Dawn said, Sonny, do you remember the time your mom gave us pennies? I didn't want to think about that. Not now, I said, cutting her off. A little chatting was okay, but I didn't want a big talk about Mom. For just a second, Dawn looked wounded, but then her face changed. All right, she said. Is this character development for Dawn? I am so, so glad that Dawn and I are friends again. I have my best friend back. I'm sorry your best friend is Dawn. The person who always understands me. I can't believe that I almost lost her. Only your best friend could understand everything you mean when you say just 2 words, like not now. 10:50 a.m. Have been looking in my closet. Well, I mean, don't give her too much credit. It's still dawn. The rats in a trench coat are being nice? Nope, I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it too, thing. Oh no. Have been looking in my closet. What a mess. I'll have to straighten it out one day. First, I need to clean it out. I bet I have stuff in there from 2nd grade. 12:22 p.m. The doctor just left. He looked pretty grim. Now Dad and Aunt Morgan look grim too. I didn't hang around to hear what the doctor said. I don't want to know. Aunt Morgan this is 12:38 p.m. So just a little after the last one. Aunt Morgan has fixed lunch. 14 minutes later. I knew I could do that math. But none of us can eat it. Dad doesn't want to leave Mom's side in any way. He doesn't have an appetite. Neither do Aunt Morgan or I. So this bowl of potato salad is sitting on the kitchen counter with 3 clean plates beside it. Aunt Morgan has been here for 3 days, and this is the first time she hasn't insisted on a family meal. We are all so tired and drawn looking. 1:15 p.m. there's the weirdest talk show on TV. I almost never watch TV during the day, so I don't know. Maybe the show isn't so weird, but anyway, it's all about women who used to be married to other guys and now they're married to the guy's brothers. Truly, when a new face comes on the screen, a caption will appear that reads something like, Cindy, brother-in-law is also ex-husband. I mean, that could be any number of things in 1999. That's pretty much all the talk shows in 1999, right? Some of the brothers seem to get along pretty well. Others, of course, are furious at each other. One caption read, Joseph has restraining order against brother. Why are people interested in this sort of thing? I'm mystified. What a thing. Thing is going to sleep. Good night, Japanese and non-Japanese people. Thank you for including me, even though I am non-Japanese. Of the non-Japanese variety, I appreciate being included anyway. Danielle Smith. I don't know who Danielle Smith is. Am I supposed to know? Am I forgetting something? Is the sadness draining all of my thinking capabilities? There you go. 1:28 p.m. All right, I'll admit it. I'm also bored. Well, maybe I'm not really bored. I think I'm afraid. The program is over and now I'm just sitting up here in my room, afraid to go downstairs. Nothing has changed. Dad hasn't given me any news. I think Mom has another visitor, but for some reason, I'm now afraid. I guess Mom isn't going to be with us much longer. Oof. Wow. She really went hard on this book, didn't she? Christ. I mean, kids this age have had to deal with this. So, I mean, it is, again, I always say about Anna Martin stuff. She does not really mince words, but she does write books that I think kids can actually relate to, and that's valuable. He's the leader of Alberta, my province. Oh, a politician. Oh, I see. I can imagine. Question, do you guys know about Marjorie Taylor Greene up there? Because she's technically from my state, not in my voting district, and even if she was, I never would have voted for her, but she is a Looney Tune. But I got to see her get heckled in New York City yesterday, and that was very fun. Sadly, yes, we do. Yeah, I just saw a video that somebody took on their phone where it was a bunch of New Yorkers just heckling Marjorie Taylor Greene as she tries to get to her car desperately, and the one guy's just going, Get the fuck out of here, you racist piece of shit! It was very New York, and it was very funny. I was laughing so hard. 1:32 p.m. By much longer, I mean, I think she's going to die in the next day or two. Oof. Ah. This is so hard. This is so painful. And I knew it was going to be, but Jesus Christ. Let's talk about how stupid Marjorie Taylor Greene... No, let's talk about other dumb politicians. That'll cheer us all up. Oh, ooh. Ooh, yeah, laser. 1:47 p.m. God, my hair is a mess. I really need to get it cut. 2:26 p.m. School is almost over. I wonder what I missed today, but I don't care. This is in late March, I think. 2:39 p.m. I just realized that I haven't done anything today. I'm hiding out in my room, sitting, staring at the window, picking up the journal every so often. I've barely talked to Mom or Dad or Aunt Morgan. I wonder if anyone remembered to put away the potato salad. I better go do that before the mayonnaise goes bad. Oh, doorbell. Oof. 6:17 p.m. Stopped writing earlier to answer the doorbell, and suddenly I wasn't bored anymore. Didn't get back to the journal until just now. I could hear the doorbell ring and then ring a second time, a third time. Why didn't Dad or Aunt Morgan answer it? All of a sudden, that panicky feeling overwhelmed me once more. Maybe that's why no one could answer the door. Again, my heart started racing, and I could feel the blood pulsing in my head. My mouth got dry. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Ding dong! My leaden feet dragged me out of my room and down the stairs, and I heaved a sigh of relief. Aunt Morgan was on the phone, and Dad was busy with Mom. I bet he hadn't even heard the bell. I was shaking when I answered the door. Hi, Sonny. Mom's friend Anne was on our front stoop. She looked tired and drawn like the rest of us. I tried to remember if she'd been here yesterday. I think she might have been. And the day before. She came to the hospital nearly every day, too. Hi, I replied. How is she today? The same. No, maybe a little worse. Come on in. I know Anne is always welcome. Mom has wanted to see her no matter what. I walked with Anne to Mom's room and left her there. She greeted Dad, but then, to my surprise, Dad left the room and sat in the kitchen, giving Mom and Anne time alone. Dad's eyes looked a little red. Well, of course, he was operating on almost no sleep. When Anne left Mom's room about 20 minutes later, her eyes were red too. Actually, she was crying. Actually, she was sobbing. I wonder if she had been sobbing with Mom, or if Mom had been asleep, or if Anne had just now begun to cry. I felt as if I were watching the scene from very, very far away. How you doing, chat? This is a lot. Thank you for hanging with me, chat, by the way, so I don't have to read this one alone. Not having to cover this one alone is good. I just got a picture of... I need to post a picture of the pet Rockstar calendar, because this month of April is a dog that looks like I'm pretty sure he's supposed to look like the lead singer of Green Day. It's the hair. I just lost to Misty. Oh no! No! I lost to Misty too, I'm pretty sure. We all know I'm not good at video games, so that should come as no surprise, but you know. Anne came over to me again, cupped my chin in her hand, and looked into my eyes for a moment before leaving the house. I didn't say anything. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang again. This time, Granddad and Grandma and Granddad were there. Hi, I greeted them. Suddenly, I felt all perky. Grandma gave me an odd look, though. Hi, honey, she said softly. I guess you want to see Mom. Well, yes. No one said so, but suddenly I had the feeling that Grandma and Granddad were here to say goodbye to Mom. I squashed the feeling. I led them to Mom's room, then rushed outside and sat on the stoop. That was how I happened to see Dawn come home from school. Ducky drove... Oh, this is the end of the last book. So all of this happened before the end of the very last book. Okay. Ducky drove her in his old wreck of a car. He pulled into Dawn's driveway and turned off the ignition. The two of them started to walk into the Schaefer's house. Then Dawn spotted me. She waved. Hi, Sonny, she called, but she wasn't smiling. Hi, I replied. Oh, no, maybe this is a different time. Yeah, this must be a different time. Hi, I replied. Dawn headed across the lawn toward me. But behind her, Ducky hesitated. Dawn turned to him. Come on, she said. No, I better. Come on. This was horrible. Ducky was afraid of me, I think. And I couldn't blame him. Poor Ducky. Poor Ducky. Kill off poison types, which... Bellsprout is part poison. Oh yeah, the poison types are bad. The motherfucking Psyduck. The Psyduck is a son of a bitch, isn't he? Let's keep talking about Pokemon. That's nice. That sounds fun. And I couldn't blame him. What I did to him was terrible. I jumped up. Ducky? I called. Yeah? Can we talk? 8:01 p.m. Had to stop for dinner, which was horrible. Not the food, just the whole thing. Dad and Aunt Morgan and I sat at the kitchen table and picked at the potato salad. I didn't say much. We still weren't hungry, but I guess we thought we should skip 2 meals in a row. I have lost 7 pounds. Now I am back upstairs, safe in my room. What do we think about Houndoom? I don't know that I have an opinion yet, because I'm, you know, always behind on stuff, because I'm in my whole editing all the time. Anyway, Ducky followed Dawn across the lawn. He looked almost frantic when Dawn said, Sonny, can I go see your... Sonny, wait. Anyway, Ducky finally followed Dawn across the lawn. He looked almost frantic when Dawn said, Sonny, can I go see your mother? I knew he didn't want to be left alone with me. I also knew that Dawn was purposely leaving him alone with me. Not to be mean, but because we needed to talk. Ducky and I sat on the front porch. Ducky, I began, and then all the dreadful things I said to him the night of the concert came flooding back to me. How could I have said those things, done those things? It was like some other person was saying and doing them, not me. Ducky, I said again, Sonny, Ducky said at the same time. No, let me go first. Okay. Once again, Ducky looked almost afraid of me. I barged ahead. Ducky, I want to apologize. You're one of my best friends. I don't know why I said those things. I didn't mean them. I just wanted to hurt you. Ducky's expression changed from wary to angry. If I'm such a good friend, why did you want to hurt me? Is that how you treat all your good friends? No, of course not. Just the ones you think you can step on. Ducky, please, I said. I was surprised, but almost glad to hear that he was so mad. I thought if I could embarrass you, then you would drive us home. After all, I didn't want to go home in disgrace with Mr. Schaefer. I wanted a perfect grown-up evening. I had this fantasy about the evening. It had been keeping my mind off Mom, and I didn't want anything to spoil it. Ducky softened a little, but all he said was, Then why did you keep giving me drinks? I don't know. The drinks were part of the perfect grown-up evening. I just wasn't thinking ahead to what would happen when it was time for you to drive. But Ducky, I'm really, really, really sorry. You truly are one of my best friends. I know I hurt you, but I hope we can be friends again. I've missed you. Oof, my babies. Oof. Looking at kitties, looking at kitties. Now Ducky softened completely. I'm sorry, too. What are you sorry about? I'm sorry I haven't been here for you. I shrugged. See, Ducky's the one apologizing, even though he's not in the wrong, and Dawn's just like, no, me apologize? Never. Um, Nervous for this stream. I'm just like, ooh, that camera is pointing out a window. I hope it doesn't, like, it isn't able to be, like, moved in such a way that it's gonna, like, show somebody's front door. I don't want anybody to be doxxed out there. I shrugged. I'm sorry about that too, but it was my own fault. Sonny, said Ducky, when I didn't say anything, speak to me. I smiled. Ducky is one of the few people who can make me smile these days. Speak to you about what? I said, even though I knew perfectly well what he meant. Tell me exactly what's going on with your mom right now. I know what Dawn tells me, but I want to hear it from you. Also, how are you feeling? What are you thinking? You know, here's the thing about Ducky. If almost anyone else said that to me, tell me what you're thinking or tell me what you're feeling, I would reply with something rude and sarcastic, like, my mother is dying. How do you think I feel? Or, my mother is dying. That's what I'm thinking about. But I knew Ducky really wanted to know specifically what was going on with Mom, and specifically what my innermost thoughts are. Ducky is almost like this journal. So if I was thinking, this is so hard and painful that I wish Mom would just die now and get it over with. Please don't, please don't push down this VOD, YouTube, after all we've been through. I'm just reading the book. It's a children's book. That is what I could say to Ducky, and he wouldn't think I was a horrible person. I drew in a breath. Well, I began. The doctor was here a couple of hours ago. Did you talk to him? Ducky interrupted me. No, I didn't even go downstairs. I kind of didn't want to know what was going on. Ducky nodded. I understand. But after he left, Ducky nodded again. Dad and Aunt Morgan looked kind of, I don't know, stunned, maybe. Ducky sucked air between his teeth. Whoa. Yeah, I know. And then people started coming over. Well, not a whole stream of them, but first Anne showed up. Ducky has met Anne once or twice, and now Grandma and Granddad are here. When Anne was here, Dad left Mom's room to let her see Mom. alone, and Anne gave me this really long look when she left, like a long, meaningful look. Yeah. And she was crying really hard, and she didn't even try to say anything to me. Oh. Grandma and Granddad are very serious, I went on. I was happy to see them, but Grandma looked at me kind of strangely, like, how could I even think of seeming happy right now? I paused. Hey, I wonder what Dawn's doing because when she went inside, Grandma and Granddad were still with Mom. I think. Hold on a second, I said to Ducky. I stuck my head in the front door. I saw that the door to the dining room was ajar, and I could hear low voices from inside. Then I peered into the living room. There were Dad and Dawn sitting on the couch, not talking, just sitting. So Dawn probably hadn't seen Mom yet. Ducky, I said when I joined him on the porch again. Ducky, I just want to say this one more time. You mean so much to me. I'm so sorry. I was such a bad friend to someone who's been such a good friend. I almost added, I love you, because I do, but something stopped me. Ducky looked at me with huge eyes that were soon filled with tears. Oh, Ducky. He couldn't say a word. He just turned to me and gave me a hug. That was when I knew that everything would be okay between us. Oh. Something about the thought of Ducky crying just made me cry a little. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't bother doing my makeup today. I knew not to. I was like, it's all gonna be gone. You know, for kids. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, they're real kids have gone through this stuff. And I think it is, I'm sure if we looked, we wouldn't have to look very hard before we found somebody who really enjoyed this series because it was there for them and it talked about things that they were actually going through that nobody else wanted to talk to them about, you know? Anyway. Ducky and I sat quietly on the porch for a while, just sat, side by side. Every now and then, Ducky took my hand. After 15 minutes or so had gone by, I stuck my head in the front door again. Now Dad and Aunt Morgan were sitting in the living room with Grandma and Granddad, and Dawn had disappeared. Dawn's with Mom, I reported to Ducky. A few more minutes went by, and Ducky and I heard the front door open. We turned around and saw Grandma and Granddad. Call us, Grandma was saying to Dad. No matter what time, son, Granddad added and touched Dad's shoulder. I have always thought that Dad is lucky to have parents like Grandma and Granddad. Dad closed the front door, and Ducky and I stood up. You remember Ducky? I said. Ducky stuck out his hand, and first Grandma, then Granddad shook it, but nobody said anything. Then Grandma turned to me. You too, honey, he said. She said, sorry. You call us any time for any reason. Okay, I replied. I wasn't sure why she said that because I thought it was kind of understood. I mean, I called them plenty of times for plenty of reasons. Granddad hugged me then and stepped off the porch. Grandma took my hand and held it and looked deep into my eyes. She started to say something, then pursed her lips and kept from crying, turned and followed Granddad. They got into their car and pulled out of the driveway. Oh, this fucking book, man. And you owe me financial compensation, Anne M. Martin. Why not tell Ducky you love him? I think because it hit her that she like loves him like in a romantic way, and she realized she didn't want to say that. She realized that she loves him in a not in a more than friend way. Fully adult. Yay! Jason, good to see you again. I'm sorry this is a very, very sad stream, but I'm very glad you're here. Um, but yeah, I think that's why, Rex. I think she realized when she went to say I love you, she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna say it like a friend, I love you," and then it made her think that she actually loves him. So I think that's what happened. Um, ooh. Ducky and I looked at each other. Finally, I said, "Want to go inside?" Ducky looked like that was the very last thing he wanted to do, but he said, "Sure." Stood up and held the door open for me. Dad and Aunt Morgan were standing in the kitchen, conferring about something. The door to Mom's room was still ajar. I opened it slowly and Dawn tiptoed out. Oh, it opened slowly and Dawn tiptoed out. She was crying. What? I started to say, but Dawn held her finger to her lips. Shh, she said very quietly. Very, very quietly, and she headed for the front door. So Ducky and I turned around and followed her back outside. Ducky looked at Dawn, tear-stained face, and held his arms out to her. He enveloped her in a bear hug. This is gonna be this has already been a long night. Oh my god. That could only end well. Oh, it could only end well. Ugh. I kind of like the idea of Ducky and like I like Ducky and Sunny are such good friends. I could see it, like it makes sense. I don't know that Ducky's into girls. He might be bi, but he's definitely not straight. So like I guess we'll have to see how that goes. Um And once again, a cold fear washed over me. Had Mom? No, she couldn't have. Dad and Aunt Morgan wouldn't have been talking so calmly in the kitchen. They would have been in Mom's room or on the phone or something. I waited until the fear had melted away, sighed hugely, and then said, Dawn, what is it? Ducky released Dawn from the hug, and she turned to me. She was still too choked up to speak, but I had the feeling that even if she couldn't have spoken, she wouldn't have wanted to. Sonny said, Ducky, I'm going to walk Dawn home. Oh, Sonny, said Ducky, I'm going to walk Dawn home. Oh, poor kid. Breathing in, breathing out. I need to sip a drink. Looking at the kittens. Looking at the cute little kittens. Where is my drink? There it is. There's too many things in this little room right now. Oh, the lighting is kind of hiding it. Um, I don't know why. I get very red when I cry, and the first thing to get very red is my nose, and I always look like Rudolph, which just feels like a huge insult when you're already crying. The lights are they're coming in clutch though because they're kind of making everything look slightly more even. It's not as out there. Send the Perry signal. We need more kitties. Perry. Mm. Perry, where are you? I think it's time to open some candy. Oh my god, it's already 10 o'clock. We have a lot more book to go, guys, and I can't sit through a second night of this, so I'm just gonna sit here and finish it tonight and let that be what it is. Um, okay, I'm glad you guys came over. Me too, replied Ducky. Want me to call you tonight? Sure, definitely. Dawn and Ducky left, and I went into the house again. I hadn't spoken to Mom in hours, and I knew I had to go into her room. So I did. 9:58 p.m. Quiet. Nothing going on downstairs. The phone has rung a couple of times. That's all. Dad and Aunt Morgan were still in the kitchen. They were sitting at the table with some papers spread around them. I signaled that I was going to see Mom, and they nodded. I stepped into Mom's room, which we've been keeping dark for some reason. The light sometimes hurts Mom's eyes. She was lying on her bed, looking paler than ever. Honestly, her skin sometimes looks translucent. You can see her veins in places you wouldn't expect to be able to see them. Her breathing was shallow, and her eyes were half open. Mom, I whispered. Her eyes opened. Hi, honey. How was school? I didn't have the heart to tell her that the reason I hadn't visited her all day was not because I'd been at school, but because I was a great big coward. Well, I began. Was I actually going to lie to my mother? Lie to her now? I couldn't do that. But then I really couldn't tell her I'd been home the entire day and hadn't come into her room even once. Finally, I said, it was about the same. I figured that probably wasn't a lie. I was sure school had been about the same. I just hadn't been there. Okay, I feel very bad about having said that, but it's over and done. I can't take it back. Tell me what's going on, said Mom. I looked at her closely. I thought she seemed a bit more alert than usual. Her eyes had opened. Her voice seemed stronger. What's going on? Yes, said Mom. In your life, how are you? And Dawn getting along these days? How is Ducky? What are you working on? In school. I settled in on Mom's bed for a talk. We hadn't had one in a while. This was nice. Dawn and I are friends again, but I guess you knew that. I mean, from talking to Dawn, it's like before anything happened, like old times. That's nice, said Mom. Mm-hmm. And Ducky is good. He was here a few minutes ago, but he didn't come in. That's okay. Mom, I didn't tell you that Ducky and I had a fight, a big one, but we made up just now, and I'm really glad. What was the fight about? Oh, it's a long story. I didn't feel like telling Mom the story, not because she wouldn't understand, but just because I wanted to talk about other things. It was so nice to be sitting here sharing stuff with her. We hadn't done that in a long, long time. She hadn't felt well enough. Can't see. Ah, I got emergency stuffies. Ooh, that's a good idea. Hang on, I need stuffies. Hang on. Hang on. Ah. Everyone say hello to Fernie. Fernie is a very good dino boy. Ah. Oh, that's probably really loud on the mic. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting that I'm literally wearing the mic right now. I'll hold him like this. That should work out. The card guards from Labyrinth have names? What are their names? I'm so curious. I've seen Labyrinth like a few times and I never knew. I'm sure it probably said at the museum. Top is Alf and the bottom Jim. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. All right. Let me check something real quick. Dinosaurs are cool. Transphobia is not. Yes, put that on a t-shirt. Hey guys coming in. Just a reminder, obviously there's disclaimers everywhere, but this is a very sad book. I probably would never have read a book this sad on the channel, except for the fact that it is a very crucial book in a series that we all ended up very invested in. So here we are. The blue top one is Ralph and the bottom Tim. Aw, cute. That's really cute. I really hope we find the Jim Henson pilot with Tim Curry one day. I hope we get to see that. I feel like we were robbed of a great show. Right, let's see, where was I? I didn't feel like telling Mom the story, not because she wouldn't understand, but just because I wanted to talk about other things. It was so nice to be sitting here sharing stuff with her. Did she actually feel better now? I had to know. Mom, you look a little better today. Mom smiled apologetically. Well, that's nice, honey. Thank you for saying so. But I'm in a lot of pain. I must have looked confused because she said the doctor gave me a new pain medication, and right after I take it, I feel great for a little while. Oh, disappointment. 10:48 p.m. Continuing after a phone call from Ducky. I have seen Mom in all sorts of states over the past year or so. I have seen her bald. I have seen her barfing from the chemo. I've seen her so tired that reaching for a glass wears her out. I have seen her so lifeless I thought she had died. I looked at this newest Mom. She seems a little better, and now I learn that's because she's actually worse. She's in so much pain that she's on super strength medication that makes her feel better for a while. Then she drops her back into some then drops her back into some abyss of misery. I can't comprehend or imagine. I decided to take advantage of Mom's drug-induced condition. I have a real talk with her though. Mom, I said, tell me about when I was a baby. I swear I do not know where that came from. It sounds like something an 8-year-old would say, but the words fell out of my mouth. I think Mom was startled by them as startled at them as I was. What? She said. When I was a baby. Your baby, what was I like? Well, Mom searched for words. You were Sunny. Your personality, I mean. I think we would have nicknamed you Sunny even if your name wasn't Sunshine. You smiled all the time and everything made you laugh. Even things that might have frightened other babies. That's always been my personality too. I literally laugh in the face of danger because I stress laugh and I don't know what else to do. But at least there is no school tomorrow. That is good. Everybody gets a long weekend. Turf Rex, what? Like what? Like thunder or a big dog being taken to a or a big dog or being taken to a strange place. Some babies would have cried, but you would look at us and laugh. We were delighted, mostly because you were so delighted. God, I'm looking at myself in the mirror right now, and I do not see a delightful, sunny person. I see someone dressed in black jeans and nasty-looking black boots, a black t-shirt, and black jewelry. My hair is dirty, and I hardly ever smile anymore. You were a great baby, Mom went on. The best, ideal, like a baby out of a fairy tale. Your dad and I were in love with each other and in love with you. Sometimes we would say, how can two people be so lucky? We led charmed lives. I marveled that Mom could say this. Does she still think she has led a charmed life? How come you and Dad never had any other kids? I asked. Mom didn't answer right away. We weren't able to, she said at last. We wanted other children because we liked you so much. We thought, if all babies are as wonderful as Sunny, then we want lots of them. But it wasn't meant to be, and we were already very happy with what we had. The three of us seemed to be the perfect family. But the problem with three, I thought, is that it's such a small number. When one of the three goes, only two are left. And when one of them goes, well, you're alone. I tried to bring on a smile for Mom, though. Okay, I was a great baby. What was I like as a little girl? Thank you for being I'm so glad that we have a community where we can, well, I feel like I can cry on camera. You told me 3 years ago I'd be crying on camera, I would have been still shocked. If you told me I live streamed 3 years ago, I would have been shocked. Husband still has to work. Well, that's sucky, but at least the kids get a day off, and, well, I know moms never get a day off, but, you don't have to take them to school. Maybe needs to watch some Skippy. Yes, I do. I would put on fun little cartoons, but I think I'd get copyright claimed, and then I'd be crying and trying to get us back on the internet, and that would just be a lot. It's gonna take a second. Just knocked the stream deck on the floor. Spencer, if you're watching, it was not the DJI. It was not that. I swear to God, it was just the stream deck, which has seen worse. Really, really seen worse. Look at the kitties. They're all so sacked out. They're so cute. I love them. Little space they have for them. Makes me sad though, the ending song alone. Oh, it's like Winnie the Pooh. I always cry at Winnie the Pooh, except it's Welcome to Pooh Corner. Then I'm just kind of terrorized. Okay. Still pretty sunny and adventurous. Do you remember the time you visited Mrs. Merrick? Mrs. Merrick? When we lived in Grove Park? Yes. Didn't we visit her a lot? We did, but I'm thinking of a time you visited her alone when you were 3. This was how we met Mrs. Merrick in the first place. I guess I don't remember, I said. It was a Saturday morning. Your dad and I were in the yard. And Dad and I were working in the garden, and you were playing with your dump truck. I had a dump truck? It was your favorite toy for several months, I laughed. Anyway, I was pulling weeds, and suddenly I realized you were gone. Dad and I looked in the yard first, of course, then we searched the house, then we went back outside and began calling and calling for you. I asked Dad if I should phone the police, and he said yes, so I did. I did that, and while we waited for them to arrive, um, we walked up and down the street calling some more. A few of the neighbors joined us. We were several blocks away from our house when we heard you call out, "Hi, Mommy. Hi, Daddy." You were sitting on Mrs. Merrick's front porch, and the two of you were having a pretend tea party. Mrs. Merrick didn't think to tell the parents? Stress that one out. Why is it 56? Why am I cold? Oh, no. Um, You had just wandered there by yourself. Mrs. Merrick didn't know you, but she didn't think you should be off on your own yet. And she was trying to figure out who you were. Okay, fair, Mrs. Merrick, that's fair. So she could call your parents. Of course, just at that moment, the police showed up, and Dad and I were embarrassed, but so glad to have you back safe and sound that we didn't care too much. After that, Mrs. Merrick became one of our best friends. I can't believe that. I said, "Hey, Mom, tell me about you when you were little. Were you like me?" "Oh, no, I was nothing like you," said Mom. "Totally different. Scared of everything." Mom paused and had to catch her breath. "You were scared of everything? But you're so brave," I said. "Me? I'm not brave." "Yes, you are. Look at what you've been through this year." "I wouldn't have been half as brave." Mom smiled ruefully. "I didn't exactly have a choice." I still think you're brave," I said. "Well, thank you." She closed her eyes briefly. "Tell me something naughty you did when you were little." Oh god, that makes me think of Pipkins. I'm having a Pipkins flashback. What a weird time to have a Pipkins flashback. Naughty, said Mom, her eyes still closed. Let me think. Did I ever tell you about the time with the chickens? I laughed. No. I was in first grade and our teacher, what was her name? Or his name? I interrupted. Her name was Mrs. Rago. Rago? Ragu. Let's say Ragu. I don't think it's supposed to be said Ragu. And Mrs. Ragu brought a cage of chickens to our room one day, just for fun. I decided I wanted to see them out of the cage, not stuck in it, so I let them out. They ran and flapped around the room, and Mrs. Ragu made me stand in the corner. Oh, Mom, Mrs. Ragu sounds mean, I said, but it's a funny story. You know what I think is funny? That was one of the bravest things I did as a child, and it involved chickens. Get it? Chickens. I get it. I was laughing again, even though Mom was wheezing and laughing. This was so nice. Mom and me just hanging out. Talking. Oh boy. Do you think do I send the stream VOD to Anna Martin? I'm just like, explain yourself. My mom broke into my grandpa's study to watch the Smurfs? That's so funny. That's a badass little kid thing to do. She broke in because she was like, look, the Smurfs are on. I don't make the rules. Ralph and Ralph are who I'm sketching right now, so I love them so much. They're cute. Yeah. All the puppets are Alf and Ralph, assuming because you said they're the card ones, they're great. There's so many great puppets in that movie. Some creepy looking ones, but some really great ones. And the ones that are creepy are also great. To write that down, I told Mom I really liked that story. It's a fun way to my sentence came to a screeching halt. I'd almost said a fun way to remember you. I mean, I continued, it's a fun memory. Mom didn't answer me. She started to cough then, and it made her double over. Is the pain medicine wearing off? I asked anxiously. I'm afraid so. Mom was clutching her chest. I peeked through Mom's door and saw to my relief that the nurse was waiting. I signaled to her. The nurse hurried into the room and fussed over Mom for a few minutes. Why don't you rest now, Mrs. Winslow, she said, and Mom nodded weakly. I hope I have gotten everything down, everything we said this afternoon. I don't want to forget one word of it. You know the rules, and so do I. Do you know that Never Gonna Give You Up, where they like auto tune it so that it's like never gonna hit that note and it just like auto tuned to like all the wrong notes? Like, so do I. Always makes me laugh. Hang on. Oh. Wonder if they did all the modeling for the book series in one thing or if it was in groups or batches. I wonder how that was happened. Because it definitely has that 90s, 2000s look. We got real people to pose for this cover. Ah. The movie, they're kind of scary. Fiery looks so cute in concept art. Yeah, they do look scary in the movie. They really do. What was I gonna do? Oh, nope, don't pause kittens. Play kittens. We need kittens. I was just gonna look for something. Oh God, help me. Let me put that we're reading this book. Hey, everybody coming in. This is probably the saddest thing hopefully the saddest thing you'll see us cover, at least for a while. Usually we're just like, yay, fun, happy things. This one's a lot. Oh, but hey, by the way, we're almost at 6,600 subscribers. That's really exciting. That's a bit of good news. All right, I am taking kittens off for 1 second, guys. What was I even looking for? I already forget. There we go. Oof. Nope. Whoop, I clicked the wrong thing. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, the whole movie of Labyrinth is very frightening. Like, to look at it can be very, very frightening, but it is actually genuinely very great. Ah. Oh, I know what I'm looking for. How do I look for this? Alrighty, I am back. Get the kittens back up. Late horror show. We're reading a very, very sad children's book today. All right. Oh, how's my... Oh my god, the sound. The battery. Let's give it up for this microphone battery right now. I thought I would have to switch it by far by now, and it's just hanging in there. Good for it. All right. Thursday, 3:18, 3:22 a.m. Whoa, I just woke up from the most horrible dream. I was in my bedroom, and somehow I knew that a man was trying to get into my room. He was on the other side of my door holding a huge quilt, and he planned to smother me with the quilt. Sorry, YouTube. Sorry, don't lose your shit, YouTube. It's just what the children's book says. I could hear him rattling the door handle. I woke up sweating. The first time in weeks that I've actually been in a deep sleep. When I first woke up, I thought I heard Mom downstairs. Thought I heard her moaning, but when I listened at my door, which I was terrified of opening because of that man with the quilt, I heard nothing. 5:46 a.m. I was able to go back to sleep for a couple of hours, and now I'm up again. I grabbed for the journal right away. I wanted to record everything I can about these days, these last few days. Damn it, Anne. You had to go so hard, and for what? Fraggle Rock, Dark Crystal, and Labyrinth are all sister projects since they were developed at the same time. Yes, I actually got to see at the Puppetry Arts Center, the like big sets that they built with like the, you know, the Fraggle Rock and like the big like the, you know, the underground tunnels, and like how that, you know, they developed them all at the same time and used a lot of the same things, and a lot of it was worked on by a lot of the same people. Very cool. Very, very fun. I recommend the Center for Puppetry Arts. Yes, I am recommending the Center for Puppetry Arts to anybody who ever comes to visit Atlanta or who lives here. Because even if you don't think you'll like it, it's very interesting. I'm terrified. I've had a lifelong fear of puppets, and there were puppets that terrified me, but it was still fun. 5:46 a.m. I was able to get back to sleep for a couple of hours, and now I'm up again. I already read that. Something happened at dinner last night after I'd talked to Mom. Uh-oh. Dad and I were alone in the kitchen. Aunt Morgan was with Mom, even though Mom was asleep and even though the nurse was here. Dad and I were supposedly eating dinner, although once again, we were just sitting in front of a plate of plates of untouched food, and we barely were speaking. After a long, long pause, Dad said, "Sonny, you don't have to go to school anymore. I mean, until after, you know, nobody wants to say anything too casual about Mom's dying. We talk about it and we don't talk about it." "You're giving me permission not to go to school?" "Well, it's only for a couple of..." Dad stopped himself. Of course, I had figured this out for myself, all of it. That Mom only had a day or so left, and that I could stay home until she died. After all, I'm already staying home. Has Dad noticed? But when I heard Dad say these words, that cold fear came over me again. It was as if, as long as those thoughts stayed inside my head, maybe I had made them up. But now Dad was saying them, so they must be true. "What do you mean?" I said to Dad. "I think you know," he replied. "Yeah, I know that you've given up on Mom. You and everyone else. You have all given up." "Sonny, well, it's true. I just don't understand why. Why have you all given up, Sonny? No one talks about the future. No one even talks about next week. It's like there is no future." "Sonny," Dad said flatly, "I thought you understood. Mom's treatments have been stopped and nothing more can be done for her. We have talked about all of this." "I know." I stared down at my plate. "But how could this happen? How could we let it happen? It's like we're killing Mom." I thought Dad might get angry at that, but instead he said, "It does feel that way. You just have to remember that the way things feel isn't always what the way things are." A good thing to remember in all of life, by the way. I'll be getting the visual history book for Fraggle Rock, so I'll get some info on that. Cool. about Dark Crystal when he was about to come out and mentioned the Fraggle Rock show a lot and how he was happy with the team making it so amazing. Oh, that's so great. Jim Henson really just had a passion for what he did, and he really just opened the door for other people to come in, and it just seemed fun. Like everybody to this day, you know, now that Jim Henson is obviously passed and other people like his son have carried on the legacy and his co-creators. It's one of those things where like they still to this day have this reputation of like you always have fun on a Henson set, and that is so indicative of like how strong the leadership is at that team. Mom's treatments were more painful than helpful, and when she dies, her misery will finally be over. I know, I whispered. I just don't really understand any of it. Neither do I said. Neither do I, said Dad. The new pain stuff is helping her, though, isn't it? A little, yes. It buys her time, and there are some things she wants to do. My heart leaped. You mean like places she wants to visit? Oh, honey, no, said Dad quickly. The pain medication does nothing more than what you saw it do this afternoon. Take away her pain long enough for her to have conversations or visits with people, or to write a bit. There are a few things she wants to put in order before she dies. Like what? I'm not entirely sure. She has shared some things with me, and she's chosen to keep others private for now. Did she saying goodbye to people? I asked, even though I knew the answer. Yes. Did she say goodbye to Anne this afternoon? Yes. And to Grandma and Granddad? Yes. I nodded. I thought so. And somehow I knew. I just knew that she had not said goodbye to Dawn, even though Dawn had been awfully upset when she left Mom. You know, we should be preparing our own goodbyes, said Dad. No. I don't like to think about it either, but I know Mom is preparing her goodbyes to us. My eyes filled with tears. No, I said again. Dad sighed. Sonny, I wish I could say to you, okay, we'll think about it another time. But the truth is that we really don't have very much time. How much time do we have? A day or two, probably, maybe 3. 3 days is actually more time than I thought we had. This is undoubtedly the hardest thing you will ever have to do, Sonny, said Dad. I waited for him to say, but I know it will be fine. He didn't, though. He just looked at me. How do we prepare our goodbyes? I asked him. Dad was silent for several moments. Well, I don't know exactly, he said finally. I guess we think about the things we don't want left unsaid. The things we don't want left unsaid. What are those? What on earth are those? Mom knows I love her, but I guess I should say so. Tell her what else. This is what I'm thinking now, but not what I thought as I sat across the table from Dad. I just felt numb. Then I don't think I thought anything. My mind couldn't even wrap itself around any words. I stared at Dad, then I stood up and ran out of the kitchen. I know Dad thought I was mad at him, but I wasn't. I was consumed by that numbness and didn't know what to do. I didn't even know where to go when I left the kitchen. I stepped into the living room, then back out, then into the bathroom, feeling sick, then back out. Went to my room, got out the journal, put it back. Finally, I returned to the kitchen. Dad was sitting at the table in exactly the same position in which I left him. You're right, I said. Ooh. Oh, God. Jim Henson trusts his team so much to let them run Fraggle Rock on their own. Yes. Yes, that is a very, I've always believed that's a very good example of a good leader is somebody who doesn't micromanage, who can just be like, oh, look, I'm going to hire people that I know I can expect the best from, and they're going to do a good job, and I'm going to let them do their job. And if I have any notes, like, I'll tell them, but I'm going to let them do their thing. Like, that's a really, really important thing. When the new puppeteers were played, let's see, played, joined the end of the Muppet show, trusted them to play their characters wonderfully. Oh, yeah. That's a cast that really trusts each other. That's why they play so well off of each other, I think. Checking in with chat. How are you, chat? This is a lot, I know, chat. Thank you guys for being here. I wouldn't have blamed anybody if I was just here myself, just reading this book into the record to catalog it, so that we could not miss probably what's the most important book, but it is a very, very hard read. This is harsh. My brain wouldn't read the name Dave as anything other than Dawn, and I was just like, no, Dawn. Probably going to bed soon. Totally fine, Texas. I am going to go to bed probably as soon as I can finish this book. We're getting there. It's a chunkier book than usual. There's a lot clearly that's happening, and also just, I've been crying my eyes out, so it's been, it's been a little whatever. Okay, with the book, just tired and cold. Yeah, definitely. Tired and cold is all understandable. I understand tired and cold very well. 6:38 a.m. Mom is awake downstairs. I can hear Dad and Aunt Morgan moving around doing morning things. I can smell coffee brewing, the chink of dishes. Another day is starting. This sounds so melodramatic, but I have to ask, is this Mom's last day? I wonder if I knew a particular day were going to be my last day, how I would want that day to go. What would I want to do, see, eat, feel, hear, remember? Mom doesn't have a lot of choices, but we could still try to make her last day as special as possible. Oof. God, this is bringing me right back to my sick lit phase in high school. It was so much easier to read sad stuff back in, I mean, I still cried my eyes out, but, Fault in Our Stars, I was like 16 when that came out, so, I was right at that prime age. Me Before You, saddest book I've ever read, cried in a ball. I remember, like, finishing Me Before You, oops, sorry, I hit the microphone. Finishing Me Before You, and, like, my brother comes in my bedroom, and at the time I had this little reading chair that I loved, and I said it looked like a little English granny's chair, and I was like curled up in it, and the book was just like on the arm, and I was just sobbing, and he was like, "What happened?" I was like, "What was that?" He's like, "Are you crying over a book?" I'm like, "Yes." Not on the verge of tears tonight. I mean, that's not everybody. Not everybody processes emotions the same way. I mean, or is affected in the same way. I'm very wishy-washy. I'm very, very emotional, so I cry. I laugh a lot, I cry a lot. All my emotions are just kind of here, so. Live and in Technicolor. Last night when I returned to the kitchen, I walked around behind Dad's chair and gave him an awkward hug. Then I said, "I think I'll sit with Mom for for a while. Maybe I'll join you," said Dad. Dad and Aunt Morgan and I have been trying to sit with Mom one at a time so not to overwhelm her, but when Dad and I both entered Mom's room, Aunt Morgan just moved over and made room for her on the bed. Made room for me on the bed. Dad sat in the armchair next to the bed. "How nice," whispered Mom. "You're all here." "The nurse gave your mom an injection," Aunt Morgan said to me. "She should be feeling better in a few minutes." Sure enough, Mom began to rally, and 20 minutes later, the four of us were chatting away. Morgan said, "Mom, tell Sonny what you felt would be an appropriate baby gift when she was born." Aunt Morgan and Dad began to laugh. "Oh, no. That was deranged," cried Aunt Morgan. "Tell me," I said. I couldn't imagine what they were laughing about. "No," said Aunt Morgan. "Okay, then I'll tell," said Mom. "Sonny, 2 days after you were born, your Aunt Morgan flew out here and showed up at our house bearing a huge bottle of vodka. A pink ribbon was tied around its neck." I wrinkled my nose. "Vodka for a baby?" she said. "No, for your parents," exclaimed Aunt Morgan. I couldn't think of a better gift for two adults who were about to have their entire lives turned upside down. At first, I was speechless. Was that all a baby meant to Aunt Morgan? But then I began to laugh too. My stiff Aunt Morgan had done that? I couldn't believe it. It put her in a whole new light. Of course, half an hour later, Mom went on in her raspy voice, Morgan disappeared into the spare bedroom and emerged with a shopping bag full of the most wonderful presents for you: Italian baby clothes, a collection of picture books, and Baba. Baba? Baba came from Aunt Morgan? I didn't know that, I said. What a fascinating piece of information. My beloved blanket had been a gift from Aunt Morgan. She was becoming more interesting by the moment. Hey, Aunt Morgan, I said, this afternoon, Mom told me about the time she let the chickens loose in her first grade classroom. Tell me about something naughty that you did. No, wait, Mom, you tell me about something naughty that Aunt Morgan did. Oh, you are a stinker, said my aunt. Mom had closed her eyes. At first, I thought she had suddenly dropped off to sleep, but then I realized she was thinking. Well, there was the time she gave both of us haircuts. She told me she could make her hair look exactly like Marlo Thomas's on That Girl. Have you ever seen the reruns of that show, honey? Mom asked me. I nodded, then asked, how old were you guys then? Why, that was just last year, Dad spoke up and we all laughed. No, I was about 10, said Aunt Morgan, and your mother was about 8. Why she fell for a line like that, I'll never know. You were my big sister. I believed everything you said Mom. Not everything, said Aunt Morgan. Almost everything. Well, anyway, I had absolutely no idea how to give someone's hair a trim, let alone style it like Marlo Thomas's, said my aunt. But I felt I could experiment on my little sister. I thought that if I did a good job, I could open up a beauty business in our basement and style hair for all the neighborhood kids. It seemed like a gold mine. And what happened? I asked. I wound up nearly bald, looking like I do right now, said Mom. There was this big embarrassed silence in the room, and then we all started laughing again. Did you get in trouble, Morgan? Dad wanted to know. Plenty, she replied. Grounded, fined, the works. Fined? My parents never fined me. Did anybody's parents find them? Thank you for the cats in a box. It helps Texas. Fined, I repeated. My allowance was docked. That was what our parents called being fined. Mom smiled wanly at that. Morgan got fined a lot more often than I did, she said weakly. I looked at my watch. We'd only been talking for 15 minutes or so, but I was pretty sure that already that injection was wearing off. I looked helplessly at my aunt. I think she knew what I was thinking, which was, can Mom have another injection now? Aunt Morgan shook her head slightly. Then I had a thought. I remembered what Dad had said at dinner. Mom, do you want to write anything down? I asked her. Mom couldn't answer. She started to cough. Dad lurched for the bed, and I jumped aside to give him room. He sat with her, holding her gently until the coughing stopped. I've been there. Catherine was very kind, much like. Oh, that's cute. Explained about Dave. Oh, I love learning stuff like that, Toonie. 8:21 a.m. Mom is having a really bad morning. I wonder whether she can hold out for 2 more days. I wonder whether she can even last until the end of this day. A nurse and the doctor are downstairs right now, and they're in Mom's room, along with Dad and Aunt Morgan. I peeked in a while ago, but no one noticed me. Mom seemed awfully groggy, so I'm back up here. Last night, after the coughing stopped, Dad and Aunt Morgan and I sat with Mom until she fell asleep. Then we tiptoed into the living room and sat there for a long time. I'm looking at Aunt Morgan with new eyes. She was such a troublemaker when she was a kid, and she had a sense of humor. I'd never have guessed it. She seems so stodgy and stiff and controlling. Then again, since she lives in Atlanta and we've lived in California all my life, how often have I seen her? I thought she was going to say since she lives in Atlanta, she's probably really bitchy or something. And I was going to be like, hey, I live in Atlanta. Anyway, 6 or 7 times, and 2 of those times have been since Mom got sick. Maybe this is just how Aunt Morgan deals with stress. Maybe she's really a very nice, funny person after all. Maybe I should get to know her better. 9:17 a.m. Dad knocked on my door a little while ago after the doctor left. Come in, I called. Sweetie, can I talk to you? He asked. He sat on the bed. Oh boy, pounding heart, cold hands, that fear. Sure, I said in a tiny little voice. The doctor thinks Mom won't last the day. I didn't know what to say. All I could think was, yesterday you said she might have 3 more days. But I knew that was foolish, childish thought. Nobody knows anything for sure, not even the doctor. I stared out the window. At last I said, then I guess I should come downstairs. Whenever you want, Dad paused. And Sonny, you don't have to come downstairs. You don't have to see Mom. You don't even have to say goodbye to her, although I know she wants to say goodbye to you. No, I'm coming. Okay, Dad left my room. I looked at my journal. I wanted to record everything in it. That means I want to have it with me at all times. I wonder if Aunt Morgan will understand. 9:29 a.m. I think she will understand. See you Monday, Tuesday. Bye. Oh, my tea is gone. Good night. Mom is in the worst, 10:16 a.m. Mom is in the worst shape I have ever seen her in, and that's saying a lot. She's in so much pain. Usually when the pain becomes too great, she tries to find a way to fall asleep, but now she's trying to stay away. She keeps thinking of things she wants to tell us, things she wants to say. Also, I have a feeling that she doesn't want to miss anything, doesn't want to sleep through a single second of the time she has left. Oof, that's depressing. 10:42 a.m. Dad and I are in Mom's room. A funny thing. She just asked us to open the curtains. It's a very bright and sunny day today, the kind of light that ordinarily hurts Mom's eyes, but Mom said, I want to see outside. At first, it was horrible. When Dad pulled back the curtains, Mom had to hold her hands over her eyes, but very, very slowly she opened her fingers a crack, like when she used to play peekaboo with me, and then very slowly she pulled her hands away from her face. Mom could see a tree outside and the house across the way, a couple of cars in the street. Not a whole lot more, but it was enough to make her smile. I always love when the sky turns that color, she managed to say. That's the best blue in the world. Looking at kittens, looking at happy little kittens, looking at kittens that are not going through the same emotional damage. You guys know that TikTok sound that's like the guy that screams emotional damage and then somebody auto-tuned it so it's like emotional damage. It's like I think it was to Pompeii by Bastille, if I'm remembering correctly, the one that I saw. That's what I'm thinking of right now. Thank you for being here, by the way. If we have any new people in chat, I am so sorry. I swear we usually cover things that are not this sad. This is easily the saddest thing we've ever covered at all in any of the things that we've done on this channel, and we will probably, hopefully, never cover something quite this sad ever again. But we were covering this series. It's an offshoot of the California Diaries. We all got invested, and now we're here, and we got to see it through to the end. But I also have to fix this book when I'm able to do so, when I can get all my book binding equipment out. Do you want me to close the curtains now? Dad asked after a few moments. No, leave them open, said Mom, but not more than 10 minutes later, she said weakly, okay, could you close them, please? She had put her hands on her face again. I jumped up. I'll do it, I said. 11:25 a.m. The phone started ringing a little while ago. One call after another. Honey, Dad said to me, could you be on phone duty for a while? I was glad to be on phone duty. Aunt Morgan and Dad were sitting with Mom, and I wasn't sure what to do with myself still. What do I tell people? I asked Dad. He looked at me for a few moments. The truth, honey, that she doesn't have more than a day or two. And what if people want to come by to see her? If you think they are people she'd want to say goodbye to, then tell them to come as soon as they can, and be prepared to stay for only a few minutes. What about the others? Dad frowned. Tell them we'll call them when there's any news. Okay, I'll keep a list of who calls. Thank you, Sonny. Dad disappeared into Mom's room, and now I'm sitting by the phone with my journal and a pad of legal paper. We have 2 other pads of paper going too. One is a list of things people have sent. Flowers and food. The other is a list of cards and letters. We're not answering them now. Even Aunt Morgan said we don't have to do that, but after Mom dies, we'll have to send a note to each and every person who wrote to Mom, and we will thank people for anything they sent. 11:49 a.m. Suddenly, these lists have become the focus of my being. I am obsessed with making sure they're accurate, complete, up to date. Are they lists easier to focus on than my mom right now? Probably. That's how grief tends to work sometimes. Denial, or I don't know if that's technically denial. Kitties are sleeping cute. I know, look how cute they are. Made everything Fraggle and Labyrinth. Thank you, Tootie. I love learning those types of things. I have to say, this microphone battery is holding its own. Look at that. Good for it. High Noon. Speaking of High Noon, boy, would I like to watch an old movie right now. Just kick back with Dawn and an enormous bowl of popcorn, sit up for hours laughing and crying and imagining. Not Imagines, not that. I'm gonna miss Gabe this week, but I'm not going to miss Imagines. Not at all. But we will try to finish it next week, so God help us, we can start reading books that aren't torture to read. Oof. This is that side of like nostalgic content that's just like, oof, I forgot how heart-wrenching this was from my childhood. I'm happy to know they have names too. Alf, Ralph, Tim, and Jim. So cute. 12:04 p.m. I can't believe I'm fantasizing about watching movies with Dawn at a time like this. What is wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with you, Sonny. Grieving is a bitch. Cancer is a bitch. All of it's a bitch. There's no right way to do it. 12:14 p.m. The phone just rang and it was Rebecca from Mom's cancer support group. How's she doing? Rebecca asked me. I told her the truth. Not well. The doctor said she probably only has until today or tomorrow. Could I come see her? A tough decision. Rebecca is certainly not one of Mom's older friends. She's a very new friend, but she also is a very close friend. I could feel my chest tightening. First, I had told Dad I wanted the telephone job. I had even felt excited about it. Now, the second I had to make a tough decision, I started feeling mad. And I had to be mad at somebody, so I chose Dad since he asked me if I wanted the job. Is Rebecca one of the people who gets to come over or not? I couldn't decide. Then I thought of a different question, and suddenly everything became clear to me, and I stopped being mad at Dad. Would Mom want to say goodbye to Rebecca? That was what Dad had asked me to think about earlier. Yes, I decided. Yes, I said to Rebecca. Can you come over right away? Of course. And Dad says visitors can only stay for a few minutes. Okay, I'll be right there. I have to say that I'm kind of proud of myself for how I'm handling this task that Dad trusted me with. Kids should never. No one should ever have to go through this, but especially kids. This just sucks. 12:38 p.m. Oh God, once again I have to ask, what is wrong with me? How can I be thinking about what kind of job I'm doing when Mom is in the next room dying? There must be something vastly wrong with me. I'm some kind of aberration? I don't know what that word means. I'm gonna be real. I've never heard that word before. 12:44 p.m. Another thought. Dad didn't say anything about this, but there are a few people I should probably call and tell to come over quickly. It would be awful if someone wanted to say goodbye to Mom and someone Mom would have wanted to say goodbye to and the person called too late. I started a new list. People I should call right now. I tried to keep the list as short as possible. At the top I wrote Dawn, and under that Carol and Jack. They could all stop by when Dawn came home from school. No, that won't work. Carol and Jack will still be at work. Besides, what if Mom dies while Dawn is at school? Should I call her at school right now? Should I call Carol and Jack at work? This is getting out of hand. I don't know what to do. 12:56 p.m. What I should do is forget the stupid lists and go sit with Mom myself. 1:10 p.m. She's getting weaker. She's hardly with us anymore. I just held her hand for a bit, then left. I'm tired. It's time to break out. Paulo, I don't know if you're watching this. If you're not, totally understandable. This is a lot, but I just want to say, you really the sour twists are really they could not have showed up on a better day. Today, I was dreading covering this particular book. And I wanted something to cheer me up, and Paulo, that's sorry, probably very loud in the microphone. Probably like a very sorry, now I'm just doing ASMR. The Sour Punch twist, which I have not been able to find anywhere, which I've been super sad about. But Paolo found some and sent them to me, which I'm very, very grateful for. Ooh. Ah, sorry. I'm so sorry. This new microphone. If you're just coming in for the first time, I'm experimenting with a new and potentially temporary microphone. Nothing broke with the old one. It's just never been great. And we're gonna launch a podcast, and so we're upgrading the sound, and so we've just been talking about sound a lot. Oh my God, that was so good. Oh, these are new flavors. Oh, they're fruit punch. That's why they're extra good. Thank you, Paolo. I'm getting sugar everywhere. Oh, no. Hmm. That gave me serotonin, Paolo. Appreciate you. Look at the kitty getting up. He's like, look. Oh, look. You're like human. I'm awake and ready to cause trouble, human. Um, 1:29 p.m. Rebecca's here. Dad let her into Mom's room, and he and Aunt Morgan are, and the nurse came up. They sat down in the kitchen, and Aunt Morgan realized that none of us had done anything about lunch. Even Aunt Morgan forgot this time. Does anyone want lunch? She asked. First, no, Dad and I said at the same time. It isn't like we never eat. The thing is, people keep coming by with food. There's stuff everywhere, and we sort of nibble on it from time to time, all day long. Not the most healthy way to eat, but at least we're eating. It be like that sometimes. I got a pin for my collection that says, "Ooh, I could show you some of the pins for my collection. That'll be less dreary." Um, I got a pin for my collection that hasn't come yet, but it's a little piece of toast and it says "Remembered to eat." Oh, speaking of creepy cute puppets, has anyone been looking into Welcome Home? Not yet. Not yet, but I've heard about Welcome Home. Just realized that I said to myself right before I came on tonight, I should put my hair back so it's not in my way, and I just realized that I got distracted and did not do that. So Dad and Aunt Morgan and I sat in the kitchen and didn't say anything this time, though. The silence didn't feel uncomfortable. I know Dad and Aunt Morgan feel just the way I do. Drained. I was sitting in the kitchen thinking about Rebecca in Mom's room, and out of nowhere, I found myself saying, I wonder how you say goodbye to someone forever. Dad and Aunt Morgan looked startled for a moment, then thoughtful. And then their eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry, I said. No, that's okay. Aunt Morgan reached across the table and put her hand on mine. I think we've all been wondering that. Keep kicking me while I'm down. Oh. Not chatting a lot. The subject hits kind of close to home. No apologies at all. If you need to step away, please do so. I don't want you to feel like you have to be here. It's really hard. It's hard for me, and I've never gone through this. Oh, look at the kitties, though. Oh, they're like, is it dinner time, Mom? Cute. Fourth tissue of the night. I nodded. I mean, this isn't like saying goodbye to someone at the airport, someone you know you'll see again in 2 weeks or even 2 years. This is forever, Dad finished for me. You know, Aunt Morgan said kindly, I'm not sure we can plan or prepare for something like that. I think when the time comes, the right words will come as well. They'll just come. She paused, and by right, I don't mean there are right or wrong words. I mean that you'll find the way to say what you want to say to your mom. I truly believe that. This book easily kicks all the other books in the series' ass as far as like sadness goes. I wanted to believe that too. I didn't like the idea of planning a speech for Mom. I knew it would come out sounding stiff and formal. I relaxed a little. 1:50 p.m. Rebecca left a few minutes ago. She was crying. I didn't know what to say to her. Luckily, Dad walked outside with her. Now I feel uncomfortable. This is what I'm thinking. After Mom dies, everyone is going to be upset. Upset people are going to drop by the house. Upset people are going to phone us, and upset people are going to be at the funeral. How am I going to deal with them? 1:54 p.m. I guess I am the most self-centered, selfish person in the entire planet. Can I think of no one but myself? No, Sunny, that's Dawn. No, that's Sunny, that's Dawn. Mutant cat feeder. Oh my god. Beauties. 2:10 p.m. I sat with Mom again for a while. She's just sort of drifting. 2:35 p.m. I've set myself up in Mom's room. I dragged an armchair in here. I jammed it between the doorway and the foot of the bed. Dad said it was okay. I know he meant it was okay because it won't be for very long, but he didn't say that. Anyway, I moved a table next to the chair and put some pens and a cup of tea on it. I can leave my journal there when I need to put it down. I think I'll just stay here for a while. Dad and Aunt Morgan are in the room too. The nurse is just outside. The phone is being answered by Carol. The doorbell. By the way, any like nurses, doctors, anybody who does this for a living, you are genuinely like the most badass person ever. I can't imagine having to like be going through this by proxy with people all of the time. Does anybody remember Princess and the Frog, where Lottie's like, I never get anything I wish for, and then she just runs and her makeup's all running? That's how I feel right now because of the amount I've cried. Ooh. The phone is being answered by Carol. The doorbell rang not long after Rebecca left, and there was Carol. She had left work early and she turned up here saying she was going to do for us whatever needed doing. She didn't ask us if we wanted her to come over. She just arrived, ready to help. Carol is wonderful. Carol is wonderful. Carol doesn't get respect from Dawn. I'm glad that she's respected and appreciated by Sunny. Very quietly, she took over the list we'd been keeping, and now she's in the kitchen straightening up the mess we let pile up since yesterday. The food people keep bringing by. I think Carol is going to reorganize the refrigerator. Mom is sleeping now. She looks kind of peaceful. 2:49 p.m. It's funny. Now I'm sleepy myself. I think I'll take a little nap here in the chair. 3:39 p.m. Well, I did have a nap. What a good sleep. It was very deep, not too long, but I feel so much better. Carol just whispered to me that Dawn is going to come over in a few moments. Oh boy, Dawn. The last thing Sunny needs right now, while her mother is dying, is Dawn. Oh, Toonie. Toonie, did you post the We Hate Dawn Club sticker design or design that can go on stickers and t-shirts and other things? Because I'd love to show that to the community. It's a wonderful design. Toonie did a great job. Okay, cool. I couldn't remember, and I've been super busy, so I've been in and out of the Discord. And I couldn't remember, so I'm glad. Glad everybody gets to see it. I will have to set up I'll have to add some more things to the shop soon. Maybe I can do some of that this weekend. 4:45 p.m. It was awful, horrible. I have never seen Dawn crying quite the way she was crying after she came out of Mom's room. Dawn talked to Mom for about 10 minutes. I guess Carol stayed busy in the kitchen, and Dad and Aunt Morgan and I sat in the living room. When Dawn came out of Mom's room, she went to the kitchen, and I could hear her sobbing with Carol. I didn't know whether to go into the kitchen or what. Aunt Morgan must have realized what I was wondering about because she said, let her talk to Carol for a bit, honey. Then maybe you and Dad can go to your room. Or maybe you and Dawn can go to your room. Sorry, I read that wrong. Oof. I nodded, but when Dawn finally came out of the kitchen with Carol, she looked at me and burst into tears all over again. Somehow it just didn't seem appropriate to say, "Do you want to go to my room?" So I did what felt right. I held out my arms to Dawn, and we hugged each other for a minute or two. Then Dawn blew her nose and said, "I better go, Sonny. I'll see you." She trailed off. We were both thinking the same thing, that we probably won't see each other again until after Mom has died. Oh my God. Ooh, boy, I've been through a lot of emotions on this channel in almost 3 years covering things. I've felt all the feelings, and this is the worst. This is the worst. Not the worst media, obviously. Um, that's a toss up between Santa and the Ice Cream Bunny, and um, maybe Santa Claus versus the Devil, and I Believe in Santa Claus, right? So many. Oh, oof. I feel like we need something other than kittens at this point. Oh, I just like poked myself in the eye with my own glasses, like the little this thing that sits on your nose. Ooh. How are you guys doing in chat? Genuinely, like, I hope you're okay. I know some of you have gone through similar things, and I'm truly so sorry. You know, I hope anybody watching this, um, who can understand what this is like, is doing okay. And just know that we're giving you a big virtual hug. I'm drawing the pain away. Good. Keep drawing. Keep doing the things. Kittens isn't doing enough. I need koalas and kangaroos. Something. LOL. And I don't want to. And I don't want to like play something either, because it's like if we play something that's like cute and happy, what's gonna happen is we're gonna like think back to that and be like, remember when we watched that while we read that really depressing book? This is why I don't really read sad books if I can help it. Ooh. 8:19 p.m. The rest of the afternoon was much busier than I had thought it would be. I figured I was just going to cozy up in that armchair with my journal and watch over Mom, but then a few people came by on their way home from work. The delivery man from the flower basket came by 3 times with bouquets. Another delivery man showed up with a complete dinner that people at the bookstore who had arranged to be sent over for Dad and Aunt Morgan and me. We felt terrible because there wasn't room for it anywhere. Carol's carefully reorganized fridge was bursting at the seams, and Carol's like, "Dang it, but I just..." No disrespect to the kitties. They are adorable. They are adorable. Kitties, this is the most emergency kitties kitten stream we've ever had. And we simply weren't hungry, so Dad suggested that Carol take it home so the Schaefers could have it for their dinner. Dawn's father arrived, and then Carol packed it and some other food into the shopping bags. As they were finishing, Carol realized that before they left, it would be their turn to say goodbye to Mom. She burst into tears even before they went into Mom's room, and when they came out, she looked nearly as bad as Dawn had. Then, wordlessly, she and Mr. Schaefer hugged first Dad, and then me, and headed next door. I sat in Mom's room again and was about to open my journal when I noticed Mom watching me from her bed. I thought that surely she would have gone back to sleep, exhausted after Carol's visit, but in fact, she looked pretty alert. Hi, sweetie, she said. Hi, Mom. What time is it? I get so foggy. A little before 6, I told her. Morning or evening? Evening. Oh. Are you going to eat dinner now? We already ate, I replied, which wasn't exactly a lie, since while Carol was with Mom and Dad, was with Mom, Dad and Aunt Morgan and I picked at the fruit basket that had been delivered. Mom nodded. Then she frowned and tried to sit up a little. I hurried to her side and put another pillow behind her back. Thanks, honey, Sonny. Sonny? Yes? There's something I want to tell you. Can you get your father, please? My heart dropped. I actually thought I could feel it drop down through my chest cavity and toward the ground. Was this it? Was Mom going to say her final words? I felt warm all over and knew my face was flushed. Dad? Dad? I said, rushing from the room. Sonny, what is it? Dad leapt to his feet, and we ran back to Mom. Mom wants you for something, I said. Dad and I hovered over Mom's bed, and she looked up at Dad. I want to give Sonny the diaries now, she whispered. Oh, said Dad. As he said the word, he let out a little breath. I could see relief wash over him. Yes, just a minute. Dad left the room. When he returned, he was carrying a stack of spiral-bound notebooks. He handed them to me. I glanced down at them. There were 20 or so. Some of them looked pretty old and worn, well, thumbed through. What are they? I asked Mom. My diaries, she whispered. I started keeping them a long time ago, when I was around your age. Oh, God. Ooh. I didn't write in them much or as often as you write in yours, but I kept them off and on until just a few months ago. I want you to have them. Ooh, this reminds me of a oh God, a ghost whisperer. Another thing that I cry my eyes out at. Ah, quick, somebody talk about how much they hate Dawn to make me feel better. Oh my God, I looked at this. Oh, I just hit the microphone. I'm sorry. I just looked at the screen and the lady who's taking care of the cats was walking past the screen and I just saw like the image of a person coming in my general direction and I was like, whoa, what's happening? Oh, cute. Look at the little kitty on screen. On screen, on screen. It's screenception. Tried. Wait, what did you try, Toonie? Sorry, I might have missed something. Um, You do? And then I asked a question that seems silly to me, but I had to ask it. Do you want me to read them? Of course. But journals are private. Yes, I know. But I do want you to read them, Sonny. I'm not going to be around to answer all the questions you're going to want to ask me. Questions about getting married and having babies, if that's what you want to do, or questions about how I felt on my first day at college, or how my mother and I got along, or what the day of what how my what the day of my high school graduation was like. At least you can read about those things in the diaries. I was speechless. For a long time, I didn't know what to say. Finally, I just said, thank you. Mom reached for my hand and held it for a moment. She smiled, then the smile faded and she grimaced. Dad called for the nurse and I sat in my chair with the stack of diaries in my lap. 8:58 p.m. Just might have not said since there was a curse word. Oh, hang on. Maybe I can see it. Well, I just don't see it. I like that. I assume you were trying to say something about not liking Dawn, and I appreciate very much that there was a curse word in it. We don't mince words around here when it comes to Dawn. Oof. Well, at least we're getting there. We're more than halfway, at least. 8:58 p.m. I feel like this is my mantra. I say it so often, but I'm so tired. Dad and Aunt Morgan and I are in Mom's room again. After Mom gave me the diaries, she had a horrible bout with pain, one of the worst ever. She was actually screaming. She screamed so loudly that the Schaefer heard her next door. I guess they are next door. This whole time I thought they were across the street from each other. Dawn's such a jerk. She makes Helga look nice. That's funny. Dawn is rubbish character. We all know this. Dawn hasn't even done anything terribly horrible in this book, but we're just like, nah, it's too late, Dawn. She wouldn't even sit with her. I mean, I guess we can't blame her for that, but like, I don't know. Yikes. Makes Oscar the Grouch. So if you're talking about Oscar the Grouch from from Sesame Street, I don't know if you are. If you are, my mom's favorite character is Oscar. She will passionately defend him if anybody has anything bad to say about him ever. She used to have a sticker in the on the sun on the visor in our old car. It was a sticker that she had gotten somewhere of Oscar the Grouch, and she would put him there so that she would fold it down and see that. And Carol called to see if we needed any help. Then the nurse just gave Mom something that made her fall asleep. So Mom is simply sleeping. 9:15 p.m. Dad and Aunt Morgan and I have decided to sleep in Mom's room tonight. We'll sleep in the chairs. It seems like the right thing to do. 9:22 p.m. Of course, tired as I am, I'm nowhere near able to fall asleep at this hour. Sitting up in a chair while my mother is dying nearby. Dad and Aunt Morgan aren't asleep either. Aunt Morgan is reading the Bible and Dad is looking through those lists and some other papers. I think I will start a list of my own. Things I want to remember to say to Mom when the time comes. Oh, Sunny. Woo. Not Sunny's fault. Damn. Anne. Anne owes us financial compensation. God, everybody who's like, oh, you're reading like, oh, you cover like kids stuff. Like that's gotta be so cute and fun and wholesome. It's like, yeah, mostly, but not today. Today it's not cute or I mean it's fun being with you guys, but the material is not fun. Oh god, I can't imagine being like a true crime reporter and having to talk about death all of the time. I don't know that I could do it. Um Alf and Ralph are posted. Oh, hang on, I gotta go look. I need to look. Hi guys, just coming in. I'm taking one quick break from reading because it's been very sad. Need a breather. Just for 1 second, I'm gonna go look at the Discord server. If you're not on our Discord server, feel free to join us. If you're not subscribed, feel free to subscribe. We don't usually cover things this sad. This is the saddest thing we have ever covered and hopefully will ever cover. But we're all invested in this series, so here we are. Oh my god, Toonie, these are absolutely amazing. I love them so much. You did such a great job. Oh, that makes me happy. Your style is great. All right. Shout out again to tinykittens.com. Go check them out and support them. Thank you for providing us with a cute distraction while we are suffering. I love you. I guess that goes without saying, but it's always nice to hear too. I think you're beautiful. You always tell me I'm beautiful. I don't know whether you mean it, but I like to hear you, of all people, say it. 3, I always loved the clothes you made for me, even the ones that were kind of dorky looking. I loved them because they took the time to make them. You took the time to make them. Not all moms do those kinds of things for their kids. 4, I love that you love animals, not in the pet kind of way, but in the wild animal kind of way. We have never had pets, and I understand that you don't like the idea of owning an animal. I keep forgetting that her parents are like straight up hippies. That's why they named her Sunshine. What's her middle name? Is it Rainbow? Is it Sunshine Rainbow Winslow? I can't remember what her middle name is. And that you especially don't like animals in cages. I mean, yeah, zoos are kind of fucked up, but you know. 5, I love the school lunches you used to pack for me. I love that you took the time to make special things and not just toss packages of food in the box. And that sometimes you would hide a note in or a surprise in the box. 6, I know I have been difficult and frustrating lately, but I also always knew that no matter how impossible. Handlin'. Shiny Pokemon encounter! That's so great. What kind of shiny Pokemon? Ah. Ugh. Get all the shiny Pokemon! It was just a bit of a Pokemon from Nova Leaving Gen 5 Black and White. Oh, still fun though. Um, you still love me. You have taught me what unconditional love is. 7, I'm sorry that I have been difficult and frustrating. 8, I can't promise that I will never be difficult and frustrating again. Dad, 9, if Dad ever remarries, I will try to be nice to his new wife. I know that Dawn hasn't always gotten along with Carol, but I will try hard. I will try hard not to be Dawn. That's a good sentiment. 10, I will make sure Dad finds someone who will be good to him. 11, what should I do if Dad finds someone I think is not good for him? You won't be here to help me with things like that. 12, Mom, I don't understand why you have to leave me now. Oh my god, it's just the slowest. You know what it's like? It's like the emotional equivalent of like when you're afraid to rip off the Band-Aid. So you just kind of peel at it and it causes so much pain. It's that. I hate this. I hate this a lot. Oof. I don't want to hear anyone say that kids' books or YA books are not impactful. Ooh, couldn't we have been allowed a little more time together? Maybe just until I graduate from high school? 13, I know it isn't your fault, but I am mad at you for leaving me. Parents aren't supposed to leave their kids, not until the kids are adults. 14, I'm sure I won't be able to remember to say all these things to you, so I really wish you could read this journal you gave me, your diaries, and I wish I could give you mine. 9:51 p.m. Just had to take a breather. My eyes are all teary, partly from crying, partly from the dim light in here. 15. There are lots of. Oh, we're still going. Anne! 15. There are lots of things I'd like to give you. I wish I could give you a cure for cancer. Fuck cancer, by the way. I feel like we need to start like a fun. We need to do a fundraiser at some point in the future. Because I just want to say, fuck that. That fucking sucks. I wish I could give you something that would really take away the pain, not just mask it like those injections do. I wish I could somehow give you a glimpse of the adult I am going to become. I wish I could find a way to tell you if I will be a grandmother one day. I wish I could give you a big, if you will be a grandmother one day. I wish I could give you a big, huge diamond and sapphire necklace. It's not the kind of thing you've ever wanted, but I'd like to give you something truly fabulous. I also wish I could give you a trip to Greece and Spain and Italy. 16, Mom, I would like to see those countries with you. I wish we could stand side by side and see the Mediterranean Sea. Look at the kitten. Oh, I arrive immediately. I'm so sorry. That's great. That's such good news. I'm so glad. You don't have to rage quit. Ugh. Do the kittens have toys? Seriously, I'm so glad that your new boss is amazing. Oh, sorry, I'm so red and puffy. This one is a lot, Ellery. Dude, you have no idea. I mean, we all know exactly, but oh my god. You've we all have an idea. We all know. We all know exactly. Okay, I'm just here to distract you with my work. Although, thank you. Um, but I may or may not be getting my vacation time in June revoked for inventory. She doesn't think so because it will be approved February already, but she's going to double check for me. Perry's here! The Perry signal has been received. I'm just trying to think of how much love Alpha and Ralph instead of the pain. Oh, it's pain. Thank you for distracting. Um, uh, it's just, I don't know what else to like, there's nothing else you can expect from Anne, but it's so real, and that's what's so sad. Perry. Perry's concerned. She's like, why is everybody sad? Everybody's usually laughing and talking about daddies. Richard Hint, who played Scooter, was gay. Oh, I read that wrong at first. I read it as my Scooter was gay, and I was like, good for your Scooter, Tony. I happily accepted him. That's great. That's so great. Oh god. Basically, there was an announcement for no time off requests within 7 days of inventory day, June 10th, but my time off is May 31st, June 7th. So, oh boy. Inventory is just awful. Like any kind of inventory taking, if you've ever had any kind of job where inventory has been a thing, oof, inventory sucks. Yeah, Jim seemed great. I'm gonna mute because this microphone, I'm using a different microphone. I've got a lav and it's a little bit more sensitive. So, but yeah, just like I think the anger for Dawn is so intense because she's such a like real feeling bitchy character. Like the sadness is intense because it feels so real. And like I said before, I know some of you guys have dealt with this exact thing in real life, and I'm truly just want to give you all the hugs. It's so awful. Cancer fucking sucks. He was a civil rights activist. Yes. Yes, he was. He was great. I wish I could crawl back in time and know you when you were a little girl. I wonder if we would have been friends. 18. How can I hate you for dying? Already approved her on Valentine's Day. Hoping new boss thinks of my request will be honored. I hope so. If they're a decent boss, they'll still honor your request. And it sounds like they need you very much and don't uh, really have any ground to tell you no for one vacation. Whether or not her boss will let her. Oh, got you. Sorry, I misread something. Um, yeah, I'm glad she's amazing. I'm glad that she wants to honor it. I hope the other boss is not an asshole about it. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to power through. We would have probably been done by now if it hadn't been so many feels. Let's try to give you a reprieve. Thank you, Ellery. You are the best. Truly amazing. All right. Ooh, let me get one more of my. Sorry, I'm gonna get one more of my Sour Patch. Had time to join in. It's just a very, very sad book. Like, I wasn't really expecting Anne M. Martin to spare us any details about, like, the whole hospice care process, but she's not pulling any punches. Like, she just keeps kicking you. And it's just like, Anne. We're all crying in this bitch, and only been here for 5 minutes. Oh, God. Chris, sorry. It is a very sad book. Oh, God. Everybody's joining in being like, what's happened? Oh, my God. Look at the kitties, though. We're all looking at the kid. Look, that one has a little white bib like Perry does. Perry, um, Perry came in, rubbed on my leg, and then went nope and noped out, leaving us in our time of crisis. Because I relate to Sonny so much. I know. I'm so sorry, Ellery. Oh, you blow because mentally I'm not into it. Yeah, please be careful. There's all the warnings tonight. It's a lot. Oh, thank you, Chris. That's very kind. Ugh. Hang on. Ah! It's true. She really got it right. Oh my god, I just noticed they put up another camera in the cat corner so we can see the other side of the room. Mm. You are doing enough just being here, Paulo, and um whenever you feel like tapping out, we all understand. All of us. Um what was I gonna say? Oh, Paulo, also, thank you so much for I got your mail. It is all amazing. Um The candy is coming in clutch tonight. I can't wait to cover all of the movies. Um, my family has the cookies downstairs. Oh, Paulo, thank you. Maybe good karma comes. You didn't have to do that, Paulo. Thank you. That's very kind. Very, very kind. Give Avery hugs. I This is a very good book. It's just a lot. This is why I picked The Amazing Days of Abby Hayes yesterday, because I'm like, oh, I know this one's gonna be bad. I want to read about a girl whose biggest problem is that she's bad at soccer. You're like, thank you, but please. uh, I just pictured whenever anybody's talking about being overwhelmed, I don't know why, I always think of, well, I know why, but like, my brain immediately goes to the, my brain always goes to the, I'm gonna say, oh, the Full Metal Alchemist, where he's like, you know, in that second episode where he's like obtaining, when he's like, when they're becoming, you know, them. And he's like getting all the information of the universe like piped into him, and he's like, "No, it's too much information." I always think about that. Oh, never apologize. What happened? I was having family dinner. Um, a lot of her mom is just still alive, but like about to die, and it's real, real. It's real, real. It's real. Um, you know, I worded it better to her, but character limits in chat, LMAO. Yeah, no, I would have probably done the exact same thing. Um, when I would like work on set, they'd be like, "Hey, here's all you want this 10-day gig, like, because we like you," and it's just like, I don't 10 days, 10, 14-hour days doing extra work. I physically don't know if I can do that, but I will see what I can do. Happier note. Let's talk about something happier. I'm borrowing, well, not borrowing. They're ours, but I'm temporarily using these lav mics. They're the ones that we used in the Martha Stewart baking video. And they, it's really, really realistic. Yeah, and that's why, like, I'm so concerned because I know that many people in our community have gone through this, and I don't want anybody to be like overly triggered. So please feel free to step away if you need to. I'm glad that they did it justice because there's certain things that you can't water down without being disrespectful. What's this thing in the back? Real Teens, Diary of Junior Year. That sounds. Scholastic and Teen Magazine bring you a new series for teens by teens. Oh. Interesting. That sounds intense. Anyway, did anybody read those? No, but this microphone I'm borrowing, I'm again not borrowing, using. I don't know if it'll be a permanent microphone solution, but we're thinking more about upgrading sound and stuff because I've been using the Rode, bless it, and for this entire time, and it's never really been quite what is needed for the whole YouTube streaming podcast space. So using this, it should sound a little clearer. It needs some tweaking. And I'm probably gonna end up like Spencer had these, so I'm probably gonna end up buying a microphone that's specifically built for this kind of stuff, but he's made a funny, so you'll have that to think about instead. Nothing in the package was broken or crushed. My mother is ecstatic about the cookbook. I was showing, for those of you who weren't on before, oh, by the way, I never knew that this Cornelia Funk book, this was from Paulo too. Paulo sent a bunch of really cool stuff. I missed this one somehow. I'm very excited about this. Ninja Turtles movies. This journal, I'm toying with the idea of, because I was telling Spencer just today that now that they've announced that they're going to release another Nancy Drew game, I'm definitely going to go forward with an annual replay of the Nancy Drew games. And I was like, I need to like pre-game study though and have like a Nancy Drew Bible going in. And I'm like, Nancy Drew Bible? No, but thank you. That was really, really sweet. I find my chicken soup for the preteen soul book from my youth. Would you want me to send it to you for stream purposes? Sure. I never actually read any of the chicken soup books. My mom had one for one of the like ones for mothers or something like that. But sure, yeah. Anyway, okay, let me keep going. Sorry, we're not gonna. Their only way through it is to just keep chugging on. So here we are. 11:06 p.m. I stopped the list a while ago. Dad and Aunt Margaret, Morgan. I tried to say Margaret and then I tried to say Morgan, but its name came out as Margaret. A nifty little niche anthology, yeah. Are making a valiant effort to sleep in here. I have tried, but I just can't do it. Maybe later. I'm writing this by penlight. I can just barely see. Mom is asleep, but she doesn't seem comfortable. She rustles around and lets out little moans and whimpers. Dad is stretched out in his chair with his feet resting on the end of Mom's bed. He looks like he's asleep, but I don't see how he possibly could be. Aunt Morgan is trying to sleep with her feet curled up underneath her. I know she's not asleep. She's ruminating. That's what she told me. She said ruminating sometimes helps her fall asleep. Friday, 3/19. True. Although I also have to subscribe to Natasha's life motto, which is your brain you never have any good ideas past 9 p.m., which is so true in so many ways. 2:32 a.m. I did fall asleep, not sure how it happened, and what just woke me up? Oh, Mom's awake, I think. 2:35 a.m. That was weird. I thought Mom was asleep, but she was lying in bed with her eyes open in the middle of the night. Mom, I said. She didn't answer. Of course, I thought she had died. Jesus. So I called her name again, very softly, because I didn't want to wake Dad and Aunt Morgan, who had fallen asleep after all. After a couple of seconds, Mom said, Sonny, is that you? Couldn't she see me? I wondered, well, the room was pretty dark. Yes, it's me. Oh, okay. And she fell asleep again. My heart is beating really hard and my palms are sweating. 2:41 a.m. Should I be writing all these things down? I don't know. I am chronicling my mother's death. It doesn't seem right. It's part of the grieving process if it helps you grieve. Nothing went wrong with the package. I'll turn volume back up in a while. Good. No worries, Paulo. Thank you so much. Um, Somebody needs to tell Gabe that I think I've almost used up more tissues crying tonight than he used that one time he was having allergies. And hey, we still have way too many tissues in this house. We have so many tissues. It's just a stack that looks like it's from Seussville because it's like about to topple over in the hall closet. That's just like tissues everywhere. And now I look kind of like goth Rudolph. That's 2:53 a.m. But I can't be as terrible a person as I sometimes think I am. I can't be as terrible of a person as Dawn, right? Never. Can I? I mean, I guess I could, but now I'm thinking about the things I wrote down for Mom, and I'm thinking about what a great mother she's been. If she's been such a great mother, she couldn't have raised a horrible daughter, could she have? These thoughts are so confusing. I wish I could ask Mom about them. 5:24 a.m. I have been dozing since the last entry. Everyone is sort of dozing now. We sleep, then we wake up, then sleep a bit more. Dad seems more awake than asleep now. I just realized something. It's another day. Mom made it through yesterday, and her doctor had thought she wouldn't. Can it be that she'll make it through today and tomorrow as well? I'm thinking of the Katie Lang song, the one about yesterday, today, and tomorrow, 3 days. In the song, the 3 days are unbearable, but they're all I wish for. Mom, I wonder, will she have her 3 days after all? Damn. 6:55 a.m. Oh God, Mom started barfing a little while ago. She has nothing at all in her stomach. How can she barf? It hurts her so much. It's like when she was getting the chemo, it's making her cry. I don't know if I should wish for those 3 days for her. Maybe that isn't fair. Maybe it really would be better if she died. 6:57 a.m. I can't believe I wrote that. Jesus. Well, she didn't raise Dawn, so right? Yeah, you can't be the worst person in the world in the room if Dawn's there. I did my most cathartic journaling when my grandmother was. It helps. It really helps to just write things down, you know? I need to get my bookbinding stuff out and fix this because some of the pages. Wait, did I even put this in the right place? Hang on. Oh, it goes here. Nope, it doesn't. It goes here. You go here. They're really fighting for their life out here. Absolutely helps. That's why therapists tell you to journal. Yes, and thank you to those of you who have shared about your real life experiences like this. Thank you very much. I'm glad this is a safe space for you to do so. And internet hugs is really all I can say because damn, God, life just sucks sometimes. Truly. Okay. 7:30 a.m. Carol just called to see how we're doing and to find out how mom is feeling. Then she said she has decided not to go into work today. She's going to come over again and take care of things for us. Carol is a rock star. I remember that she has already said goodbye to mom. 8:10 a.m. Carol is here. She's fielding phone calls and the doorbell. Dad and Aunt Morgan and I are camped out in mom's room again. Mom fell asleep about an hour ago and seems to be in less pain. The doctor will be here soon. 9:05 a.m. The doctor just left. He said mom doesn't have much time left, of course. Yesterday, he said she didn't think she'd live until the end of the day, and she's still here. I don't know what to think. 10:24 a.m. I've just had an idea. Maybe mom can't read my diary, but I could read it to her. I could read my list of things I want to tell her so that I don't forget any of them. Why not? 10:30 a.m. Now I know why not. I asked mom if I could read something to her. Of course, honey, she whispered. So I opened the journal to the list. I read items 1 and 2, looked and saw that mom was asleep. I don't know if she heard anything at all. 1:10 p.m. Boy, this day is just dragging by. I feel like I'm sitting in a chair with a collar around my neck and someone has fastened a leash to the collar and is pulling and pulling at me and I'm not moving. Events of the morning. Mom sleeping. Dad and Aunt Morgan sitting. Carol answering phone calls. 2 more deliveries from the florist. Fruit basket from the fruit market. I almost read fruit maker. I'm like, fruit maker. The gods. Sorry. All hail Carol. Yes, Carol. Carol is goat. Carol is the best. Carol deserves a better stepdaughter than Dawn. Dawn the Terrible. How many? I think we've had this conversation before. How many Janes in a trench coat is Dawn? Something that only makes sense to us. Dad and Aunt Morgan sitting. Carol answers phone calls. 2 more deliveries from florist. Fruit basket from the fruit market. Surprise visit from Liz, mom's best friend from childhood. I gather, although I haven't seen Liz since I was 5, mom couldn't even wake up when Liz said her goodbyes. Liz left mom's room sobbing. Carol comforted her. At noon, Carol insisted on fixing lunch for Dad and Aunt Morgan and me. A few days ago, Aunt Morgan would have done that. Now she's just like Dad and me. We all tried really, really hard to eat. Events of the afternoon. None. Oh, oh God. Oh my God. 11:30 p.m. It's happened. It's over. Now I'm going to try writing about it. Everything. I don't care if I have to write for hours and hours and hours. I feel as if I have nothing in my life but time. A gaping hole of time. Of Jane's in a space-time defying trench coat. Full quantity of Jane's in a space-time defying trench coat. She's all the Janes in a trench coat. Yep. Demeter was good friends with Sunny's mom. Didn't you know? It started late in the afternoon. Carol was in the kitchen. Dad was in the front hallway saying goodbye to two people from the bookstore who were just leaving, and Aunt Morgan was taking a shower when she had said, "Maybe I'll go take a quick shower." I realized I couldn't remember when I had taken my last shower. Yesterday? The day before that? I was alone with Mom. She had been asleep. Suddenly, she woke up. She looked very alert, which was strange since she hadn't had an injection in quite a while. She saw me in my chair at the foot of the bed. "Honey," she said. "Hi, Mom," I replied. "Sonny, can you go get Morgan? I want to talk to her for a few minutes. Then I want to talk to you, and then I want to talk to Dad." I thought of all those times in the last few days when something has happened to make my heart pound or my palms sweat. Now I heard these words, and I knew exactly what they meant, and I felt nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's shock. Just terribly, terribly calm. "Okay," I said. I ran from the room. I hoped Aunt Morgan was finished with her shower. If she wasn't, I thought I might have to haul her naked out of the bathroom and rush her to Mom. What a thought. I knocked on the bathroom door. "Aunt Morgan?" I called. "Yes." "Aunt Morgan, Mom said she wants to talk to you now, and then she wants to talk to me, and then to Dad." The door flew open. Aunt Morgan stood before me with wet hair, but she was already dressed. "Thank goodness." "Oh my God. Okay," she said. She flew down the stairs and into Mom's room. It just occurred to me, isn't it funny how we switched so quickly from calling our dining room the dining room to calling it Mom's room? It was the dining room for so many years. We'll probably never be able to think of it as just the dining room again. As Aunt Morgan, oof, yikes. As Aunt Morgan ran to Mom, I caught up with Dad in the hallway. He was closing the door behind Arlie, and James. "Dad," I said breathlessly, "Mom said she wants to talk to each of us alone. Aunt Morgan is with her now, then she wants to see me, then you." Dad turned pale, but he simply said, "Okay." After a moment, he added, "Are you all right with this, Sonny?" "I think so." Dad and I slumped into chairs in the living room and sat there wordlessly, hardly moving. A few minutes later, Aunt Morgan slipped out of Mom's room. Tears were streaming down her face. She headed into the kitchen to be with Carol, I guess, and I stood up and walked into Mom's room. Carol is the emotional support person. "Hi, Derprex." Fell asleep for a while. Oh, we missed you, but I don't know if I feel worse for Morgan or Sunny. I know. Has anybody read this book before? Just wondering, just curious. Posted Thomas if you need something happy. I will look at it in a second. I sat on the edge of her bed. "Hi," I said. Mom smiled at me. Then I leaned over and put my arms around her. I fell against her and began to cry. Mom stroked my hair. Ah! Every time I'm like, "I'm good. I'm good. I'm not good." Oh gosh. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's that's a lot. I'm sorry you feel guilt. You shouldn't feel guilt, but I know guilt isn't rational a lot of the time. Ooh, I'm sorry, Tootie. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you guys know what this is like. Ah. I used to read sad books all the time. I don't know how I did it. Far enough removed for me that it's sad but not traumatic anymore, if that makes sense. That makes sense. That totally makes sense. Ooh, okay. Take a sip of drink. I just want to edit my next Once Upon a Time video. It's so silly. It's the one where it's the Snow White Prince Charming enemies to lovers trope. Yeah, I get that too, Tootie. Cats, I know cats have great night vision, but my cats love to stare out the window when it's dark outside, and I'm like, but the reflection, are you just looking at your own reflection, Perry? It's always Perry. Perry also, she sees raccoons at night, and she's like, I'm gonna get that raccoon. I'm gonna tell that raccoon who's boss. Oof. Hey, Austin, don't be alarmed by the tears. We're all having a moment. Bad book. I love Once Upon a Time. Snow White is absolutely a rogue if you tried to make her as a D&D character, and I love that take on her as a character. I love it too. I love the take on her that she's like a badass outlaw. I love the enemies to lovers thing with Snow White and Prince Charming. I love that when they're in Storybrooke, I almost said Stony Brook because where my brain's in Babysitters Club world. When they're in Storybrooke, she gives him mouth to mouth, and it's like reminiscent. It's a flip of the him having to wake her up with a kiss. I just like it a lot. We got a sad one. This is so sad. I've cried before on stream, and this is oof. Okay. Whew. It's almost time, she said to me. I know I began wildly trying to recall the lists I made, but I couldn't even remember how many things I wanted to say, let alone what they were. Something about Greece and getting married and when mom was little and then I was little and I love you, sweetheart, said mom. I love you too, I replied. Yes, Bernie, we're okay. We're just reading a sad book. That's it. Sorry. Don't not to be alarmed. We're just reading a sad book. Um False alarm. I realize that I keep forgetting that I don't have the the desk view on, so you guys can't see the book when I put it down. So that probably looked really concerning if you just came in and I was sobbing and we were just looking at cats. Oh no. Just pop in and say hi. Hi, Austin. I appreciate you. I'm just trying to get through the worst part of this book and then it can get better. Ooh. You're the best mother in the whole world. So hard, man. Why hasn't anybody covered this on YouTube yet? To my knowledge, maybe somebody else has. And if so, God bless them. And you're the best daughter. I couldn't have ordered a better one. I tried to smile, but instead I cried harder. Thanks, Bertie. Ah. I just had this thought of like, I don't know why I flash back to this specific thing, but I always say when I cry, I'm like, I'm sorry, don't look at me. I'm really red and puffy when I cry. And I'm pretty sure that's a quote from not just Jonas Brothers, the show, but I think it was Jonas Brothers LA Forever or LA Baby or whatever that second season was called. So, like, yikes. What a reference that only I appreciate. I don't think anybody else watched that show. Mom held me as tightly as she was able. You know, she said, I'll always be with you, even if I'm not here. And it's right. And stop being a good writer. This is too real. Ethan. You and Dad, remember to take care of each other, okay? Okay. Take care of Dawn a little too, and she'll take care. No, she won't. She won't take care of anybody. She's Dawn. Don't lie. And go to Carol for anything. You know you can do that, don't you? Oh my god. I just poked myself in the face. Oh, it's too real. You're sending you the book. I don't. It's a great book. It's just why it's so sad. Adam. I'm so sorry, Adam. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. We're just reading a sad book. Everybody's popping in like, oh, how's this? Oh, no. It's good. It's just a sad book. It's just a book, but it's very real. My God, the book is losing pages. Even the book is like, I'm out. I'm done. Can I be done? Somebody tell me about something happy in chat. For anybody who can muster any, happy feelings right now. Thanks, Adam. Hugs. I'm fine. Like, I'm fine. I just cry at sad books. Evie is adorable. Yes, Evie is adorable. Oh, God, the video series. Oh, dear. Oh, the video essay. Oh, God. I probably should do that, now that you say it. Gabe and I have to do our Model Land deep dive, though, and God help us with that one. Every god, all the pantheons, Don't take this the wrong way, but I can't see if people care about crying. It's okay. You don't have to stick around. The twin fins in my Sims have learned to hold their own heads up. Yay! 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 Oh, boy. Now I've lost my place. Damn it! And I just flipped to the right page. Okay. Mom, I love you so much. I know, she paused. Then she said, I love you big. Just like she used to say when she was little. Like, I love you 3,000. Okay. I think, oh God, I hope that was the last worst part of it. That was, God, oh God. And maybe try reminding the book. Something funny or happy, my mom stopped to drop off some spring rolls and then she ended up taking them back. Wait. The saddest YA series you've never heard of, and everybody's gonna be like, I did hear about it, I just blocked it out, and now you've made me remember. Knock knock. Thank you. That's my favorite knock knock joke. Sarah's mother. Oh, they talk about Sarah's mother. Labyrinth Sarah. This sad was a good idea. I mean, it's cathartic if you've been through it, if you could relate to it. I'm sure it might be therapeutic. User footage from the VODs in the video essay of your reaction. I will if I do make it. And there was extra, and she will drop off more tomorrow. She's weird like that. That's very funny. It was the old yeet of the spring rolls and then yoink of the spring rolls. That's amazing. It really is amazing. Even go about fixing just these 2 pages. And also, I need to make sure that I don't put them in the wrong way. Let me get through at least the end of this page. I stood up. It was time to get Dad. And after Dad had his time with Mom, and he and Aunt Morgan and I were going to sit with her until the very end came. We decided this, the 4 of us, several days ago. I sat by myself in the living room. Aunt Morgan and Carol were still in the kitchen, and I felt like being alone. 10 minutes went by. Then Dad leaned out of Mom's room and said, Sonny, please get Aunt Morgan and come in now. I jumped to my feet and ran to the, oh God, kitchen. I was shaking all over. Aunt Morgan, I said, and I realized my voice was shaking too. Dad says to come in now. Carol hurried to me and buried me in a hug. Hang on. To take out suit, I'm craving a spring roll now. Ooh, spring rolls are good. The mother giveth and mother taketh away. Oh my god. Let me actually see. I do have my book stuff. Hang on. I think I can fix it. Party voice. Oh, funny thing happened. The stray cat that always is in my backyard was meowing so loud outside. Oh, they're so loud when they need something. They're like human. Same, Ellery. Very much agree with that. Photos of her in her room in the movie. Her mother gave her the music box. Oh, cute. Sense, Tootie. That makes Sarah make a lot of sense. Hang on 1 second. All right, I found PVA glue. It's not going to be the best, most permanent way to fix it all by itself, but it's going to do something. And maybe that something is worth something. I have a coworker whose nickname is the snack dealer. What a great nickname. Ah, it's upside down. Sarah. Oh, that makes so much sense. The snack dealer. Can I tell a funny story? And I can tell it because I can't use. I mean, I wouldn't use any names if I could, but I don't even know who this was. Um, one time I was working on a movie set, and let's just say this movie set was already not the best scenario. It was not a very good set. It was just not. They had like hundreds of extras. It was a big stadium scene. I think it was like a. Is this not coming out? Why is this not coming out? Please don't come out too fast. Oh my god. So it's a big stadium scene, and oh, hush hush, and then imparts chocolate and baked goods on us. Beautiful. Big stadium scene. Nightmare, overnight shoot, downtown, everybody's cold, everybody's tired, everybody wants to go home and just sleep. And then in the middle of this at lunch, we all have to have a sit-down talk about how you're not supposed to sell, how you can't sell drugs to your coworkers. And the rest of us are like, yes? Is that not typical? And apparently someone was selling drugs to coworkers. And they had to be released early. Why? Why? What a world. Oh, that's why. That's very much why. Hang on. It's glued shut on the inside. Of course it is. How did this happen? What did I do? They were specifically blueberry bagels. Bagels, so good with cream cheese. Selling drug. Oh yeah, no, this is on. Yeah, no. One of the extras was selling drugs behind the extras tent to the other extras, and they just thought they were gonna get away with that. I have one of those moments where you're just like, am I dumb? What's happening? Lucky I want one now. Dawn who notices. Yeah, that's, I mean, fair. I feel bad even, I feel bad even comparing the two, but I totally see what you mean, yeah. Come work retail 25 hours a week and maybe you'll get a bagel from the snack dealer. I would love a bagel from the snack dealer. I'm just picturing like, you know, like the old cartoons. Hey kid, wanna buy a snack? Wanna buy a muffin? Well, this is not an ideal way of doing this. This is not recommended, by the way. This is not a bookbinding tutorial, but we need to at least keep them in place for like a second. Maybe not. Maybe not. Hang on. Let's see. I don't even know if I got enough glue on there. Apparently, we just can't have nice things. Also made the right choice with the doors, by the way. Yes, she did. I was always very proud of her for that. She just doesn't let us refuse snacks. She's like, this is your snack now. You don't get to say anything. Yes, I gaff taped these 2 pages together to try to keep it whole. But it did not exactly, as you can see, work out. There we go. Try not to put anything in backwards. The only way to truly like fix this correctly would be to literally take this whole book apart, which I'm obviously not going to do tonight. I'll be able to maybe figure something out at a later date, but right now we're going for the old filmmaker's fix. There's no choice, only snacks. Oh, I have a pin that came in the mail the other day that I got for my collection. And it says it's a goose with a knife in his mouth and he says peace and it says peace was never an option. And I don't know why, it just makes me laugh every time I look at it. Oh, I need my little bone. I always want to say bone saw. It's not a fucking bone saw. The little thing to keep it. Hang on. Ladies and gentlemen, I have fucked up. I fucked up real bad. Hang on. I can fix this. Hang on. chat. My phone is on the floor and I see chat just scrolling. I always want in my brain to call this a bone saw. It is not a bone saw. It is... but I can never actually remember the real name for it. But a bone saw would be pretty metal if you needed it for bookbinding. Yeah, that's something. Oh, good. Blue was like, I'm not going to come out when you need me to, but what I will do, what I am willing to do, is I am willing to be all over the desk. It's okay, the desk needed to be cleaned anyway. It's called a scalpel. No, it's not a scalpel. It's just a little thing to like, smooth creases perfectly and all that stuff. Not an X-Acto knife. Someone in chat is like... No, it's not a bone saw. A bone saw. No. Oh, thank you, chat. I needed a break from the sad. The cat's wrestler name is Bonesaw McGraw. Yes, it is. Because we said it was, and that's the best thing ever. Ah, there we go. God, I don't know what this is, but it is not correct. You know how like people do their hair, right? They'll like dye their own hair and then like it gets fucked up and then like somebody calls Brad Mondo on them. I feel like whoever the Brad Mondo of bookbinding is, if they could see this right now, I would absolutely end up on their channel. Which is fair. I swear I'm good at bookbinding when I'm actually like doing it correctly. This is like a quick dirty fix. It's not recommended, and I won't do it again if I can help it. So Piggy, jealous of Sarah in her ballroom dress taking a picture with Kermit. Oh, that's cute. Oh my god, I live. Do you guys remember when Kermit and Miss Piggy broke up and they went on like that one late night show and were just roasting each other? I live for the tea. I live for the Muppets being shady to each other. We're gonna have to fix this for real in the future, but right now, I just need the pages to be in the book. Literally it. That's all I need. That one is there, but you know, Jimmy Kimmel. Was it Jimmy Kimmel? I think it was. Yeah. Yep. And then Kermit started dating that other girl. What a crazy time that all was. I guess they're back together. They were in Muppets Haunted Mansion. Them for working things out. Whenever anybody says suddenly anything, I just think suddenly Seymour. All right, close enough. We're gonna call this good enough. One of these days, I will fix it for real. I can fix it. Um, yeah, sure. Let's just leave all the stuff there. And Kermit, during the time that revamps were kind of different, like the Looney Tunes show. Yeah. Got a film reel on the floor. Film reel on the floor. Oh, the cat thing? No, I think that's one of those little like cat toys. I think my cats have toys like that where like there's a little like ball in it and they can like put their hands in and hit it and there's like a scratchy thing on the side. Um it also could be a food thing. No, because their food isn't a different thing. I'm not sure what it is. It's a cat scratcher. There you go. Oh, it's just one of the ones that they can sit on and they can, yeah. Yeah, I've seen those. Bless her heart, Perry is the only one that uses the cat scratcher. All the other cats just try to go for the... All the other cats in the house just try to go for the furniture. All right, I'm going to try to see if I can... finish this before the microphone has to be switched. So let's see. All right. Oof, okay. Carol hurried to me and buried me in a hug. Then Aunt Morgan and I went back to the mom's room and sat on the bed. We found Dad next to Mom, holding her in his arms. I sat on the side of the bed and took Mom's hands. Aunt Morgan sat at the foot of the bed. It really was time. I couldn't believe... Wait, is Carol there? No, Carol's in the other room. I couldn't believe it. Mom and Dad and Aunt Morgan and I sat on the bed in silence for a moment or two. Then I took Aunt Morgan's hand. With my free hand, she could feel more connected, so she could feel more connected to Mom. Finally, Mom said, "It's time." I squeezed her hand more tightly. Mom closed her eyes. "I love you," she said to us. "Take care of each other. I love you so much." "I love you too," Dad and Aunt Morgan and I said. And then we all sat there for nearly 2 hours. Mom's breathing changed. Sometimes she didn't take a breath for 10 or 20 seconds. Her eyes became all glassy, then finally they closed. I watched her chest move up and down, and then I don't know what changed exactly, but it was as if I could see the fight leave her. She began to look more peaceful, more and more peaceful. Her chest was barely moving, then it was still for a very long time. I started to cry. Dad and Aunt Morgan were crying softly too. At last, Dad said, "I think she's gone." And she was. Nobody moved for a few minutes, though. Finally, Dad stood up and cleared his throat. I ran from the room and straight into Carol's arms. After that, it was as if the house had been asleep for a long, long time, and suddenly it woke up. We made thousands of phone calls. The doctor returned. People came by. All I could think was, what do we do now? Oh boy, we've got a very, very... This is fair, Sonny. I just didn't see that coming. Saturday, 3:20, 4:45 a.m. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. 5:08 a.m. When am I ever going to be able to sleep again? 5:31 a.m. It is Saturday morning and my mother is dead. Oof. 5:38 a.m. The funeral will be held on Monday. What day are we on? Saturday. Well, that's... Oof. Monday morning at 11. Dad arranged that last night. The service will be held at the Palo City Unitarian Universalist Church. I haven't been there in a few years, but Mom and Dad used to go pretty often, especially before Mom got sick. The only reason they stopped was because Mom was in the hospital so often, and when she was at home, she usually didn't feel well enough to go out. She and Dad did go to church a couple of times this year, though, and the minister, Jim, came over to our house quite often. I like him. He isn't phony, very straightforward, and very open. The good thing about the UU church is that it is accepting of all kinds of people. It isn't judgmental. Well, that's good. There's a church not far from my house that flies a rainbow flag and a Black Lives Matter flag. And it's sad that we have to stipulate that because not all churches do that, but this one does. And I've always been like, well, at least we have that. At least there's that. That's a super underrated show, Nickelodeon, that had me. I never saw it, but I heard people talk about it. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to. I think we've gotten through the worst part. The worst was really worst. The worst was the worst. Was the worst, was the worst, was the worst. Was the worst. And now, I'm just trying to get there. Trying to get. Has anyone watched the new Chucky documentary called Living with Chucky? No. Doll's creator, daughter, directed it about her and the others growing up with the movies and parents working on the films. That sounds amazing. I want to see that. By the way, thank you guys, not just for being here all the time, but thank you guys for being willing to watch a stream of me sobbing. You guys are truly amazing, and the fact that you guys are here to make this a fun and safe space for each other is just truly great, and I want you to know that I love and appreciate all of you. The end, but the moment has prepared for... Yeah. We've got 3 more books after this book, but I think, hopefully, it won't be quite this awful. "5:50 a.m. I can't believe that my mother is dead and I'm analyzing churches. 6 a.m. Mom, I miss you already. Oh. 6:09 a.m. Dad's up. I can hear him moving around in his room. He's crying. Should I go to him? I can't go to him. Dad is in his room now. It's Dad's room only. It'll never be his and Mom's again. Can Dad bear it? Can any of us bear any of this? 10:00 a.m. Our house is like Grand Central Station. I wish everyone would just go away and leave us alone. Why are they bothering us? 11:10 a.m. Dad just asked me to help out and blew up at him, and I blew up at him like I used to do. I'm in my room now. Everybody leave me alone. 11:22. Just apologize to Dad. I know he's feeling as horrible as I am. Dad, I said, I don't know why I'm acting like this. I do, Dad replied, because you're mad. And you have a right to be. I do? Of course. Well, that's nice to hear. Are we getting a redemption arc for Dad? I know, poor Sonny. Be happy and positive. Good vibes. Yes, good vibes. Also, like, you know, if I can make more people comfortable with being openly emotional, I think that's a good thing because you should be. Like, there's nothing weird about being sad. It feels silly when it's you, but like it's just normal. Rest of the series, right? What happened? Where was this Dad? Where was this Sunny? I mean, Sunny hasn't done much, but she also hasn't been here that much, so that's nice. Oh, Dad sat next to me on the bed. We may have lost your mother, he said, but we still have each other. I know. What makes you the angriest of all? I thought for a moment. It's you, Dad. For a long time, the anger has really been targeted directly at you, but that's just me. Mr. Sunny. Mr. Winslow, I know. That Mom put us in this position so that we all do have is each other. Dad gave me a funny half smile. I looked down at my lap, then I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. Finally, I said, but if all I have to do is one other, but if all I have to, what? Try that again, brain. But if all I do have is one other person, I'm glad it's you. I'm on the fence about you, Mr. Winslow. I don't know how I feel about you yet. Dad took me in his arms then, and we cried together. It wasn't embarrassing at all. It seems quite natural. When we felt a little better, Dad asked me again to help out. We need to make phone calls and lots of arrangements, he said. He asked me if I would talk to the florist and choose the flowers for the funeral. To be honest, I don't really want to, but I said I would. Could be better off without Morgan, and thankfully she'll have Carol. Like, thankfully she has Carol. That's a good thing. 12:07 p.m. God, some people are stupid. Dawn was here. Sorry. I don't know that she was saying Dawn was stupid. I hope I didn't just blow out everybody's eardrums. But some people are stupid. Dawn was just here. It's like, ah, yes, no further question. Oh my god. She said, "Sonny, you sound so angry. Why are you angry?" Ah, yes, Sonny, you're right, she is stupid. I thought you'd be sad. What a jerk. I just looked at her and said, "Get out of my room." Good. 12:22 p.m. My mother is gone. My mother is gone. My mother is gone. 12:48 p.m. I think I'm going crazy. Carol has been here. She appeared in my doorway. I was sitting on my bed. I hadn't called the florist or done anything Dad had asked me to do. I'm not sure what Carol wanted to say to me. I didn't give her a chance. The second I saw her, I started talking. Everything just came spewing out. I said, "Carol, I'm sorry. I was horrible to Dawn. I was horrible to Dad. I didn't mean anything. I said I want to get." No, Dawn deserves it. Dawn totally deserves it. I didn't mean anything. I said I want to get the right flowers and I want to talk to Dawn. Then I burst into tears. Carol held me and let me cry. "You know," she said after a while, "it's going to be a long time before you feel better. This is not going to go away quickly. You probably aren't going to understand your feelings or what you do or what you say. Don't be too hard on yourself." She's like, "I know, Dawn. You don't have to be sorry." People are so stupid. Dawn was here. Enough said. Mean it when it comes to Dawn. Oh, yeah, absolutely mean it when it comes to Dawn. I nodded, still crying. "On the other hand," Carol went on, "remember that you can rely on your friends and your family now. They want to be here for you. They want to help you, but they might not always know the best way to help you because Dawn's an idiot. We're all in agreement." "So I probably shouldn't shout at them," I said. Carol smiled. "Well, not if you can help it, but that doesn't mean you can't tell people when you want to be alone. Or if you really want to shout, how about turning up your stereo full blast and screaming? Or just scream at Dawn. She deserves it." "You can say whatever you want. I'll tell your father that I suggested this to you." I managed to smile. "Okay," I said. "Now," Carol went on, do you want me to call the florist? I'd be happy to do it." "No, I kind of want to do it. I like the idea of choosing flowers for Mom. I don't know why I got so mad at Dad." "Maybe you're not really mad at your father. Maybe you're just mad that the flowers have to be chosen in the first place." I love Carol. 3:17 p.m. I'm spending way too much time writing in my journal, but I have to write. Sometimes you really do. Sometimes it's just like, I gotta do this. Okay, it looks like I still have some battery. Honey soy chicken chips. Oh, that's not good. But not Dawn. Never Dawn, Carol. Carol is the best adult in the series. She really truly is. The Schaefer parent, like Mr. Schaefer has his moments where you're just like, ugh, but like their family as a whole is probably well, no, that's not true. Amalia's family is the best family. Carol is honorary, and everybody else is a mess. Those do sound good. Americans are over here just begging Ruffles to release the all-dress Ruffles that they have in Canada, but they won't sell here. Oh, let's see. Almost there, almost there. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. Didn't mention earlier who's been here today. I mean, specifically, it feels like everyone on the planet has been here. Grandma and Granddad came over last night, of course, and they were here for a long time today. For some reason, I didn't feel like being with them. Grandma looked hurt. She called to me twice in my room. Finally, I agreed to eat supper with her and Granddad and Dad and Aunt Morgan. The five of us crowded around the little table in the kitchen that was crammed with food and baskets and mail and packages. We tried to eat with all this stuff overflowing around us. Our elbows kept bumping. There was barely room enough for us and the meal. I don't know what got into me, but I gazed through the doorway into what had been Mom's room and said, "Won't it be nice to have the dining room back again? Then we can have more space." I thought Aunt Morgan was going to slap me. Dad began to cry and left the table, so I slammed my fork down and left the table. It's funny, I just realized that I set out to make a list of the people who have been by today when I guess I really wanted to write about what happened at dinner. I'm a mean, horrible, awful person. No, you're grieving. 7:42 p.m. and I'm so tired of writing in this stupid journal. Sunday 3:21, 7:46 p.m. I guess I needed a break from the journal. Sometimes Writing is helpful. Sometimes it intensifies everything. I don't need my feelings intensified just now. Dawn is here with me. She's writing in her journal, too. It's been some day. I'm so glad I don't have to read what she's writing. Aren't you all glad? We don't have to read any more of what Dawn's writing. Ruffles are good. Ruffles are very good. My phone has just been recording stream for 8 minutes. I don't know when that happened. Well, 8 minutes ago. I don't know how that happened. Probably when it fell on the floor. I know I mentioned this earlier. Sorry I made an Easter egg. Don't be sorry. An Easter egg theory. Yay! I know most people don't celebrate it for many different reasons and different beliefs. I figured lighten up the mood. No, definitely. If you celebrate Easter and that's something that brings you joy, I'm glad that you ate an Easter wreath. I actually have some family coming in for Easter. But no, yeah. That sounds super, super fun. Made Dawn kindly suffer the pain of being punted directly into space. Yep. We've gotten past the worst part of it. I'm not sobbing right now, if that's what you're asking. The hardest part was just the slow and inevitable thing that was happening, you know? And so now we've like gotten to the point where like the worst of the worst thing has happened and now Sunny starts her healing journey. And that sucks. But the worst. Oh my god, you know what I just realized? God. All of this took place over the course of we've only covered 5 days of time in this book. You know, usually it covers like months of time. 5 days. 5 days this has been. This is probably by the time we finish reading this book, it'll have been a week. Going to a death metal show on Good Friday. That actually honestly sounds like a great way to celebrate Good Friday. And starts the grieving with others because of character development. Yay, character development. Well, no, the book is still happening. Yeah. Yeah, what Ellery said. He said it best. Um Yeah, who are you going to see, Paulo? Been some day. Last night, I apologized to Dad again, and we all calmed down. I went to bed early and actually fell asleep. I slept for a long time until almost 7 o'clock this morning. Today was almost as busy as yesterday, but different kind of busy. Yesterday, we made the rest of the phone calls, the horrible ones where we had to tell people about Mom. Most of the funeral arrangements have been taken care of. What happened today was just that people kept coming by in droves. It seemed in the morning they were mostly friends of Mom's and Dad's. After a while, it got tired of sitting with them and went to my room. A few minutes later, Dawn showed up. I told her she was brave considering how I treated her yesterday. She ended up staying through the afternoon. In the morning, we just sat in my room and talked. Dawn is almost as sad about Mom as I am. She has her own mother and Carol, but was close to Mom. Kind of in the way I'm close to Carol. I have to say that at first I was irritated to discover how upset Dawn was. Like, being upset about Mom should be my personal right since I am her actual daughter. But then I thought about how I would feel if Carol died. I guess it's okay for Dawn to be as sad as I am. Dawn can have a little emotion as a treat. Listen to, I'm going to cook. Oh, Paulo, that's good of you to go. I hope it's a fun show. Dawn has feelings in this economy? Oh, God. You know, cats can have a little slumpy, Dawn can have a little feeling? Eh, I guess, if Sunny says so. Dawn looks horrible, pale and fragile. Is this how I look? No, I think that's just how Dawn looks all the time. Around lunchtime, Dawn, I'm tapering down the sadness by just my rage at Dawn. Is it helping anybody else? It's helping me. Around lunchtime, Dawn and I crept into the kitchen and fixed plates of food for ourselves. We brought them back to my room. We just picked at them. You know what? I said after a while. It's kind of like, wait. I kind of like to see Ducky. You would? Now? Said Dawn. Yeah. Yeah, because anything's better than just hanging out with you, Dawn. Well, let's call him. He'd like it if you called him. I'm sure he'll come over. So we called him. And he came over. Good old Ducky. When Ducky arrived, one of the people downstairs let him in. Dawn and I didn't hear the doorbell ring. So suddenly, Ducky was just standing in the doorway. Suddenly, Ducky, standing beside you. Sorry. Now I'm just loopy. The second Dawn and I saw him, we burst into tears, both of us. Poor Ducky. Ducky hugged me first, then Dawn. Then he started to cry too. Oh, I thought that would make things worse, but it didn't. After a moment or two, the three of us just looked at one another, and then we started to laugh and cry. Everything was all mixed up. We were trying to pull ourselves together a little when we heard someone say, "Hi." We turned around, and there was Maggie. It was not like her to drop by without calling first, so I was surprised, but mostly I found that I was very pleased. There was more hugging. We weren't saying much. We'd cry a little, then someone would hug someone, then we'd laugh a bit. Later, Dad called upstairs, "Sonny, telephone." For some reason, I checked my watch as I headed for the phone. I found that hours had gone by, hours with my friends, crying, laughing, just being together. The caller was Amalia. "Can I come over?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "I'd like that." Amalia's not about to drop by someone's house uninvited. Oh, at least this is the microphone we're using today. I will give you character development, angry fans be damned. I really like metal. I like dark pop, and I love bands like Sleep Token that can put metal and dark pop together in a really cool way. Since we're talking about bands, um, Bad Omens. Also love me some Bad Omens. A half hour later, Amalia had joined Dawn, Ducky, Maggie, and me. Now the five of us were sitting around crying, laughing, and talking a bit more than we had been earlier. When was the last time the five of us were together in one place other than school? Was it the night of that dreadful party, the night we met Ducky? That was months ago. It seems like forever ago. I've been so horrible to most of my friends lately, and here they all were gathered around me like a cocoon, protecting me, loving me, not caring how horrible I've been. For just a second, I feel a teeny bit better. Then I remember what is going to happen tomorrow. Please, please let me get through the funeral. It's going to be wretched. All I want is for it to be over. 8:50 p.m. Carol came up a while ago. She sat on my bed and talked to Dawn and me. Dawn wants to spend the night here. Carol said it's okay. Dawn's going to the funeral tomorrow. Dawn, you invited yourself over instead of inviting her over there? What? Invite her over, Dawn. Don't invite yourself over to her house. Jesus. Good taste, Avery. Thank you, Adam. Synthwave is good, yeah. I am all over the place with music, too. Oh, battery's low. Let's see. There's two battery readouts. I'm not sure which battery readout I'm supposed to be listening to, but Let's see. If the mic drops out, I just have to switch it. So no one panic, by the way. Um Dawn's going to the funeral tomorrow. Everyone in her family is going. Carol has told Dawn she does not have to go to school afterward. Dawn would be in no shape for it. Yeah, that would suck to be like, all right, now that the funeral's over, go do your math work. It's like, that'd suck. Just take the day off of school. Maggie, Ducky, and Amalia are going to the funeral too. I will be in my cocoon again. This afternoon, I asked Dad if I can sit with my friends during the service. Well, he said family members are supposed to sit together in the first two pews. My face must have shown my dismay. Dismay? It was more like shock, horror. How about if we let Dawn sit with you? No, Dad! No! I know you want all your favorite people with you. How about just the one bitchy girl? um, he said, if she doesn't mind not sitting with her family. So I talked to Dawn and Carol about that. It's up to you, honey, Carol said to Dawn. We'd like for you to sit with us, but we'll understand if you want to sit with Sunny. Dawn looked pained. I stopped just short of saying to her, please, please, please sit with me. I need you. You're like my sister. You have to sit with me. Maybe my face showed what I was thinking, though, because finally Dawn said, of course I'll sit with you, Sunny. I'll do anything you want, but she sounded uncertain. Carol spoke up then. How many funerals have you girls been to? She asked. Dawn and I looked at each other. One, said Dawn. One, I said. My great aunt's 2 years ago. Carol nodded. Funerals are difficult no matter what, but when you haven't been to many, I guess that's why Dawn looked pained. It isn't just that tomorrow is Mom's funeral, it's the whole idea of a funeral. Dawn, if you want to sit with your family, that's okay, I said. Inside, I was cringing. No, no, I'll sit with you. Thank you, I said, and let out this tremendous breath. Carol looked at both of us for a very long time. Nobody should have to go through what you're going through, she said softly, and tears came to her eyes. She stood up. All right, I better go now, Dawn. Are you going to come home tomorrow morning? Or do you want to go straight to the service with the Winslows? I'll come home first, said Dawn. I need to change. Okay, see you in the morning, honey. Carol kissed Dawn on the top of her head, then she kissed me. And you know what? Even though Carol kissed me too, when I saw her lean down to kiss Dawn, I felt this huge knot of jealousy form in me. If Carol had died and Mom were sitting here with us instead, she would have kissed me first. But Mom is gone. Monday, 3/22, 12:49 a.m. Well, technically, it is now the day of Mom's funeral. I know I should be sleeping. I have tried to sleep, but I just can't do it. I was so hopeful after my good sleep last night. Dawn and I have been talking and talking and talking, mostly about Mom. Of all my friends, Dawn knew her the best, knew her. Now I have to write new when I write about Mom. 12:56 a.m. Had to stop for a few minutes. Tears. I don't think I'll ever go back to read this journal. I'm thinking of that summer when, 2 years ago, when I spent a week reading all of my journals, every single one of them, in order, starting with the very first one, second grade at Vista. If I ever do that again, I know that I will have to skip this one. It is actually tear stained. I can't believe I wanted to chronicle the end of Mom's life. It's normal, Sonny. It's okay, hon. I think I'm gonna let me switch the microphone. I think it's going to. There's two readouts. One looks like it has enough battery to make it. One does not. And I don't know which one is the one I'm supposed to be listening to, but mm, eh, mm, um well, left, right. I don't understand this yet. Um Schrodinger's battery, right? All right, I'll keep reading for a second. 6 nights ago, when Dawn started to talk about Mom, I stopped her. Tonight, after Carol left and after Dad and Aunt Morgan went to bed, we only talked about Mom. I started it. Remember Mom and the pennies, Dawn? I said the story you started to tell last week. Dawn smiled. Yeah, is it all right to talk about it now? I nodded. I don't think I can talk about anything but Mom. You know why? Dawn shook her head. I know it's ridiculous, but she's only been gone for 2 days, and already I'm afraid I'll forget her. Oh, Sonny, you'll never forget her. What if I do? Look around you. There are reminders of her everywhere. Dawn pointed to the photos of Mom and the vase Mom made and the little rug she had woven. And this was just in your room. Think of what's downstairs, not to mention what's in photo albums and scrapbooks. I can't explain it, I replied. I'm still afraid. That's why I want to talk about her. It should have been Dawn instead of the mother. Why, God? Why? And wishing death upon a fictional child. We're back on our bullshit again. Emphasis on the word fictional, Jesus Christ, by the way. We stay strong here. Yep, we do. Daywave, Beach Fossils, Girl in Red, Dream Ivory, Current Joys, if you haven't heard of them. I will check those out. Um, And that's why I feel like writing about her now. I want to get everything down in this journal, even though I'll probably never read it again. Here is a story about the pennies. One summer day, it was very hot. I remember when Dawn and I were about 8. We were bored to tears, and I think we were driving our mothers crazy, so Mom said she would take us downstairs for a while. Dawn and I were thrilled at the prospect of an adventure. Also, we thought Mom was going to buy us ice cream, so we piled into the car with our pockets full of spending money in case we also went to the toy store. To our surprise, though, after Mom had found a parking space, we started down Henry Street. Mom walked us right by both the ice cream shop and the toy store. Where are we going? I asked her. Then I noticed that Mom had pulled out a bag of pennies out of her purse. What are those for? Can you guess? Said Mom. A wishing well? Dawn suggested. I only use pennies for wishing wells. Mom shook her head. Nope. To throw in a fountain? I said. Nope. Well, yeah, fountain. Wishing fountains, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. There aren't a lot of wells here. A gumball machine, I said hopefully. Mom smiled, but she said nope again. Dawn and I looked at each other. We shrugged. Then Mom opened a bag and took out a penny. Carefully, she placed it heads up on the sidewalk. I was clueless. What? I said to Mom. I don't get it. What does a heads up penny mean? Asked Mom. Good luck, Dawn replied. That's right, and you can make a wish on a heads up penny. But why are you leaving it there on the sidewalk? I asked. So someone can find it. At last, I got the idea. Oh, I cried, we're going to leave wishes for people. We can leave them all over town. Can we stay and watch what happens when people find the pennies? Asked Dawn. Sure, said Mom. She held out the bag to Dawn, and each of us reached in and withdrew a handful of pennies. Then we continued along Henry Street, setting down pennies as we went. We tried to leave them in places where we were pretty sure people would find them, but not right out in the open because we thought they would be more fun to find if they were just a teensy bit hidden. Now let's get ice cream, said Mom. She bought cones for us, and we ate them on a bench outside of Krause's. From where we were sitting, we could see 4 of our pennies. The first 2 people who found them just spotted them, leaned down, picked them up, and put them in their pockets. The third was noticed by a little girl. She was about 5, just enough younger than Dawn and me so that she seemed like a really little kid. I nudged Dawn and Mom. Look, I whispered loudly. The girl picked up the penny and tugged at her father's arm. Daddy, she cried, I found a penny, and it's a good luck penny. Make a wish on it, her father said. The girl squeezed her eyes shut tightly. For a few seconds, when she opened them, she said, Okay, what did you wish for? Her father asked. Oh, Daddy, she replied, you know I can't tell you that. Then it won't come true. But it was a really good wish. Dawn and Mom and I looked at one another and grinned. We were about to leave when we saw an old man and an old woman walking arm in arm toward Krause's. The woman was humming very loudly when the man spoke patiently to her. You're going to see Marilyn and the kids tonight, remember, dear? He was saying, and for some reason I had the feeling he'd said it to her many times already that day. Anne! You really gonna throw... You can't throw that in after what we've been through. Anne? Andolin? Andifer? Marilyn, the woman said vaguely. She's our daughter, the man went on, and patiently as ever, our older daughter and her kids are Jamie and Ben. Now, have I ever met Jamie and Ben? The woman said, and that was when she spied the last penny. Oh, a penny, she cried. Why, that's the third penny you found today, said the man. 3 pennies, the woman said, and she looked so happy. 3 cents. This was a 3-cent walk. The man and the woman went into Krause's then, and I looked at Mom. Is something wrong with that woman? I asked her. I think she's just getting old, Mom replied. Some people lose their memories when they get old. But she forgot who her own daughter is, I exclaimed. I was incredulous. Mom drew in a breath. Well, some older people develop a disease called Alzheimer's. I think that may be what has happened to that woman. We were silent for a moment, then I started to grin again. She didn't wish on the penny, but I think we made her really happy, I said. It sounds like she has a penny collection or something. Did you see how happy we made her? Yup, said Mom. With just a penny, said Dawn. Yup, said Mom again. When Dawn and I were remembering this story tonight, Dawn said that out of all... The book blurb did say just cry. They did tell us. Anne really said go cry. What are you going to do, cry about it? Yes, Anne. Yes, we are. Those pennies we set down, we only saw one person, the little girl, actually make a wish, but I bet we made a lot of people happy for one reason or another, like the old lady. Of course, Dawn's gonna look on the negative side. Like the old lady. And that was the one with one of the best things about Mom. She knew how to make people happy. Remembering that about her makes me feel both happy and sad. I think I'll try to go to sleep now. Jesus Christ, so many tissues! I think I've broken your record, Gabe. Oh. Oh, did I? Oh, I thought I had lost sound. Not yet. It really said, nope. Still going. Might crash out. Good night, Adam. Thank you. See you. We will stream again next on Monday. Oh. Remembering that about her makes me feel both happy and sad. I think I'll try to go to sleep now. My wrist aches from writing and my eyes burn from sitting under the tiny reading lamp. 3:13 a.m. No dice, no sleep. I don't want to be a zombie tomorrow. 3:16 a.m. On the other hand, what does it matter? 3:20 a.m. Going to try again after all. Tuesday, 3:23, 4:30 p.m. Everything is over. I never even wrote in my journal again yesterday. Oh, we've already passed the funeral day. And today I went back to school. I can't say I was able to concentrate or that I'll do anything besides write in my journal for the rest of the day, but suddenly I couldn't stand sitting around the house for another minute. I wanted to return to my life, so I got up this morning, got dressed, and walked to Vista with Dawn, almost like usual. Back to yesterday, though. The day passed in a blur, at least that's how it seemed, and at the time, but now that I try to recall it, I find that some details are coming back. Dawn and I got up early, neither of us had slept well, and we were very nervous. Dawn came out of the bathroom, sat on my bed, looked at me, and said, "Well, what are you going to wear?" I couldn't believe it, but until that very second, I hadn't given it a single thought. "Oh, God, I don't know." I said, "What are you going to wear?" I asked Carol about that yesterday, and she said you don't have to wear black to funerals anymore. She said I could wear pretty much whatever I wanted as long as it's, sedate. I thought I'd wear my black pants and that green sweater. There's something Mom liked, I said, and I was embarrassed to think of the horrible clothes I've been wearing lately. I'm sure Mom didn't like any of them. My torn, faded black things. I have a lot of black, but nothing very sedate. Hey, don't call the black, ripped up jeans horrible. That hurts my feelings. Thanks for joining us to top our eyes out. Yes, thank you. Annie, Manny, Manuel Martin, how dare you sucker punch us with the Alzheimer's? How could you? After every, like, while we're down, she's just like, you think you're better now? That old woman is Alzheimer's. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, it is 107. Got, my family's gonna be be here later this morning. Gotta finish up this book. Not look puffy when they get here. Um, what did your mom like? Asked Dawn. I frowned and opened the closet door. I don't know. I pawed through t-shirts and sweatshirts, leggings, and hulking oversized jackets and shirts. Stuff I used to wear last year, I guess. It took forever, but finally I came up with that navy dress Mom bought for me. I haven't worn it very often and wasn't even sure it would fit, but it fit well enough. I guess this'll do, I said. Dawn went home to change, and I went downstairs in my funeral clothes. If Dad or Aunt Morgan had said one word, one negative word about my outfit, I think I would have screamed at them, run upstairs, and locked myself in my room. Um, but they just gave me a sad half smile when I walked into the kitchen. Dad was sitting at the table drinking black coffee and wearing his darkest suit and tie. Aunt Morgan was standing at the sink in a black dress with her black shoes and a black band in her hair. So much for not having to wear black to funerals anymore. Aunt Morgan said, I cannot believe I am standing here dressed for my sister's funeral. This wasn't supposed to happen for about 45 more years. Dad's eyes filled with tears and he stared into his coffee mug. Oh, I'm sorry, said Aunt Morgan. She dissolved into tears. Then Dad did too. I left the kitchen. Anne really said, Did you cry about the dead mom? Have some Alzheimer's as a treat. Anne really, Anne really said, feel feelings. And we said, we don't want to. And she said, too fucking bad. We got like shoved down a flight of stairs emotionally. And then as we were picking ourselves up, we got clotheslined with Alzheimer's. Jesus Christ, Anne, I can't believe you would do us so dirty. You know what? I don't know what I did between then and the time we left for the funeral. 5 p.m. Ducky just called, checking up on me. He is a very good person. He is very good boy. He is good Ducky. He is best Ducky. Best boy Ducky. The next thing I remember about yesterday is finding a parking space behind the church. The lot was really crowded, even though we were way early. And I remember thinking, what if we're late to Mom's funeral because we couldn't find a parking space? I almost laughed, then I almost cried. Then I commented on looking for a space. Do you think a lot of people are going to come? I asked Dad. Yes, he replied grimly. We didn't say much until we were inside. Dad found Jim, the minister, in his office and began to talk to him. Aunt Morgan and I wandered into the chapel and looked around. The flowers are beautiful, Aunt Morgan said. You did a good job. Thank you, I replied. We saw people gathering in the vestibule, then Dad joined us. We should probably go talk to everyone, he said. Jim is going to begin the service in about 15 minutes. I don't want to talk to anyone, I said. Then don't talk to anyone, Aunt Morgan said crossly. She and Dad headed for the vestibule. I followed them. I felt like punching Aunt Morgan in the face. Luckily, the first person I saw was Dawn. She was standing uncomfortably with Carol, her father, and Jeff. When she saw me, she hurried across the room and put her arms around me. Suddenly, I was surrounded by my friends out of nowhere. Ducky, Maggie, and Amalia appeared. I was in my cocoon again, safe. I don't remember what we talked about. At a few minutes after 11, Dad touched me on the elbow. Okay, honey, he whispered. I grabbed Dawn panicky. Oh God, I said, and I knew I sounded hysterical. The cocoon enveloped me once more, lending me strength. Then Dad, Aunt Morgan, Dawn, and I left the vestibule and walked down the aisle to the first row of pews. Jim looked at us from the front of the chapel. He nodded encouragingly. We slid into a pew. When we were seated, the other people began to enter. First, our relatives, who sat directly behind us, then our friends. It reminded me of a wedding, and once again I was tempted to laugh, then cry. Luckily, neither happened. Dawn reached over and held my hand. Dad did the same. Then Aunt Morgan took Dad's hand, or Dawn's hand. Sorry, I can't read even more than I usually can't. I don't know how Dawn felt about that, but it was nice for the four of us to be linked. For a while, it doesn't matter what Dawn feels or thinks or wants. For a while, we just sat there. Finally, I whispered to Dawn, when is it going to start? She shrugged. 15 more minutes went by. Dad? I said at last, it's getting kind of late. Turn around and look behind you, he said. I turned around. The entire church was filled. Not one single space was empty. People were standing along the back, and more were crowded into the vestibule. Jim approached us then. Sorry for the delay, he said quietly. There are people standing out in the front steps, too, and down on the sidewalk. We're trying to rig something up so that they'll be able to hear the service outside. I still can't believe it. My mother touched so many people. They loved her, and she loved them. When Jim stepped away, Aunt Morgan started to cry again. I wanted to cry too, but I just refused to break down. Tell me how you do that, so you tell me how you just go, no, brain, we're not crying right now. Because I would like to know very much. In front of the huge crowd. I was not going to do it. I didn't do it. That is no reflection on you. No one's gonna be like, that dumb bitch crying at her mother's funeral. Only Dawn would say that, and Dawn can be punted. Just went through it 3 minutes ago. I'm sorry, Paulo. Feel free to step away. I really don't want anybody to be triggered. Dawn is not a valid person. Do not consider her needs literally ever. Oh my god. Not only can, but also should be punted. Hunt Dawn into the Sun 2024. Um At last the service started. Dad and Mom had talked a lot about what would happen during it. Mom wanted certain music played in the background. Her friend Jake was in the choir loft sitting on a stool with his guitar next to his wife Nina at the organ. First they played some music that I thought might be Chopin. Then they played Sheep May Safely Graze. Oh god, it's such a sad song. I know that for sure because it was a piece of music that Mom requested over and over again at the hospital. Then they began to play Amazing Grace. Oh god. The only thing that could make this worse is if they start playing His Eye is on the Sparrow. Kind of in and out. The next book features Dawn going out. Thank you. I'm so sorry, but thank you for making me laugh. We're going to read some really fun, lighthearted stuff next week. I swear to God. We're going to read Scooby Doo, and we're going to be happy, and it's going to be great. They played it through once, and then a clear, sweet voice rang out from the choir loft. I turned around to look. It was Liz. She managed to sing the entire song without crying, although just about everyone else in the church was teary-eyed. I could never. By the time she finished, although that Jake and Nina wait, my God. After that, Jake and Nina played very, very softly throughout the rest of the service. All Mom had wanted after the music ended was for people to have a chance to talk about her and remember her. Jim spoke first. He talked about the first time he met Mom. She was pregnant with me, and he described her as radiantly happy about the baby she was about to have. What happened next was horrible. As far as I was concerned, no one else, including Dad, seemed to think anything of it, but I was mortified. After Jim finished speaking, Dad stepped up to the microphone. He began to talk about Mom. He talked about how they met when they were in college and how they were drawn together by their beliefs in peace and nonviolence and gun control, in issues of equality and tolerance, and how the only big fight they ever had was over the fact that Mom couldn't help but feel intolerant of intolerant people. Dad had told her that made her a hypocrite, and Mom replied that she just couldn't feel anything but disgust for people who hated other people because of the color of their skin, or religion, or their sex, or of the person they wanted to spend the rest of their life with, and that was that. Based. Super based. I was hearing things about my mom that I hadn't heard before, but they didn't surprise me. Anyway, the horrible thing was when Dad began to talk about the love that he and Mom had for each other. His voice broke at first, and he simply couldn't continue speaking, but then it got worse. He began sobbing right up there at in the microphone in front of all those people, with all those other people listening outside. turn it off and back on again. Maybe that's it. Hey, we turned it off and back on again, and it worked. Battery is dead on the battery microphone, so we are doing all the things. Sorry, guys. Hang on 1 second. Oh, that's where that was. I'm looking for that. Nothing to see here, just looking for a magnet clip that is currently nowhere. I will find it, it's fine. It's fine. Hi, Rex! A tragedy 16-year-old? Yes. Yes, I do. Yes. Yep. I feel nothing. I feel no remorse. Alright. Well, magnet is somewhere. I'll find it. Anyway, let's finish this book. He talked about Mom's illness and how brave. Wait, how far did you guys hear? When did it cut out? That's my question. That's the important question. I don't know how far back I have to go. It cut out when you were reading about Sunny's dad tearing up. Okay. Something about Dawn. Okay, let me just go back to the beginning. His voice broke, and at first he simply couldn't continue speaking, but then it got worse. He began sobbing right up there at the microphone in front of all those people, with all those other people listening outside. I kept waiting for Jim or someone to escort him back to his seat, but no one did, and Dad seemed to want to go on, except that he couldn't. He just stood there and cried and cried. That's what funerals are for, and also don't feel bad. I don't really like the dad, but also don't feel bad. Mr. Winslow, I've been crying all night, and it's gonna be on the internet forever, so, you know, there's that. If I could have fit under the pew, I would have crawled there and waited until the service was over. As it was, I slid down until my head was about level with Dawn's shoulder. Aunt Morgan literally tried to haul me up, but I edged away from her. After what seemed like hours, Dad got control of himself and continued. He talked about Mom's illness and how brave she was. He even talked about how she planned the service. All around me, I could hear people sniffling and letting out little sobs. When Dad finished, Jim hugged him hard before Dad returned to his seat. Then Dad sat down, put his head in his hands, and began to sob again. I looked helplessly at Dawn. She squeezed my hand, which was her way of letting me know that I should take Dad's hand again. So I did. We sat that way until the service was over. A lot more people got up and spoke after that. Maybe 10 or even 15. No one spoke for as long as Dad did, but everyone said what a wonderful person Mom was and how she'll be missed, how she was a star whose light had been snuffed out, that sort of thing. The longer it went on, the less I felt like crying. I don't know why. I felt like I was turning into a rock, and I had all hard and cold. I couldn't wait for the service to be over. That's numbness. 8:42 p.m. I want to finish writing about the funeral. I just want it out of the way. I've been writing and writing and writing, and I can't really should start to catch up with my homework, but I have to finish this. I'm going to write it out and then never look at it again. I may even need to start a new journal after this entry. Yeah, you will. When the service finally ended, everyone filed out of the chapel. We left in the same order we'd entered. Dad and Aunt Morgan and Dawn and I first. Then our relatives, then everyone else. Since Mom had been cremated and there isn't going to be a burial, people gathered in the vestibule and outside. They just wanted to talk. Of course, everyone wanted to talk to Dad and me. And of course, I didn't want to talk to any of them, except Dawn and Ducky and Maggie and Amalia. Thank God they formed their cocoon again. I let them wrap me up, and I was able to ignore everyone else, pretty much.
I have never seen so much crying and hugging. I don't really want to write about it though. Finally. We were about to leave. Dad and Aunt Morgan and I drove back to our house. I couldn't believe it. The house was full of people who had been at the funeral. What had they been doing there when we weren't even at home yet? It turned out that they were setting out all the food that had been delivered in the last few days, along with stacks of paper plates and cups and napkins. What a waste of trees. A lot of the people, her words, not mine, a lot of the people who had been at the service stopped by the house to eat and talk and offer their shoulders to Dad and me. All I felt was ungrateful and frustrated. I wanted them all out of our house. Hadn't they just seen, hadn't they just spent the morning crying and talking about Mom? Dad and Aunt Morgan seemed glad that the people came by. I was only glad about my cocoon. I don't know if it was correct funeral behavior, and I really don't care, but the five of us huddled upstairs in my room and ignored the activity downstairs. I didn't want any kind of words or shoulders unless they belonged to my friends. Somehow, they passed by. All during the afternoon, my friends sat with me. At 6 o'clock, Amalia said she had to leave. Maggie followed soon after. Ducky and Dawn stayed until almost 10 o'clock. You know what? I said then. I'm going to go to school tomorrow. Great, they replied, and that is the end of this journal. I will never look at it again. This is not the end. We're almost there, guys. She psyched you out. Hang on. Part 2, Wednesday, 3/24. Brand new journal. Oh, this is technically a new journal. So these are not, okay, interesting. These are not literally the beginning and ends of journals. Interesting. I guess I thought that was too on the nose. Part 2, brand new journal, at least in my mind. Oh, never mind. I was like, how is this a brand new journal, Sonny? It's clearly not. At least in my mind. After I wrote the last word on the page before this one, I almost put the journal unfinished in the box with the others, but finally I decided that it was too wasteful, so I'm starting part 2 here. I'll fold down the corner of this page so I know where the second part begins, and I'll never look at the first part again. Went to school today, second day back, still can't concentrate. I wonder how long that will go on. When am I going to feel better? I think that's supposed to be say I know, but that's a typo. Mom's only been gone for a few days, but I've been grieving for months already, grieving and goofing off. I'm not sure I'll be able to make up for everything I've missed this school year. I wonder if I'll have to repeat 8th grade. I've made a big mess of it. Still, I see one good sign. I did a huge chunk of homework after school today. The first work I've done in a long time, and I saved writing in the journal for after I'd done the work. Now I'm going to do something I hadn't thought of. I might not do for years. I'm going to start reading Mom's diaries. I want to feel close to her. 9:26 p.m. Wow, I've been reading her diary since dinner ended. This is like reading someone's autobiography. I'm living someone else's life. I'm living Mom's life again for her. Mom's very first diary was given to her on her 14th birthday. All of her diaries except the first one look like my journals, messy, well-worn, spiral-bound notebooks, but the first one, which was a gift from her parents, is an actual diary, a small book with an amber-colored cover and a brass clasp that actually locks with a key. Mom helpfully taped the key to the back of the diary. When I opened the diary, I realized my hands were shaking a little. I was about to enter Mom's life nearly 30 years ago. The first entry was written on the night of Mom's birthday. It started off with, "Great birthday! Everyone's here. Janet, Liz, Molly, Dale, Nancy, Corey, Beth. We had a swim party." Well, that was no surprise because I arranged it, but Mom and Dad didn't tell me that Aunt Mel and Uncle Rick were going to come with Caroline and Peter. Fun to see them. Peter is so cute. He's almost 4 now, and Caroline is so good with him. Now that she can read, she reads stories to him all the time. Got great presents. This one is the best. I'll write it in it every day. I frowned a little as I read the entry. It seemed just the teeniest bit immature to me. Then I thought about how small the diary was and looked at the big lines on the pages. I realized that Mom had to summarize each day in 12 lines. I kept on reading. Finally, I flipped ahead, found this entry. October 30th, getting ready for Corey's Halloween party. She's going to invite boys. I'm ready. Am I ready for boys? I guess I'll find out. I'm glad this is a costume party because I'd be a lot more worried about what to wear if I couldn't go dressed as a hippie. Very easy costume. The rest of the page is a drawing of the parts of the hippie costume. I turn the page. October 31st, very late at night. The party didn't end until almost midnight. I have reached a decision. Boys are disgusting. They should not be allowed out of their cages until their voices have changed and they can dress and speak properly, unless they are Kevin Darcy. Sigh. Note, Halloween doesn't mean candy anymore. My trick-or-treating days are over. I read through the autumn entries and on into December to see what Mom's Christmas had been like, and I came to a page that was nearly blank. It read, High School, December 13th, High School is horrible. That cat does look, it's a cow cat! He looks like my cousin's cat. So cute. High School is horrible. It was followed by several blank pages. The next entry was on December 17th, and it was all about Christmas. There was no mention of why high school was horrible or what had happened. I decided it was just one of those school problems. I skimmed through the rest of that diary and noticed that Mom tended to skip days in it. Oh, anyway. Finally, I laid down the leather diary and picked up the first of the spiral bound notebooks. It was so different from my journals and so different from the formal diary Mom had gotten for her birthday. She had doodles in the journal and pasted down letters, photographs, newspaper articles, ticket stubs, and so forth. It's a junk journal. It was really a scrapbook. I paged through it, fascinated. One of the earlier dates in the journal was October 6th of Mom's sophomore year in high school. The entry for that date was sprawled across 2 pages and included a slightly blurry photo of three girls in cheerleader uniforms with pom-poms and a megaphone. I stared at the photo until I realized that the girl on the right was Mom. Mom? Mom was a cheerleader? I couldn't believe it. It did not fit in with my image of her. The hippie Halloween costume had been much more appropriate. Later in the same journal, I found a photo that looked like it had actually been cut out of a yearbook. I wondered why and where the yearbook with the hole in it was today. The picture was in black and white and was a group shot of about 25 kids sitting on bleachers under a banner that read Young Republicans. Now I was totally stumped. Cheerleader Republican? This was not my mom. She must have had a twin sister who had been felled by some weird tragedy, and this was her way of telling me about her. Or maybe the girl in the photo was Aunt Morgan. Mom and Aunt Morgan looked pretty similar, but no, I read the caption. The girl who looked like Mom was clearly identified, and she was Mom, all right, not Aunt Morgan. I wondered again where the yearbook was. I would love to get my hands on it. And now I can't believe it, but I'll have to stop reading and writing and go to bed. It is so late, and I'm determined to go to school tomorrow and do my homework and everything. So, more tomorrow. I have several questions too. Let's keep reading. Thursday, 3:25. Back to Mom's journals. They are all I can think about. By the beginning of the second journal, I found myself close to the end of Mom's junior year in high school. I read the first entry, May 16. How am I going to tell Mom and Dad? They are never going to understand. I feel like I have to confess something to them, and that makes me even madder because I know I didn't do anything wrong, but if I don't tell them, they're going to find out on their own. Soon, too. I better tell them. Later. Told them. They hit the ceiling, both of them, with their stupid conservative little hairdos, banged them right on the ceiling. I hate my parents. They will never understand me, and I try to understand them, but I really don't. Dad just kept yelling over and over, "You're an embarrassment to this family." He should be glad I didn't get arrested, and Mom kept saying, "People are going to read about this in the newspaper." Then Dad said, "What about the young Republicans?" And I had to tell him I had dropped out over a year ago when I was suffering from terminal hypocrisy. The entry ended there. I turned the page. On it was pasted a brief newspaper article. It wasn't dated or identified, but I was pretty sure it was from Mom's local paper. It was about a peace march that Mom had staged on her high school campus. It was very brief, the article, I mean, but Mom's name was the only one mentioned, and it was clear that the march had been her idea and had been carried out by her. I was puzzled. I still didn't understand what was going on between Mom and her parents. I almost carried the journals downstairs to ask Dad about it, but I decided I was enjoying this private process and discovering my mother. I read through the entire summer that followed, the summer between Mom's junior and senior year in high school. Things at her home were not simple and happy, but then I knew that early 70s were not simple and happy. They were a time for questioning and redefining and protesting and standing up for what you believe in. It sounded as though, like right now, like the 2020s, it sounded as though that was just what Mom had done back then. It also sounded as though her parents wished she hadn't. It also sounded as though Morgan wished Mom hadn't. Or was Morgan jealous of Mom? Did Morgan wish she too could stand up for her beliefs? But she was afraid to stand up to her parents first? This was fascinating. I read on until I got to Mom's high school graduation. I wasn't the least bit curious about her hopes and dreams, her fears and worries. On that day, what I wanted to know was what was going on in her family. I knew Mom had chosen to attend UCLA, and now I had a funny feeling that was entirely her choice, something her parents had not wanted. Boy, was I right. Mom's parents had wanted her to go to Townsend, some teeny tiny conservative college in Northern California. The college Mom's mother had gone to, it sounded more like a finishing school to me. Mom would have none of it, of course. She wanted to go to a big university where she could study whatever she wanted and meet all different kinds of people. In the end, Mom had won, but she had paid a big price for it. Her parents hadn't attended her high school graduation, nor had they helped her pay her tuition at UCLA. Meanwhile, Aunt Morgan was busy being the good girl. For a while, she had gone to Townsend, but only for 2 years. Then she took herself as far from California as she could get without leaving the United States and get her degree at New York University. For years, she wasn't in touch with the rest of her family, with her parents, because um, she found them as smothering as Mom did, and with Mom because, well, I wasn't sure why, just because they lived so far apart, or because she resented that Mom had been able to stand up to their parents long before her big sister was able to. So Mom had put herself through UCLA, which wasn't easy, but she was determined, and that was where she had met Dad. Eventually, they had gotten married, and her parents had not attended the wedding. But now Aunt Morgan came back into the picture. Mom wrote her and asked her if she'd like to come to California for the wedding. I know it's a long trip, she had written in her journal, recording her conversations with her sister, but it would mean a lot if you could be with me on that day. If you don't want to come, though, I'll understand. Guess what? Aunt Morgan had replied. She had sent Mom a telegram. Whoever thought to send a telegram saying, if I'm going to come all that way, you better let me be your maid of honor. And that was exactly what Mom had done. This was how Mom and Aunt Morgan had become part of each other's lives again. They had stayed in touch ever since, although they were two very different people. Aunt Morgan's next trip to California had been to see me when I was born. But before that happened, something else took place. Something huge. Something I'd heard little bits and pieces of here and there. However, until now, I had never had the setting in which to place the incident. Oh God, it's after 10 o'clock. Time for bed. To be continued. Friday, 3/6/26, study hall. I've got my own journal and one of Mom's here with me. I should be concentrating on catching up, especially in science and math, but the teachers don't really care what we do in study hall as long as we look like we're working. So back to Mom. Republican to Democrat, a classic tale. This Rex. Less people read them now, but they exist. They're usually online. A couple of years after Mom and Dad got married, and a few years before I was born, Mom's parents left on a cross-country summer trip. Mom heard about this through Aunt Morgan, who was occasionally in touch with her parents. The trip was to last for over a month, but on the third day, their car was struck by a van, and everyone in the accident was killed. Mom was devastated. Oh my God. At first, Anne, really? First, I couldn't figure out why. She wasn't close to her parents, hadn't spoken to them in years, and it sounded as though she hated them. But I continued to read, and soon I saw that even though mom had grown apart from her parents, hadn't understood them, and knew they hadn't understood her, she still wanted their approval. She still wanted them in her life. She had longed for them to attend her high school graduation, her college graduation, and then her wedding. After all that time, she had hoped they might reconcile. Wrote, "It will happen if I have a baby one day, their grandchild," and then they died. Now I understand why mom had given me her journals. At a certain point, she must have realized that she wasn't going to beat the cancer, that she was going to die, and that like her, I am going to be unable to share some of the most important occasions of my life with my mother, even though for a very different reason. I have just set down the journals I was in the middle of. I've decided to go back and start over again with the first journal, to read more slowly, to savor every one of mom's words. I'm no longer eager to rush through her life. Lunchtime, cafeteria. I'm sitting here by myself, and now I see Dawn, Maggie, and Amalia. I was going to sit alone, but they're heading this way, and that feels okay. 3:50 p.m. Note, about to start my homework, but want to say that I think today went pretty well. Not that I didn't think of mom every other second. Not that I didn't cry 4 separate times in the girls' room. Not that I didn't nearly bite Jill's stupid head off when she asked me if I missed my mother. She actually asked me that, but I got through the day. Time for homework. Jill, don't be a Dawn. 10:39 p.m. News of the day. I have this enormous pit in my stomach. It's just huge. It sits there and makes eating difficult and concentrating difficult, and sometimes even being nice difficult. But today I was able to ignore it a little, or to work around it or something. I made myself eat breakfast before I left the house. I allowed Dawn and the others to sit with me at lunch instead of insisting on sitting alone, and I ate lunch. Not a huge one, but enough to get by. When I have trouble concentrating in class or on my homework, I just forge ahead and tell myself I can think about mom lots of times during the day, but just not at that moment. To be honest, I feel like the walking dead, but at least I'm walking. I am not going to give in to the feeling. Is it grief? A different kind of grief? Is this as bad as it gets, or is there something worse? 11:04 p.m. I almost put the journal away and went to bed, but I can't stop thinking about something. It's what Dad and Aunt Morgan were discussing at dinner tonight, scattering mom's ashes. It's something mom talked to Dad about last month, and together they're planning to make some kind of service. A private service with Dad, Aunt Morgan, Dawn, and me present. Just the four of us. No, don't bring Dawn. Dawn doesn't get to be there. She shouldn't get to be there. Dad and Aunt Morgan want to have the service ceremony soon, tomorrow. Aunt Morgan wants to return to Atlanta practically the moment it's over. She's eager to get back. I can't believe that a week or so ago I thought she and Dad might get married. I know that will never happen. They are way too different. Plus, Aunt Morgan has her life in Georgia and Dad has his here in California. Anyway, Dad and Aunt Morgan want to scatter the ashes tomorrow so Aunt Morgan can fly to Atlanta on Sunday and go back to work on Monday. But I am not ready to scatter the ashes. I cannot do that tomorrow. I think I have talked them into having the ceremony on Sunday. Aunt Morgan can return on Monday and start work on Tuesday. I just need a little time. And I have to say that when I asked if we could please put this off until Sunday, even Aunt Morgan looked relieved. I would like one nice, restful, peaceful, school-free day tomorrow before I face the ceremony. Saturday, 3:27. And why are you fucking like this? Jesus Christ. Right? Motto of life, don't be a Dawn. Take Ducky instead. He actually has empathy, right? Yeah, Ducky will actually, like, be a person about it. Oh my god. And why are you fucking like this? Saturday, 3:27, 11:36 a.m. I actually slept late today. Slept until almost 9 o'clock. Dad and Aunt Morgan slept well too. When I finally came downstairs, they hadn't been up for very long. The three of us sat around the table eating toast and cereal and talking. We talked about our plans for the day. I said I was going to do homework in the morning and see Dawn and Ducky in the afternoon. Dad said maybe he'd better get himself over to the bookstore for a few hours anyway. And then Aunt Morgan said, "What about the women's shelter?" What women's shelter? I asked. Dad and Aunt Morgan glanced at each other, which was not a good sign. What women's shelter? I asked again. Well, said Dad, but his voice trailed off. We're going to donate your mom's clothes and things to a shelter downtown. Donate her clothes? I cried. Now? Sonny, said Dad. But Dad, she's only been dead for 8... Wait, I missed a page. 8 days. Why are you getting rid of her things already? Sonny, why should we keep them? Aunt Morgan asked me. Why shouldn't we? Would Mom want us to get rid of every little piece of her so quickly? You're making it like she never existed. You know that's not true, said Dad. Well, that's what it feels like. But we're going to keep plenty of reminders of Mom. We have all our photos, and the house is full of things she bought or made. We're just going to give away the things we have absolutely no use for, such as clothes, added Aunt Morgan. Frankly, Sonny, Dad went on, some reminders of her are a little overwhelming for me. I can smell your mother's scent in her clothes. That made me sit up straight. I wasn't used to hearing Dad reveal such intimate personal things. Besides, I knew what he meant. Walking by Mom's closet was almost shocking. Still, well, what if I want some of her clothes? I said. Keep whatever you like, Dad replied. I won't give away anything you want. She left some of her jewelry to you, said Aunt Morgan. Quite a bit of it, actually. Okay, I said. I wasn't sure what else to say because suddenly I felt very confused. Giving away Mom's things made sense, and it didn't. I wanted her clothes and jewelry, and I didn't. I left the kitchen to think for a while. When I returned, Dad and Aunt Morgan were still sitting at the table talking. You already called the women's shelter, didn't you? I said. Yes, replied Dad, without asking me. Some decisions are going to be mine alone. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. I'll include you whenever I can, but not always. I don't know why, but that made me feel calmer. When are we going to take Mom's things to the shelter? I asked. Is the same shelter where Amalia works by any chance? In a couple of weeks, said Dad. It'll take me a while to sort through everything. Do you want me to help you? If you'd like to. Okay, but not today. We don't have to start today. 1:06 p.m. Ducky just called. He wanted to know if Dawn and I wanted to go to a movie this afternoon. Sounds like a good idea. Possibly. Oh, the shelter. Yeah, it could be the same shelter. 8:30 p.m. Well, it was actually a pretty good afternoon, just like at school yesterday. I can't say that I didn't think about Mom most of the time or that I didn't cry several times, but still, I was not a bad afternoon. Ducky arrived in his beat-up car, and Dawn and I piled in. We drove to the mall. I'm not a huge fan of the mall, but today it felt like a good place to spend time. It's full of distractions. The movie theater, restaurants, stores, even if they're sort of boring ones. People watch Ducky and Dawn People watch Ducky and Dawn are so great. They came prepared. Well, Ducky's great. They came prepared with lists of things they needed to do or buy at the mall, so we wouldn't get bored. Ducky needed new sneakers. Dawn had to get a key copied. Ducky wanted to look for 2 CDs for his brother. Dawn said she's outgrown her bathing suit. They even had a task for me. Dawn had promised Jeff she'd get him this water toy he'd been asking for, and she sent me off in search of it, which took forever. By the time we'd been to a movie and eaten dinner, Mexican food from the food court. It was after 6 o'clock. I love food court food. Ducky, why are you on the pro-Dawn bandwagon? Ducky just wants everybody to be friends. Look, he's got so much stress. Boy, I said as we sat at our table sipping the last of our drinks. What? Asked Sonny. What? Asked Sonny. But this is Sonny. I think that's supposed to be Dawn. Right? I think that's supposed to be Dawn. This is Sonny. The day went by pretty quickly. Mostly they've just been dragging. Even at school, they've been dragging for weeks. This one felt a little more normal. Well, that's good, said Ducky. I guess. What do you mean? Feel guilty for feeling better? Well, yes. I mean, Mom's funeral was just 5 days ago, and here I am almost having a good time. It doesn't seem quite right. Hey, Bernie. Doing my check-in. How many pages are you down to? Just a few, and we've gotten past the saddest part, I think. Knock on wood. Although, she keeps throwing curveballs at us. Jesus Christ. How are you, Bernie? I hope you're doing better. Or I hope you're doing alright. Um, don't Don't you think your mom would want you to feel better? Asked Dawn. She wouldn't want you to feel horrible. That would make her feel bad. I squirmed. I know, it still doesn't feel right, though. So, what are you saying? Asked Ducky. Now I felt cross. I don't know. Okay. I mean, I've never been through this before. Neither have we, said Ducky. Yesterday, I nearly bit Jill's head off because she asked me if I miss my mom. Well, that was a fairly thoughtless question, said Dawn. I need to read that again. Well, that was a fairly thoughtless question, said Dawn. Yeah, if he went no contact with Dawn, he'd have marginally less stress. True. I mean, true, it is thoughtless, but Dawn? Ma'am? I nodded. For a moment, we were quiet. At last, I said, anyway, it's still been a pretty good day, thanks to you guys. 10:40 p.m. A few more thoughts about today. I guess I'll just have to take things as they come. See what happens as time goes on. I know Dawn's right that Mom wouldn't want... I feel like crossing out, I know Dawn's right. But she is right. Mom wouldn't want me to feel bad, but I still feel however I feel. Valid. I've been thinking about Mom's journals, what they meant to her, what she hopes they might mean to me. I think I'll keep journals for her from now on. I mean, just in my head. I think I'll pretend I'm writing to Mom so she can peek at my life. I'm only 13. Most of my life is ahead of me. I can't truly share it with Mom. But maybe I can imagine her beside me sharing my days. And now, I better get ready for bed. Tomorrow we're going to scatter Mom's ashes. It's all decided. We're going to leave early in the morning. Am I ready for this? Was I ready for anything that has already happened? Sunday, 3:28, 7:42 p.m. I'm so tired. I feel like a wrung out washcloth, but somehow this isn't a bad thing. I also feel cleansed or something. I'm not sure how to describe it. Dawn came over at 8 this morning. She looked nervous, almost as nervous as she looked on the morning of the funeral. I couldn't blame her. She looked like I felt. I pulled her upstairs to my room. Dad and Aunt Morgan are packing a picnic basket, I whispered to her. Yeah? Well, don't you think that's a little odd? Not really. This is supposed to be a day in honor of your mother, isn't it? She loved picnics. I shrugged. I guess this was another of those things that just didn't feel right. Soon we were in the car, pulling out of our driveway. Dad and Aunt Morgan sat in the front. Dawn and I sat in the back. The picnic basket was between us. At my feet was the urn containing my mother's ashes. I stared at it for a while. I poked at it with the toe of my sneaker. I edged it away from me. Finally, I said, Aunt Morgan, can you take this, please? Aunt Morgan turned around. What? That? I pointed to the urn. I didn't want to touch it with my bare hands. I'll take it, said Dawn. I put it over here. I can't. Don't give it to Dawn! I can relate to the washcloth comment. Rough day at work. I'm sorry. I was by myself for most of my shift and super busy. I'm sorry. You know it's bad if Dawn sees a problem. You know it's bad. You know it's real bad. And yeah, the wrung out feeling like a wrung out washcloth. Yep. I saw a meme today where somebody had just tweeted, Katy Perry really asked us in 2011 if we felt like a plastic bag. This lady actually asked us that. And it just made me think of that. I can't. Dawn didn't say anything. She reached down and picked up the urn. I saw that her hands were shaking. The car was silent until we left Palo City behind us and headed to the coastline. Then Dad said, Your mother wanted us to play her favorite music today. He stuck a cassette in the tape deck. Joni Mitchell, one of the tapes Mom had listened to over and over while she was sick. Even so, I still like it. She wanted us to sing along, Dad continued. I wasn't sure I'd be able to. I had to sing around a lump that had formed in my throat. Everyone else seemed to have lumps in their throats too, but one by one we were able to join in. When the tape ended, I said softly, It feels like Mom is here in the car with us. It's a nice feeling, said Aunt Morgan. We put on another tape. After that one ended, no one bothered to put on another. We sat with our thoughts for a while. I remembered other picnics and outings that Mom and Dad and I had gone on. I remembered a time when Mom's bathing suit had fallen off while we were swimming in a lake, but for some reason the memory didn't make me laugh, even though Mom and Dad and I laughed for a very long time when it happened. At various times on the car ride, we would notice that one or another of us was crying. Then we began telling stories about Mom, and soon we were laughing. Then we put on another tape. Almost 3 hours went by before Dad said, "We're almost there." "Special place?" I asked. "The place where I proposed to your mother." Ooh, when Dad said that, a part of me wanted to cry, and part of me wanted to laugh since I had done so much crying lately and decided to let myself laugh. And I explained, "Dad, I can't believe you and Mom were so conventional. You proposed to her? Like in the movies? That's so old fashioned. It sounds like something Mom's father would have done. It's exactly what your father did," spoke up Aunt Morgan. "But somehow, it just felt right to us," Dad said. "It was very romantic." "How did you propose to her, Dad? Tell us everything." Mom recorded her wedding in one of the journals, but not Dad's proposal. "Let's wait until we're there and I can show you." Okay, even though what Dad was going to show us would be sad, I was awfully eager to see how he had asked Mom to marry him. 8:51 p.m. And to answer Katy Perry several years ago, yes, yes, I do feel like a plastic bag sometimes. Not right now, but sometimes. Accurate. Very accurate. Dad pulled off at the highway at a rest stop and we parked in a lot. We were pleased to see that only two other cars were there. We unloaded our things and Aunt Morgan was about to lock the car when I said, Dad. I gestured toward the urn. Dad took it and we walked through a small wooded area. When we stepped out onto the trees, out of the trees, we found ourselves on a rocky cliff above the ocean. The cliff wasn't too steep, though, and a wooden staircase led to the beach below where waves crashed on more rocks. I heard Dawn suck in her breath. "Ooh, it's beautiful," she whispered. It was stunning. At first, none of us said a word. We just gazed out at the ocean. Finally, Dad said, "Let's have our picnic up here. We'll go down to the beach later. That's where Mom wants her ashes scattered." "Before we eat, will you show us how you proposed to Mom?" I said. I just couldn't let go of that. I was dying of curiosity. Dad smiled. "All right." Aunt Morgan spread a blanket on the ground, and she and Dawn and I sat on it. Dad stood by the edge of the cliff. "Well," he began, "your mother was sitting here, Sunny, with her legs dangling over the edge, and I tiptoed behind her and stuck a yellow rose in front of her, and when she turned around to look at me, I said, 'Honey, there's something I want to ask you,' and she knew what it was. I think she knew what it was, but she said, 'Yes,' very seriously. And then I got down on one knee like this. 'Dad, you didn't.' 'Yes, I did, and I was proud of it.' Then I pulled a box out of my pocket, opened it up, and showed your mother the ring inside. I said, 'Will you marry me?' And without thinking about it for even a moment, she said, 'Yes.' How long did you wait before you got married?" "Only a few days. We'd already been living together, so it wasn't a big deal. Really, we came back here to get married." Base. These people were based. Saw a meme of him as Johnny Jameson. Um, I don't know what's happening, but I'm glad we're talking about fun things. Um, that much I had suddenly figured out. Thanks to Mom's journal, but Dawn said, "Back here to the cliff?" "Yes. You mean you brought the minister and everyone here?" "Right here," said Aunt Morgan. "Oh, that's right," I said. "You were in the wedding. It was your reconciliation." Dad and Aunt Morgan looked at me and I added, "I've been reading Mom's journals." I paused for a moment. "She wrote all about the wedding, but not about how you proposed to her." "She was funny about the journals," said Dad thoughtfully. "She only wrote in them sporadically. She'd go for weeks without writing in them, and then she'd write in them furiously for days. I'm still getting a pretty good idea about her life," I said. Dad told Dawn a little about the wedding, and then we set out a picnic. I think we had all thought we wouldn't be able to eat, and then we all realized we were starved. So we dug in and we talked about Mom some more. When we finished eating, Dad looked out at the ocean. Well, he said, I guess we should put our things away and go down to the beach. He looked so sad that I put my arms around him for a moment. Then, wordlessly, we set everything back in the picnic basket, and Dad cradled the urn in his arms. We made our way down the wooden stairs to the sand. We stood in a line at the water's edge. Shadow at the water's edge? Sorry, I'm still thinking about Nancy Drew. Um, oh god. Sorry. Um, like filled a full trash can of tissues over here. Um, I realized I didn't know what to do, so I looked at Dad and Aunt Morgan. They looked like they didn't know what to do either. After a moment, Dad said, Let's just think about your mom for a bit. So we did. Even though I have been doing nothing but thinking about Mom practically forever, I stood on the beach, then in thought about her some more. Dad said, Any last things anyone wants to say to her? Dawn whispered, Goodbye. Aunt Morgan murmured, My sister, I'll see you in the next life. And, um, oh, we're talking about wrestlers. Yes, that sounds so fun. Um, I said, I love you, Mom. And Dad said, Our connection can't be broken. We're together for eternity. Goodbye. At that point, when I heard Dad's words, the tears I'd been holding back during the picnic flooded out. Yeah, tell me about it. Um, in a moment, all four of us were crying, sobbing, and hugging. When we had calmed down, Dad opened the urn, waded into the ocean, and scattered some of the ashes over it. Then he held it out to me. I did the same, followed by Aunt Morgan, and then Dawn. I noticed, though, that Dawn was careful not to empty the urn completely, with some ashes still inside. She handed it to Dad again, and he scattered the last of Mom over the Pacific Ocean. Then he turned toward the beach, and we waded ashore and climbed the stairs to the top of the cliff. On the way, Dawn said to me, Your mom told me to take care of you. She told me to take care of you, too. She just wants us all to take care of each other. I nodded. Dad and Aunt Morgan and Dawn and I carried our things back to the car and began the drive home. This time we didn't play music. We didn't even talk much. At some point, Dawn and I fell asleep. We slept until Dad turned into our driveway. 11:12 p.m. Avery Bernie was mentioning how Vince now looks like the tabloid boss from Spider-Man. Does he? I know nothing about this world, but I can imagine exactly what that person looks like. J. Jonah Jameson. It's such an iconic look, isn't it? How do you enjoy the Mario movie? 11:12 p.m. Can't sleep again. Why? I thought I'd be able to sleep when the funeral and today's ceremony were over. I thought I'd be able to sleep. Tuesday, 3:30. 4:26 p.m. School is so boring. Life is boring. What is wrong with everyone? What is wrong with me? Aunt Morgan is gone. Dad is back at work. Came home today to an empty house. Yesterday too, but Dawn was with me. I don't like an empty house, especially one that is empty because someone died in it. Wednesday, 3:31. Dad worked late tonight. 7:40 p.m. Dad worked late tonight, so I'm on my own. One thing about an empty house. Oh boy, this is literally the last page. One thing about an empty house, you get a lot of homework done. I'm starting to catch up. Got an A on English test. On an English test. Friday, 4/2, 5:14. Mom, I miss you so much. How long am I going to miss you in this way? It hurts. 9:37 p.m. Hey, Mom, are you here with me? Can you read this? I'm writing it for you. You know, I think I can feel you with me a little. I still really need you, Mom. I miss you. I love you. About the author. The author wants you to fucking cry your eyes out. Jesus. He's still ripped as heck. Oh my god. Almost 80 and a total ass. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god, we're done, guys. Oh my god. Oh god. will do that to a person. It's like the Liver King, where he was like he got like exposed for roiding, and we were like, did anybody out here think he wasn't roiding? Like, goddamn, no one looks like that. Oh god. Well, thank you guys for sitting with me through this very, very sad book. Easily the saddest thing we've ever covered. And that's saying a lot, but we really don't usually cover sad things. That wasn't news to anyone with common sense, right? That's what I was like. But I thought we were all on the same page. Like, he's definitely, you don't look like that if you're not roiding. But yeah, thank you guys for being here with me for this. Hopefully now things will start getting less sad for the last 3 books of the series, and then we'll be able to say we read them all because we got so invested. The power of storytelling, Paulo. There is an after credit scene at the very end. Also, thank you guys for those of you who shared your experiences. I know this book was very hard, and especially sharing your own experiences is something very difficult. But thank you very, very much for, being here, keeping this a safe space. I guess if you ever need a good cry or somebody to cry with, you know what VOD to come back to. But yeah, I am going to go to bed because I have family coming in hours. So I am going to go, but thank you guys so much. Might message you in Discord. I don't all sleep first. Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you again for the package. And I know Patrick's not here, but I will say thank you to him too, because he sent us lovely things too. Night, Avery. Book was hard, but very cathartic in a way. Yeah, I feel that way too. I feel like calmer now. Like, it felt necessary in a weird way. Even though Anne did definitely keep hitting us with the 1, 2, 3, 4 punch. But yeah, I will see you guys. At this, you will see me on Monday. We'll see if I can get a video up until then. That will be the next time I'm live. Digi-hug, Bernie. Thank you guys. You are the best. I will see you next time. Bye.